Push. Distorted rainbow light could be seen coming from within the torn-open void corridor. The white-robed Lord Jiang led Jining, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing in moving through this void corridor. Ning suddenly revealed a look of surprise, and the nearby Whitewater Hound and little Qing stared in shock as well. This was because this void corridor's colors were fluctuating from fiery red that made it look like a tunnel of fire to a watery blue that made it seem as though they were moving through a tunnel of water. And despite flying through this corridor for enough time to boil a kettle of tea, they were still flying. "Brother Jiang," Ning immediately asked, "why have we been flying through this void corridor for so long? Can it be that it normally takes this long to fly through a torn open void tunnel?" No, the white-robed Lord Jiang shook his head. Normally, to leave a major world, after you rip open the fabric of space, you can easily leave the world and enter the infinite void, then use a greater teleport and easily arrive at your destination. But the place we are headed to is Master's Tri-Star Crescent abode, the most mysterious place in the entire three realms. Ordinary techniques are completely useless in going to Master's place. "Oh," Ning nodded slightly. "I'm not the person controlling this void tunnel right now. It is Master who is guiding us in," the white-robed Lord Jiang said. "Through this void tunnel, we can directly access the Tri-Star Crescent abode." "How much longer?" Ning looked at the void tunnel surrounding him. It had just turned into a completely pitch-black color. The pitch-black tunnel was twisted and distorted as it spiraled forward, causing Ning to feel a vague sense of fear. He felt as though if he were to be wrapped up into the distorted space, he would be ground to death. Soon, Lord Jiang said with a laugh. Just as his words came out, whoosh, a misty world suddenly appeared in front of the void tunnel. The white-robed Lord Jiang, Jining, and the others flew out into the world. "Here we are." Lord Jiang stood there in midair, a look of delight on his face. He smiled as he swept the misty world with his gaze. This is the Tri-Star Crescent abode?" Jining stared downwards. What he saw was an infinitely vast world with many cities. He could tell just by looking downwards how vast this world was. Lord Jiang said, "This is the world which Master established. In terms of size, it's comparable to the world of the Grand Xia." "Comparable to the Grand Xia?" Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing all nodded to themselves. Ning asked, "So the Patriarch personally established this world?" According to the legends, formidable figures of the three realms are able to establish some smaller worlds of a few tens of thousands of kilometers. But it's actually possible to establish a world comparable to the world of the Grand Xia in size as well. Haha, the world of the primordial era was established by Pangu. Compared to the various major worlds, it was unfathomably larger. The white-robed Lord Jiang said, shaking his head and laughing. Although Master cannot do as Pangu did, he's still able to establish an estate world that is comparable to the Grand Xia in size. This estate world is completely separate from the outside world. It has its own cycle of reincarnation and a miniature netherworld kingdom. After dying, the souls of the world will be reborn into this world anew, Lord Jiang said with a laugh. This estate world is actually a miniature version of the primordial world of Pangu. It is completely outside the structure of the three realms. Thus, not even other major powers can enter it. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing were all secretly stunned. Completely outside the structure of the three realms, a completely standalone cycle of reincarnation. Major powers truly were incredible. Mount Innerheart is at the very center of this estate world. Lord Jiang pointed towards the distance. Right over there. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing all raised their heads to look. Indeed, they could vaguely make out the outlines of a mountain that was hovering in the skies. "Let's go." The white-robed Lord Jiang led Ning and the others to fly out. The hovering mountains grew closer and closer, and one could even make out the fairy cranes and running beasts around it. Whoosh! Lord Jiang, Jining, and the others flew to the very top of the mountain, landing atop a mountain path. "If we follow this path to the very top, we shall reach the place where Master trains in the Tao and teaches his disciples," the white-robed Lord Jiang said. Ning and the others followed him upwards. The mountain path winded up the mountain, but fortunately there were stone steps to walk on. After walking a short while, the white-robed Lord Jiang turned and moved onto a well-trodden pathway that led into a mountain forest. Ji Ning, come with me to meet our eldest apprentice brother. Eldest apprentice brother? Ning felt slightly puzzled, but he followed the white-robed Lord Jiang deep into the forest. He was the very first to follow Master. You absolutely must not be disrespectful to him, the white-robed Lord Jiang said. Right? Ning nodded. As he walked forward, he could just barely make out a voice speaking out. A 1, a 2, a 3 and a 4, a 5 and a 6, a 7 and an 8, a 9 and a 10 now fall down. As the bright voice rang out, a crunch sound could be heard, followed by a rumble. The white-robed Lord Jiang and Ning moved quite quickly. As they moved closer to the sound of the voice, they saw an enormous tree fall down. Through the other trees, Ning could just barely make out the figure of a woodcutter dressed in grass shoes and a grass hat. The woodcutter's skin was swarthy and dark, but he was dressed quite simply. The white-robed Lord Jiang walked over. Eldest apprentice brother. Eldest apprentice brother? Ning was flabbergasted. This woodcutter? He was their eldest apprentice brother? The woodcutter in front of him appeared very ordinary, and was dressed in a very ordinary manner as well. Ning's judgment was quite astute by now, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything special about the tattered grass shoes or raggedy clothes. They seemed to be ordinary clothes, not magic treasures. And, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense any presence or aura stemming from this woodcutter at all. In fact, Ning didn't even feel the slightest hint of danger emanating from him. No matter from what angle Ning inspected him, this woodcutter seemed like an ordinary mortal. Phew! The woodcutter rested his hatchet over his shoulder, straightened his waist, then turned and said with a laugh, "Haha, so it's Lord Jiang. Why have you come to my place?" Per Master's orders, I went to the world of the Grand Xia to bring our junior apprentice brother. I'm back now, and I thought I'd bring him over to see you, senior apprentice brother, the white-robed Lord Jiang said. Junior apprentice brother? The woodcutter looked at Ning, looked at him quite carefully. His gaze, however, seemed quite ordinary. It didn't seem to be the slightest bit penetrating. He's our junior apprentice brother. His name is Ji Ning, and he is currently just a Wanxiang adept, the white-robed Lord Jiang said. Ji Ning, hurry up and pay your respects to our eldest apprentice brother. Greetings, eldest apprentice brother, Ning said while bowing. The woodcutter laughed. I'm just a chopper of firewood. Still, for you to be accepted by Master at such a young age means that Master must value you highly. Master is very good-natured, but you still need to work hard and not disappoint him. Right? Ning nodded. All right, you can go now, Lord Jiang. Take this Ji Ning to meet Master, the woodcutter said. All right. The white-robed Lord Jiang immediately led Ning away. Back on the main mountain road, Ning said, puzzled, eldest apprentice brother? He isn't immortal, is he? When he saw the likes of Lu Dongbin and the Xia Emperor, he could clearly tell how incredible they were. But of course, it was also possible that this was because Lu Dongbin and the others hadn't retracted their auras. But this woodcutter, no matter how hard Ning tried, he couldn't sense even the slightest hint of cultivation about him. In fact, the woodcutter even had calluses on his hands, and there was some white hair on his head. Of course not, Lord Jiang said. From the primordial era to the present day, Master has taken in many disciples, and there are even quite a few true immortals and Empyrean gods. But in terms of power, eldest apprentice brother is the undisputed number one. He's far more powerful than the rest of us. The undisputed number one? Ning was stunned. Right? Only, ever since the destruction of the primordial world, eldest apprentice brother has never left this world of the Tri-Star Crescent abode, Lord Jiang said. This is why there are very, very few people in the three realms who know of him. Ning couldn't help but feel stunned. It was only after the destruction of the primordial world that the 3,000 major worlds and the trillion minor worlds were born. An unfathomably long period of time had passed since the creation of the 3,000 major worlds. But this eldest apprentice brother actually had the patience and temperament to never roam the three realms? Generally speaking, powerful experts would like to stroll about many of the places of the three realms. After all, each of the trillion minor worlds had their own unique aspects, and were quite exciting. Lu Dongbin, for example, liked to play around in the mortal world. He had left behind his legacy in countless worlds. The names of many formidable figures had been spread throughout the three realms. But eldest apprentice brother had never left after the destruction of the primordial world? What is his name? Ning asked. Woodcutter, Lord Jiang said. I meant his real name, or his Taoist title, Ning said. Real name, Taoist title. All I know is that eldest apprentice brother is referred to as the woodcutter. Lord Jiang shook his head. I don't know anything else. When you are training in the Tao on the mountain, you can come to this mountain forest to train. Perhaps he will see you and be willing to guide you. Ning nodded. So the senior disciple under Patriarch Subhudi's tutelage was actually such a mysterious figure. Ning was quite curious as well. Soon, Lord Jiang brought Ning to the entrance to the cavern. The entrance had a large stone in front of it, which had 3 words on it. Tristar Crescent Abode. By each side of the entrance, there were 2 azure-robed Tao novitiates. For these 2 to be assigned to Mount Innerheart meant that they were monstrously talented figures themselves. However, here at Mount Innerheart, they were only viewed as ordinary figures. They were already quite delighted to be chosen as entrance guards. Patriarch. Patriarch. The 2 novices respectfully bowed towards Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang was a pure Yang true immortal. His rank was extremely high. Lord Jiang nodded. Then brought Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing through the entrance. The 2 novices naturally did not bar his way. They continued to walk forward into the cavern. The insides of this Tristar Crescent abode was quite beautiful and graceful. It had all sorts of fairy cranes and animals. Their auras were all retracted and hidden. But despite that, Ning could still sense a tremendous degree of threat and power emanating from them. The aura of the Tristar Crescent abode itself was quite calm and peaceful. The various beasts and dire monsters didn't have even a hint of a baleful, savage aura at all. They seemed extraordinarily docile. When the Patriarch takes on disciples, he doesn't care about their birth or lineage. Thus, aside from humans, even many monsters and fiendgods have come to learn the Tao from him, Lord Jiang said with a laugh. The Patriarch has a particular rule. Anyone who comes to Mount Innerheart is forbidden from fighting with the other disciples. If any disciple dares to assault another, the Patriarch will immediately intervene to suppress the fight and shatter his soul. No matter who. Even I am not permitted to act against those various younger generation disciples. If I do, then Master will kill me as well, Lord Jiang said. This is an iron rule that no one can violate. Ning nodded. No wonder the aura here was so peaceful. So all types of battle were completely forbidden. The Patriarch himself was at the top of the mountain. Who would dare act wildly? They continued to walk forward. On the path upwards, they heard various greetings, such as Patriarch, Uncle Master, Patriarch, and more. Clearly, Lord Jiang's status was very high. Master is inside. Lord Jiang pointed to an ordinary-looking Taoist monastery up ahead. There were 2 more Tao novitiates standing in front of the monastery. Uncle Master, the Patriarch instructed us long ago that Ji Ning can be brought straight to him. There's no need for any report to be made, one of the novitiates said with a smile. The 2 spirit beasts should wait here for now, the Tao novitiate instructed. Ning nodded. Little Qing and Uncle White both obediently stood to one side, waiting silently. Both of them knew quite well that the person within this Taoist monastery was an awe-inspiringly famous supreme power of the 3 realms, Patriarch Subhudi. Let's go. The white-robed Lord Jiang led Ning directly into the monastery. Uncle White, Master is going to go meet a Tao father. I feel like I'm dreaming. Little Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. The Whitewater Hound nodded gently as well. He too was still in a state of shock. That little child who had trained in the sword and in archery by his side, He was actually about to become an apprentice to a major power, Patriarch Subhuti. A person's fate truly is unfathomable. Within the monastery, there was an empty region filled with many prayer mats. In front of this empty region, there was an elevated platform, atop which there was another prayer mat. On this elevated prayer mat, there was a skinny, white-bearded elder. This skinny elder was dressed in loose robes. He was seated in the lotus position, and he emanated an aura that caused others to feel at peace in their heart. He is Patriarch Subhuti? Upon seeing this white-bearded elder, Ning couldn't help but secretly feel nervous. This was a truly major power, a power that had even killed other Fiendgod Tao Fathers, a power that was acclaimed as the most mysterious Tao Father of the three realms. How could Ning not feel nervous in front of such a person? Master, I've brought Jining over, Lord Jiang said with great respect. I bow in respect to you, Tao Father, Ning said with great respect as well. Patriarch Subhuti opened his eyes, looking at Ning. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he nodded gently. He then instructed Lord Jiang, "You can leave for now. Jining can stay by himself." Yes. The white-robed Lord Jiang respectfully departed, leaving behind only Ning and Patriarch Subhuti. Patriarch Subhuti said with a calm smile, "No need to be nervous. Pick any prayer mat and sit down first." Yes. Ning chose a prayer mat, then sat down in the lotus position. I watched the conclave of immortal destiny of the world of the Grand Xia. Of the participants, you, Woodpass, and the sloppy Taoist were the most outstanding, Patriarch Subhuti evaluated. Crimson Bright ended up choosing Woodpass, and this was as I expected. In choosing disciples, Crimson Bright cares about mindset and temperament the most. The temperament of that Woodpass truly is most suited to him. Ning couldn't help but sigh in secret. The spirit of the underwater estate had said that Patriarch Subhuti was very good at teaching students. Comparatively speaking, Tao Father Crimson Bright and Grand Emperor Xuanwu's teaching abilities were significantly lower. For even Patriarch Subhuti to praise both Woodpass and Sloppy as excellent meant that they truly did have potential. But in my eyes, you have even more potential than the other two, Patriarch Subhuti said. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was the very first time someone had said that he had more potential than Sloppy and Woodpass. And the speaker was Patriarch Subhuti. The path of immortal cultivation is filled with many dangers and obstacles. Thus, with each step, you need to leave a firm footprint as you walk forward in a stable manner. Your heart must be stable as well. This is indeed true, Patriarch Subhuti said. From this perspective, Woodpass and Sloppy are both excellent disciples. Their foundations were the most stable amongst the contestants in the conclave, and their hearts were also the most stable and calm as well. However, everything in this world is divided into yin and yang, Patriarch Subhuti said. Although it is important to be stable and solid, it is also important to be sharp. You need to be stable, but you also need sharpness. Stability is yin while sharpness is yang. When yin and yang support each other, one can walk farther on one's path. Patriarch Subhuti laughed. Jining, you are far sharper than the other two, and your foundation is quite solid as well. Only, a disciple like you is harder to guide and teach. It is very easy to teach disciples like Sloppy and Woodpass. So long as you let them slowly train and slowly adventure, they will slowly rise in power. As for you, your rate of improvement will be faster, but things will also be more risky. Your future potential might be higher than theirs, but you might also perish midway. Patriarch Subhuti looked at Ning. Today I shall impart a few words to you. You need to memorize them. The path of immortal cultivation. Your goals should be distant and grand, with Pangu and Nuwa as your models. The path of immortal cultivation. It requires you to lower your head and watch the road, for you to remember to maintain a solid foundation. Do not merely think about soaring into the skies. When a bird soars too far, its eggs might be stolen and destroyed. It will perish, its Tao gone. The path of immortal cultivation. It requires caution. It is a boat that will sail for 10,000 years that you must control with care. The path of immortal cultivation. It requires sharpness. Only with a heart that is filled with a desire to charge into the heavens can you walk even farther on this path. Patriarch Subhudi's words were simple, but they struck at the very foundation of an immortal cultivator's heart and mind. Everyone summoned before Patriarch Subhudi as a student had superb talent and comprehensive abilities. What determined one's accomplishments after that was the heart. Ji Ning shall firmly memorize these words, Ning said seriously. How to make your goals grand but not too high. How to be cautious and yet have the desire to charge into the heavens. You will need to handle this yourself. The world is divided into yin and yang, and between yin and yang lies the heart, Patriarch Subhudi said. Ning nodded. As soon as the Patriarch had met him, he had imparted these words. Ning understood how important these words were, and also the principles which the Patriarch spoke of. However, some things were easy to understand, but hard to carry out. On the path of immortal cultivation, one would need to constantly remind oneself, so as to prevent oneself from embarking on a wrong path. These 4 things the Patriarch had advised him regarding was like 4 signposts on the immortal path that would constantly remind him. Patriarch Subhudi continued to speak. I watched the conclave of immortal destiny. You should have learned the divine ability. Star-seizing hand. Yes, Ning admitted it. Since the Patriarch himself had said the words, star-seizing hand, how could he even think about hiding it? My fellow Taoist 3 lives. He finally has a true successor. His divine ability has once more reappeared in the 3 realms. Patriarch Subhudi let out an emotional sigh. Little bear, why haven't you come out yet? Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to Ning. It was the giant yellow bear. Eh? Ning realized to his astonishment that the giant yellow bear next to him was quite solid and seemingly real, as though he were a living creature. He didn't seem as illusory and dreamlike as he did when he was the spirit within the underwater estate. This little bear pays his respects to the Tao Father. The giant yellow bear fell to his knees, pressing his forehead against the ground. So indeed, Ji Ning, you managed to enter the star-seizing manor and learned the divine ability within it. Patriarch Subhudi nodded. Ning revealed a surprised look. Patriarch? The star-seizing manor? The nearby giant yellow bear explained, the star-seizing manor is the true, original name of this underwater estate. Although the estate was left behind by Master for his successors, it was also the estate which Master lived in. In the past, Master would often receive his guests within the star-seizing manor, and even invite some Fiendgods to listen to him expound upon the Tao. Ning instantly thought back to the many giant prayer mats in the middle of the underwater estate. Indeed, many people must have come to listen to lectures on the Tao. Patriarch Subhudi said, the relationship between 3 lives and the star-seizing manor was similar to the relationship between myself and the Tristar Crescent abode. In the past, when 3 lives knew that the upcoming tribulation would be a hard one to overcome, he made careful preparations, adding a vast quantity of treasures into his estate. He even melted down and extracted the essence of multiple protocosmic spirit treasures and invited multiple major powers over in order to forge it. Afterwards, he gave it up and had this little bear search for a successor for him. I ask for your guidance, Tao Father. The giant yellow bear pressed his head repeatedly against the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. Tell this little bear, where is Master? Is he alive or is he dead? The sound of his kowtowing rang out as he pressed his head against the ground repeatedly. Clearly, he desperately wanted to know this answer. He had waited countless ages for this day. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing this, a complicated look appeared on Patriarch Subhudi's face. He was silent for a moment, then said, 3 lives was my very best friend. My lifelong bosom friend. We met each other in the primordial chaos and adventured together. I was a bit more reserved, whereas Brother 3 lives had a sharpness that couldn't be hidden. I enjoyed comprehending the cosmos and the various mysteries of the heavenly Taos. I didn't involve myself in the various power struggles of the primordial era. Brother 3 lives, however, desired to do battle against the heavens and the earth. He loved combat, and he had many fiend gods who followed his command. He carved out an enormous territory within the primordial world for himself, and was referred to within it as the God King. Because very early on in his training, his arm had been severed, he trained painstakingly until he finally developed the utterly astonishing divine ability, the star-seizing hand. True gods of primordial chaos are innately predisposed to enjoy battle. Even many key refining Tao fathers are unwilling to engage in life and death battles against true gods of primordial chaos. After Brother Three Lives developed his star-seizing hand, divine ability, especially the sixth cycle of it, he reached an unfathomable level of power. He was extremely famous for his power even in the primordial era, and was ranked as one of the top true gods. Patriarch Subhudi's gaze was rather dreamy as he slowly spoke. However, he was unable to comprehend a heavenly Tao, and so his danger sense was comparatively weaker. That great tribulation that came, it was the greatest tribulation which had occurred ever since Pangu had established the universe. 3 Lives insisted on participating in it. I tried to stop him, but he was filled with a desire to fight. He wasn't willing to shrink back. He knew that it would be incredibly dangerous, but his hot-blooded nature made him decide on going. Before leaving, he wanted to ensure that his star-seizing hand wouldn't be lost with him, and so he asked many friends to help him out. With their help, with his original estate as a raw material, and with many melted-down treasures, he managed to create this new star-seizing manner meant to pass down his legacy. After he created the new star-seizing manner, the tribulation came, and without any hesitation, he went to welcome the battle. That battle, I shrank back from it. Patriarch Subhudi's gaze was misty. Ning, hearing this, couldn't help but feel his heart shake. Patriarch Subhudi had shrank back? The greatest tribulation to occur ever since Pangu had created the universe? That tribulation, the greatest tribulation since Pangu had created the universe. The very first parts of it caused the primordial world to shatter. Countless experts and fiend gods fell. Figures that were even more powerful than 3 Lives fell as well. Patriarch Subhudi sighed and shook his head. Miserable. It was miserable. 3 Lives loved battle, and so of course he took part. His divine ability, the star-seizing hand, truly was one of the most supreme of grand divine abilities. Even Yuhua herself praised its power. 3 Lives fought like a man possessed, and multiple fiend god Tao fathers perished by his hand. As for myself, I relied on the dream of the 3 realms to watch the battle. I didn't participate. This divine ability was forged from 3 Lives' innate love for battle, as well as some guidance from both Pangu and Yuhua. Only then was this divine ability developed. The creation of a divine ability requires talent. Although I have created far more divine abilities than 3 Lives, I've never been able to create one that was comparable to the star-seizing hand. Patriarch Subhudi looked towards Ning. For such a divine ability to have passed down to you, no matter what, you cannot let it sink into the dust and disappear. Ning nodded repeatedly. So Taoist 3 Lives had relied on the star-seizing hand to kill multiple fiend god Tao fathers. From what Patriarch Subhudi was saying, this divine ability truly was incredibly terrifying. The giant yellow bear, however, felt his heart shake upon hearing these words. Tao Father, my master, he. Ning looked towards Patriarch Subhudi as well. Was Taoist 3 Lives alive or dead? This was a question that he had wanted to know for a long time as well. Little bear. Patriarch Subhudi looked at the giant yellow bear. He let out a soft sigh. The giant yellow bear's heart instantly trembled. His face changed, and he repeatedly pressed his head against the ground, kowtowing so hard that deep thudding sounds could be heard. Please inform me, Tao Father. Is Master dead or is he alive? Little bear. Actually, in your heart you've known the answer all along. Why must you ask? Patriarch Subhudi shook his head. The giant yellow bear looked at the patriarch. He died. He died long ago. He died within that tribulation. The patriarch shook his head. Given 3 Lives' temperament, if he was still alive, how could he not come back for you? How could he have let you drift through countless ages by yourself? Little bear, you clearly knew the truth. You just weren't willing to believe it. Drip, drip. One teardrop after another fell onto the ground. The giant yellow bear's kneeling body was shaking. He let out an agonized moan. Nrag! The agonized cry caused Ning's own heart to feel sour as well. Master, master, master! The giant yellow bear raised his head, howling madly. Daoist 3 Lives was like his father. Only a long time later did the kneeling bear say, "Forgive this little bear for his earlier outburst." "All right," the patriarch said. "You can go back to the star-seizing manor. You cannot break away from the star-seizing manor for now." "Yes," the giant yellow bear responded respectfully, then disappeared, having once more returned to the underwater estate. Although Ning felt moved by the depths of the feelings the spirit of the underwater estate had for Daoist 3 Lives, he had noticed a few puzzling points. Since the giant yellow bear was the spirit of the estate, why did he seem like he was a living creature? He even shed tears? And the patriarch had even said that he couldn't break away from the star-seizing manor yet? Could it be that he could in the future? However, given that the spirit of the estate had already been within it for countless years without breaking free, it probably would take it a very, very long time before succeeding. "Ji Ning," the patriarch looked at Ning. 3 Lives is dead. I will teach you the Tao in his place. Are you willing to take me as your teacher? Ning immediately fell to his knees. "Your disciple greets you, master." The patriarch revealed a hint of a smile. "From today onwards, you shall be one of the honorary disciples of my school. Once you become a celestial immortal after your tribulation, you shall become my personal disciple." "Yes," Ning said respectfully. "There aren't too many rules in my school. Just 2. 1. You must not be disobedient and unfilial. 2. Without my permission, in the outside world you cannot say that I am your master," the patriarch said. "If you violate these rules, for a lesser infraction, I will kill you, wipe your memory, and return you to the cycle of reincarnation. For a severe infraction, I will destroy your soul. For an extremely severe infraction, I will make your soul suffer an eternity of pain through true fire." Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple understands. Then, when can I say that I am your disciple?" "When the time comes, you shall naturally be permitted," the patriarch said with a laugh. "Alternately, if you can reach your eldest apprentice brother's level of power, you can also tell whoever you please." Ning was secretly speechless. Eldest apprentice brother? He was the #1 expert amongst the many disciples. Even the white-robed Lord Jiang sighed at his own inferiority. How could it possibly be easy for him to reach such a level of power? "As for whether or not you act virtuously or evilly in the future, I won't interfere. I only ask that you act in accordance with your true nature," the patriarch said. "Yes," Ning said. "Step forward. Come to stand in front of me," the patriarch instructed. Ning was startled, but he moved forward, moving up the steps and walking to the patriarch's side. Suddenly, the patriarch stretched a finger out, tapping Ning on the center of his forehead. This was a simple tap, but it caught Ning completely off guard. The tap landed directly on his forehead. Rumble. Ning's entire body turned soft. He sat down on the ground, then shut his eyes. He just sat there. The patriarch smiled as he looked at Ning. He then closed his own eyes as well, no longer paying any attention. A lonely corridor. The 2 sides of the corridor were covered with paintings of various sword art techniques. The sword arts in the paintings were even moving, displaying the profound mysteries within. Ning walked forward through the corridor, staring at the endless sword arts lining the 2 sides. These sword arts are fairly ordinary. They aren't even comparable to the first level of the 3-foot sword. Ning walked forward. He forgot why he had come here. He forgot about the past. All he knew was that he was walking deeper and deeper through this corridor. The sword arts on the 2 sides continuously moved about. They even managed to separate from the walls, swirling around Ning and allowing him to understand the mysteries within them. This place has reached the power of the second stance of the 3-foot sword. Ning continued to walk forward. After walking for a short period of time, the sword arts lining the halls began to demonstrate themselves in front of Ning, as though displaying the Tao of the sword in fine detail. Ning had originally thought that he had a high level of comprehension of the Tao of the sword, but he now realized that his insights were insufficiently detailed. Evil, dominating, arrogant, lonely, savage. All sorts of sword arts were being displayed before him. This place has reached the level of the third stance of the 3-foot sword. He had no idea how long he had been walking for. This place has already reached the level of the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword. Ning continued to walk forward, constantly interacting with large amounts of marvelous sword arts. Ning's foundation became increasingly solid and stable. Although he had long ago reached the level of the 7th stance, his insights into the Tao of the sword were now significantly greater than before. After yet another long period of time, this is now at the level of the 8th stance of the 3-foot sword. Ning felt that walking forward was becoming increasingly difficult. The countless sword arts around him were constantly transmitting all sorts of profound mysteries to Ning. Ning was constantly being buffeted by them. This made his walking pace through the corridor to grow slower. The level of the 9th stance of the 3-foot sword. The sword arts became increasingly unfathomable. Every single sword art surrounding him was comparable to the 9th stance of the 3-foot sword, and countless sword arts were on display. Although Ning couldn't comprehend them, the fundamental mysteries of these sword arts were firmly imprinted onto Ning's soul. As he walked forward, the techniques vastly surpassed the 3-foot sword. If there were more stances to the 3-foot sword, then the later sword arts were comparable to the 10th and the 11th stance. Ning was completely submerged in the sea of swords. As he walked through the corridor, his heart and soul was completely filled with all sorts of sword arts, and the increasingly unfathomable sword arts brushed past his heart. Although he didn't understand them, this baptism by countless sword arts caused Ning to become extremely familiar with the profound mysteries. A long time passed. It felt as though thousands of years had passed. Ning finally saw the end of this corridor. The end was an enormous, glowing streak of sword light. Ning didn't know why he was walking towards it. He didn't know whether or not he should stop. And so, just like that, he walked to the end of the corridor. His body became submerged into that giant sword light. Rumble. A vast flood of mysteries flooded his soul. The vastness of the Tao of the sword. All of its mysteries. Ning was touching it all right now. The countless sword arts he had interacted with earlier in the corridor also flashed through Ning's mind, causing his heart to become even closer to the Tao of the sword. Eh? Ning suddenly opened his eyes. He was still seated on the dais. Before him, seated on a prayer mat, was the loose-robed patriarch. The patriarch opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at Ning. This? Ning stared at his surroundings. Everything felt so fake and illusory. Only after a long period of time did his 3 decades of memories completely recover. The marvelous sword arts that he had seen were now suppressed and hidden deep in Ning's soul. Master, Ning nervously looked at the patriarch. He felt as though thousands of years had passed. It had taken him so long to recover his decades of memories. What's wrong? Didn't you just doze off? The patriarch laughed. Master, how long did I sleep for? Ning asked. Not too long. The amount of time for a stick of incense to burn down, the patriarch said. But I feel as though thousands of years passed, Ning said. The patriarch said, all I did was apply the 1,000-year dream technique to let you truly experience the complete Tao of the sword for once. From the very start of the Tao of the sword to the very end, the completion of the Tao of the sword. Right? The 1,000-year dream truly did feel as though he had been in a dream. He had lost almost all of his cognitive abilities. All he could do was walk forward along the corridor in a daze. All I did was let you sense the complete Tao of the sword for once. Your own Tao of the sword hasn't risen in level that much, the patriarch said. Ning, however, knew very well that this 1,000-year dream had been tremendously beneficial to him. Although he was still only able to execute the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword, his understanding of the sword was now far more stable and solid than it had been before. And as he continued to move forward on the Tao of the sword, he would feel a vague sense of recognition of what to do next. In fact, he would even have a vague sense of what it felt like to completely master the Tao of the sword. The path of immortal cultivation was akin to a blind man using his sense of touch to search for rocks which would allow him to ford a river. Now that he had vague understanding of the path forward, he would be able to move through it much more quickly. Thank you, Master. Ning immediately fell to his knees. I just gave you a single helping hand. How much you can make of it is up to you. The patriarch pointed gently, and a streak of light flew directly into Ning's mind. Ning could sense a large amount of information pouring into his brain. Only after a long period of time did he become clear-minded again. The Dark North Sutra? The 4 scrolls of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens? Ning could sense the cultivation techniques that were now within his soul. The first scroll of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was divided into the Hotion, Xianxia, and Zifu levels. The second scroll of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was divided into the Wanxiang, Primal, and Void levels. The third scroll was the Empyrean God Scroll. The fourth scroll was the True God Scroll. The Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was created by Crimson Bright. Even Yuhua praised this technique, and it truly is an exquisite specimen that allows you to train all the way to the True God level, the patriarch said. As for the Dark North Sutra, it is a water element key refining method that was created by Tao Father Carefree. It will allow you to train all the way to the level of Tao Fathers of the Great Firmament. One is body refining, the other is key refining. In the future, they shall serve as your foundation, the patriarch said. Yes. Ning was absolutely delighted. Dark North Sutra? Something which Tao Father Carefree had created? Just from this alone, he could tell that this was one of the most supreme key refining techniques of the 3 realms. In the 3 realms, key refining techniques and body refining techniques aren't that valuable, the patriarch said calmly. Divine abilities and secret arts are much more valuable. However, not even the Grand Xia Emperor possessed techniques like the Dark North Sutra. Only someone on Patriarch Subhudi's level would dare describe it as not that valuable. My Mount Inner Heart has 2 Tao palaces which contain all things within them. Formation techniques, construct techniques, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the saber, Taiji, lightning arts, lotus arts. It includes all types of techniques, as well as many divine abilities and secret arts. It will be up to you to acquire them if you can, the patriarch said calmly. The Tao cannot be casually transmitted. If you wish to learn, then you must show the ability to learn. Your disciple understands, Ning said respectfully. Go then. Calmly focus on studying the Tao here in my Mount Inner Heart. Only when your power is sufficient shall you be permitted to leave the mountain and return to your world of the Grand Xia, the Tao Father said. And when you leave my tutelage and leave the mountain, I shall give you 2 great gifts. Master, at what level will my power be enough? Ning asked. When you reach it, I will tell you, the patriarch said. Ning was instantly speechless. He was being told to study the Tao, but he didn't even know when he would be allowed to leave his master's tutelage. Go now, the patriarch said, calmly closing his eyes. Without my permission, you are not to come here and disturb me. Understood. Ning immediately left obediently. Only after Ning left did the patriarch open his eyes again. He gently shook his head. How long has it been? This is the first time I've ever been so talkative in front of a disciple. When I thought of 3 lives, of that tremendous calamity we faced, my heart ended up being disturbed. Ji Ning walked out of the Taoist monastery. Outside of it was the white-robed Lord Jiang, Little Qing, and Uncle White. Master! Little Qing had already transformed into an azure-robed maiden. She immediately called out in delight upon seeing him. The white-robed Lord Jiang smiled as he looked at Ning. I should now address you as junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother, Ning called out in response. The two novitiates outside the Taoist monastery all revealed looks of surprise. The white-robed Lord Jiang said with a laugh, Clearwater and White River, Master has just accepted junior apprentice brother Ji Ning as his disciple. The two of you need to remember this. Greetings, Uncle Master. The two novices both said towards Ning. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning, Lord Jiang said with a laugh. Clearwater and White River are the personifications of two protocosmic spirit treasures who always serve him. Normally, even if I wish to meet with Master, I must first notify him and receive his permission, but the two of them are always by his side. They are able to see Master far more often than disciples like ourselves. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing were all greatly shocked. Protocosmic spirit treasures? Greetings, apprentice nephews. Ning naturally didn't dare to show any hint of arrogance. No need to be so courteous, Uncle Master. We are merely two protocosmic spirit treasures. It is incomparably difficult for us to even train in cultivation. How can we possibly compare to the two of you? Your training speed far surpasses us, the novitiate named Clearwater said. Protocosmic fiendgods were the fiendgods who had been born by the heavens and the earths after Pangu had created the universe. Protocosmic spirit treasures were the magic treasures that were born by the heavens and the earths after Pangu had created the universe. Immortal cultivators were generally only capable of making mortal-ranked, earth-ranked, heaven-ranked, immortal-ranked, and pure yang magic treasures. Even major powers were only capable of creating pure yang magic treasures. This was the limit for manufactured treasures. However, pure yang magic treasures possess souls. They could absorb energy from the natural world, comprehend the profound mysteries of the universe, and have a very tiny chance of breaking through to become a protocosmic spirit treasure. Junior apprentice brother, the scenery here is quite beautiful, and it is also quite secluded. This can be your home, here at Mount Innerheart. Junior apprentice brother, you can place your immortal estate here. The white-robed Lord Jiang looked at Ning as they arrived within a secluded region. Creeks could be seen nearby, as well as ripe red spirit fruit hanging from the branches of trees, as well as some fairy birds flying past. Ning nodded. Fine. Here it is, then. He had come to the Tri-Star Crescent abode in order to study the Tao. It didn't really matter where he lived. In addition, this place which Lord Jiang had helped him choose was indeed worthy of being an abode for an immortal. Whoosh! The immortal estate descended, landing upon the grassy region. Mount Innerheart has spirit fruit and wells. You can eat and drink from them as you please, Lord Jiang said. There are many dire monsters in this mountain, but you must remember that they cannot be killed. Those ordinary animals that are merely at the Hotian level, however, can be hunted, cooked, and eaten. Right? Ning nodded his head. We can only eat ordinary animals? Little Qing was mumbling by herself. Senior apprentice brother, Master told me earlier that Mount Innerheart has 2 Tao palaces that include everything within them, Ning said. Right? Lord Jiang nodded. I'll take you 3 over. The place in the entire Tri-Star Crescent abode with the most fiend gods and dire monsters was the Divinity's Palace. That's the Divinity's Palace, one of the 2 Tao palaces. Lord Jiang pointed to a 9-layered palace in the distance. The Divinity's Palace is divided into 9 levels, each one containing all sorts of techniques, including those for formations, golems, the Tao of the sword, evasion, lightning, magnetism. All sorts of divine abilities and secrets arts are within it. The higher up you go, the more profound the mysteries are. The 9th floor naturally has the most profound techniques. Anyone can come to the Divinity's Palace. All living creatures within Mount Innerheart can enter and learn. However, the Tao cannot be casually taught. There is a simple test that must be taken before studying a technique or secret art. Only after passing the test can you learn it, Lord Jiang said. Ning nodded and immediately asked, Then my 2 spirit beasts can study here as well? Of course. Lord Jiang nodded. The techniques and arts within the divinity's palace might not be the most profound and arcane ones possessed by the Tri-Star Crescent abode, but they vastly surpass the Tao repositories of your Grand Xia world. Do you have techniques and secret arts of the Grand Tao of Chengkuan 1? Little Qing was extremely delighted. Do you have many formations here? The Whitewater Hound was excited as well. Far more than exist in your entire world of the Grand Xia, Lord Jiang said confidently. Even Tao Father Crimsonbright is inferior to my master in terms of how many techniques he possesses. If you want to learn key refining, body refining, formations, the Grand Tao of Chengkuan, the Grand Tao of Taiji, you can learn all these things. All you need to do is pass that simple test. Little Qing and the Whitewater Hound instantly realized that their chance had come. Actually, everyone within Mount Innerheart had some sort of connection to Tao Father Subhuti. Some were his disciples or grand disciples, while others were his disciples' servants, spirit beasts, etc. In short, they were generally all under Patriarch Subhuti's command, which was why it made sense that everyone here within Mount Innerheart was permitted to learn these techniques. There are many humans here, but even more dire monsters and fiend gods. Ning saw many figures on the ground outside the divinity's palace. There were even avian dire monsters flying about, as well as some fiend gods that had extremely strange appearances. Senior apprentice brother, what's the other Tao palace? Ning asked. 2 Tao palaces, the divinity's palace, and the 3 realms palace. All living creatures within Mount Innerheart are permitted to enter the divinity's palace, but only personal disciples of the Patriarch or those with special dispensation from the Patriarch are allowed to enter the 3 realms palace. Lord Jiang continued, Junior apprentice brother, since you are still weak, you are technically only an honorary disciple for now. However, Master treats you as he does his other personal disciples, and so you can enter the 3 realms palace. Your 2 spirit beasts, however, cannot. Ning nodded in understanding. The 3 realms palace holds some of the most truly supreme divine abilities of the 3 realms, as well as some terrifying secret arts. These things cannot be casually taught. Even personal disciples are only permitted to learn a few, at which point Master forbids them from learning any more, Lord Jiang said. To be able to learn a few is already a tremendous fortune. After all, for normal Empyrean gods, being able to learn even one of these techniques is already enough to allow them to roam the 3 realms fearlessly. This caused Ning's heart to be filled with a blazing fire. The power to roam the 3 realms without fear. And generally, when a student leaves his tutelage, Master will bestow a divine ability or secret art that is very suited to him, Lord Jiang said with a laugh. Ning now remembered that his master had said that when he left, he would be given 2 great gifts. Divinity's Palace, 3 Realms Palace. Lord Jiang sighed. Junior apprentice brother, you must remember that you must have the ability to acquire one of the techniques or secret arts from the 9th level of the Divinity's Palace before you can enter the 3 Realms Palace. If you can't even acquire the 9th level techniques, then you naturally aren't qualified to enter the 3 Realms Palace, Lord Jiang said. As for the other living creatures of Mount Innerheart, generally speaking, after they have the ability to learn 9th level techniques, they will eventually be shooed off the mountain. Ning nodded. This was something that was different for personal disciples. And although Ning was only an honorary disciple, his treatment was completely in line with that given to personal disciples. The 3 Realms Palace. Ning felt an itchiness in his heart. Junior apprentice brother, spend some time and look around. If there's anything you need, just come find me. I live just up the mountain. You can ask anyone and they'll tell you where I am, Lord Jiang said. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, Ning said with gratitude. A minor matter. Lord Jiang left gracefully. He had long ago ascended past his apprenticeship and had reached the pure Yang True Immortal level. The main reason he continued to live at Mount Innerheart was because he liked the peaceful quiet of this place, and because he could occasionally listen to Patriarch Subhuti expound on the Tao. After all, at his level, everyone's main goal was to become a Tao Father. Tao Fathers were truly the most supreme figures of the 3 realms. The 3 Realms Palace is so tiny, Little Qing mumbled. It looks completely unremarkable. It's a place that holds the most supreme divine abilities and most terrifying secret arts of the three realms. This Tao Palace should be built to look a bit more imposing and have at least a bit of immortal majesty. Ning blinked as well. The distant Three Realms Palace was just an ordinary little building, just 10 or so meters high. Outside the building, there was a skinny old man that was lying down taking a nap, a fan across his chest. His slumbering snores were quite loud. Even at this distance, Ning could hear everything clearly. The Divinity's Palace. Ning, Little Qing, and the Whitewater Hound arrived at the Divinity's Palace. The humans, dire monsters, and fiend gods outside the Divinity's Palace all looked at the three with curiosity. Who are these three? Why haven't I seen them before? I've never seen them either. They must have just come to the mountain. I saw Patriarch Zhang leading them around earlier. Perhaps that fur-clad youth is a disciple which Patriarch Zhang accepted as a disciple. Their auras are very weak. It seems these three are at the Wanxiang level. Right? Quite weak. The humans, monsters, and fiend gods chatted amongst themselves, clearly not recognizing this group. In front of the entrance to the Divinity's Palace, there was a handsome man in a white robe and who held a white fan in his hands. The handsome man languidly barked, "Hush!" Instantly, everyone fell silent. All the humans, dire monsters, and fiend gods all fell silent. This handsome man was in charge of the Divinity's Palace. Of course they respected him. In addition, he was also an incredibly, terrifyingly powerful primordial fiend god. His power was incomparably great, far greater than any of theirs. Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning. The handsome man smiled and nodded towards Ning. My name is Silvermoon. You may simply refer to me as Senior Apprentice Brother Silvermoon. I already know of your affairs. Ji Ning greets you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Ning could sense an incomparably terrifying aura emanating from this handsome man's body, an aura comparable to the one which Empyrean god Sitopple had. All of the humans, dire monsters, and fiend gods were completely stunned. Junior Apprentice Brother? That old demon Silvermoon had actually addressed the fur-clad kid as Junior Apprentice Brother? That meant this fur-clad kid was Patriarch Subhudi's disciple. For a mere Wanxiang adept to become Patriarch Subhudi's disciple, there was no question that the Patriarch viewed him with great favor. If he was to become a celestial immortal, he would definitely become a personal disciple. Right? The white-robed, fan-holding man glanced at the many distant humans, dire monsters, and fiend gods. He said calmly, "All of you listen up. This Ji Ning is the new disciple the Patriarch has just accepted. All of you need to be respectful. Those of you who should address him as Uncle Master, do so. Those of you who should address him as Patriarch, do so as well. Respectful greetings, Uncle Master. Respectful greetings, Patriarch." All of these mighty humans, dire monsters, and fiend gods were all calling out to him with respect. Ning stared at these figures. There were all at least at the primal or void levels. There were even quite a few void-level fiend gods and god beasts. Void-level fiend gods. These were figures on the level of that fiend god he had met in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. For all of them to be obediently calling out to him as Uncle Master and Patriarch, Ning felt this was quite bizarre. "Come in, Junior Apprentice Brother," the white-robed man said. Ning immediately turned and entered the Divinity's Palace. The very first floor was filled with bookshelves and countless books. Atop one of the bookshelves, there was a line of large characters. If you clean the mountain path of Mount Innerheart once, you can choose a technique at will. That's the requirement for learning these techniques and secret arts? Ning stared in amazement at the line of characters above the bookshelf. The Patriarch had told him previously as well that a simple trial would have to be passed before one could train in these techniques. Ning had already been prepared for this and had the feeling that the trial would be easy. But this was too easy. Just clean the mountain path once? It must be understood that everyone with access to the Divinity's Palace was extraordinary. Most likely, they'd be able to clean the mountain path in the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Ning pulled out a sword arts manual and flipped through it. He was instantly astonished. This was definitely at the level of the lesser 5 elements sword manual. Wow! This is an immortal ranked key refining technique, little Qing called out. This book on formations is definitely not inferior to the 9 scrolls on formations. The Whitewater Hound grew excited as well. Ning swept his gaze forward. The enormous bookshelves were simply brimming with books, and above all of them were the same line of characters. If you clean the mountain path of Mount Innerheart once, you can choose a technique at will. Clearly, the requirement for choosing any book on this first floor of the divinity's palace was the same. The handsome white-robed man shook his head and laughed. In Mount Innerheart, there is an old saying, "The techniques and secret arts of the divinity's palace, when learned, shall allow you to become a celestial immortal or empyrean god. The divine abilities and secret arts of the 3 realms palace, however, shall allow you to be able to roam and dominate the 3 realms. Master learns of the affairs of the 3 realms through his dreaming, and so he is naturally incredible in collecting divine abilities and secret arts. The number of techniques and arts he has collected here in the divinity's palace from ancient times till now is simply uncountable. Even at the lowest level here on this first floor, the techniques present are considered quite excellent in ordinary worlds," the white-robed Silvermoon said. Ning nodded gently. Indeed, through the dream of the 3 realms, his master was indeed quite astonishingly good at collecting various sorts of techniques. Senior apprentice brother. So this is the trial for learning first-level techniques? Ning pointed at the line of characters. Right? When cleaning the mountain paths, you have to personally sweep it using a broom. Most likely, even immortal cultivators will need half a day to clean the many levels and layers, Silvermoon said. Ning nodded. If one could use techniques, it would be much faster, but if one had to use a broomstick, it would indeed take considerably more time. The first level is too simple. Junior apprentice brother, follow me, Silvermoon said. All right. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and little Qing all followed Silvermoon, the manager of the divinity's palace, up the stairs and to the 2nd floor of the palace. The bookshelves of the divinity's palace also all had a line of characters above them. The line said, "Wipe down every single table within the entire divinity's palace, and you can choose a technique at will." So easy. Ning blinked, lowering his head to stare at the sword arts manuals. These are already comparable to some of the supreme manuals the Black-White College has. What a precious place. The Whitewater Hound was completely stunned as well. And this is just the 2nd level? I've never even seen such deep and profound techniques. Little Qing's eyes were completely crimson. Ha ha ha! Come, let's go see the 3rd level, Silvermoon laughed. They arrived at the 3rd level. Above the bookcases were a line of characters. Get rid of the weeds within 100 kilometers and you can choose a technique at will. The nearby Silvermoon said, you have to pull up every single weed manually. To pull up all the weed within 100 kilometers, 1 weed at a time. That should take at least a month or so. Getting harder. Ning nodded. He was beginning to notice that each progressing level had a higher level of difficulty. Although it was all just manual labor, it took up time. Pulling up 100 kilometers of weed for a single technique, then pulling 10 or 100 would need. Little Qing muttered to herself. Let's look at the 4th floor. Ning led them upwards once more. The bookshelves here had a new line of characters above them. Personally plant 10,000 fruit trees, and you can choose a technique at will. This seems a bit easier than the weeding, Little Qing said in a puzzled manner. Ning nodded as well. Weeding had to be done within 100 kilometers. There would definitely be far more. Ah, you don't understand. These fruit trees are not the fruit trees of the mortal worlds. These are fruit trees that bear immortal fruit or spirit fruit. They naturally require tremendous care when planting. Even though immortal cultivators have incredible abilities, for them to carefully plant 1 tree at a time by hand, 10,000 will take at least half a year, Silvermoon said. Half a year? So much hard work for half a year, just to learn a single technique? And this is just the 4th level, right? Little Qing stared. Ning was quite calm. He continued to the 5th floor. one floor after another. The trial of the first floor only required half a day's worth of work. The trial for the second floor required 3 days. The trial for the third floor required a month. The trial for the fourth floor required half a year. The trial for the fifth floor required 3 years. The trial for the sixth floor required 20 full years. The trial for the seventh floor required a century. And here is the eighth floor. Although Ning was filled with questions, he still looked calm on the surface as he arrived on the eighth floor of the divinity's palace. The number of books on this floor was clearly much lower. The key refining techniques here had already surpassed the pure yang level and were at the Taofather level. The divine abilities and secret arts here, any one of them could serve as a foundational treasure for the likes of the Imperial Shimong clan. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing simultaneously turned their gazes towards the line of characters above the bookshelves. The line of words read, "Serve as novitiate guards for the Tristar Crescent abode for 1,000 years, and you can choose a technique at will." The seventh floor only required 100 years, but this one requires 1,000. Little Qing couldn't help but say, "How long are we going to have to stay here at the Tristar Crescent abode before we can leave it?" But the techniques and secret arts here, I imagine that not even the most treasured techniques of the Young Flame clan or the Northmont clan are so deep and profound. Ning was still quite calm. "Come, let us go to the ninth floor." The ninth floor was the final floor of the divinity's palace. On this floor there were only 3 bookshelves, and they didn't have that many books on them. Clearly, however, these were truly standouts. Any book here would allow the practitioner to become a powerful expert of the 3 realms. They could absolutely serve as pinnacle techniques, and for normal disciples here at Mount Innerheart, these were the ultimate techniques available. Only personal disciples and those with special permission from Patriarch Subhuti could go to the 3 realms palace. Ning discovered to his astonishment that the bookshelves were completely black, with no characters above them. Why aren't there any characters? Can it be that the techniques here on the 9th floor cannot be taught? Little Qing was puzzled. Ning turned his head to look towards the nearby Silvermoon. "Senior apprentice brother, the trials for the first 8 floors of the divinity's palace require increasingly longer periods of time to complete. Can it be that there is no trial for the 9th floor? And can it be that the only way to learn the techniques of the divinity's palace is to engage in manual labor? The 8th floor requires one to be a novitiate for 1,000 years to learn a technique. Does that mean if you want to learn 10 techniques, you would have to spend 10,000 years? Ning had been planning to train for just a few decades or a century and then return to the world of the Granxia. This was his agreement with Yu Wei. To spend 10,000 years here at Mount Innerheart? He would be arriving far too late. "Ha! You are quite clever, junior apprentice brother." Silvermoon waved his feather fan, then said leisurely, "The divinity's palace actually has 2 types of trials. The first type consists of manual labors which naturally are not difficult at all. All one needs to do is spend some time. For those slightly dumber cultivators with poorer comprehension abilities, this is usually the type of trial they will choose. 1,000 years as a novitiate to learn the powerful techniques of the 8th floor? It is worth it." Ning nodded. After one became a primal, one's lifespan became limitless. All one had to do was be able to overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. To spend 1,000 years on a single technique was indeed worth it. You can view this as a gift which Master gave to Mount Innerheart. Although it is said that the Tao cannot be casually taught, Master only required these simple trials be passed, Silvermoon said. But of course, for truly peerless geniuses who have superior comprehension, there is naturally no need to engage in all this manual labor. There are other trials for such individuals. "What trials?" Ning asked. Silvermoon laughed. "Junior apprentice brother, didn't you notice that in the empty region outside the divinity's palace, where all those humans, monsters, and fiend gods were congregating, there were some restrictive formations and spells?" Ning thought back to what he had seen, then nodded. "Right. That region was indeed marked with some formations and restrictive runes. That place is the place for battling," Silvermoon said. "Master created 9 golems at 9 different of power. Anyone who is capable of defeating the first golem is allowed to pick a technique from the first level of the divinity's palace at will. If you defeat the second golem once, you can choose a technique from the second floor at will. If you beat it twice, you can choose 2 techniques. 3 times, pick 3, and so on. If you beat the third golem, you can choose from the third floor. The principles are the same for the 9th golem. If you defeat it, you can naturally choose a technique from the 9th floor. Silvermoon smiled as he looked at Ning. Understand, junior apprentice brother? This trial is quite simple as well. Understood. Ning nodded, then asked with suspicion. If you beat it once you will gain 1 technique. If you beat it twice you will gain 2. Can it be that the more times you fight, the more powerful the golem will become? When you actually go fight them, you'll know the answer. Silvermoon no longer gave any more information on this. But remember, these fights are meant to test your insights into the Tao. Thus, all divine abilities are forbidden, as well as any formations, forbidden arts, etc. I hear you are a sword immortal. If so, then you are only permitted to use your sword and sword arts. Unleash the full power and sharpness of your sword arts. Ning nodded. By doing manual labor, one can learn techniques up to the 8th floor. Only by defeating the 9th golem, however, can the 9th floor techniques be learned. Silvermoon looked at Ning. Junior apprentice brother, once you defeat the 9th golem and learn a 9th floor technique, you can go to the 3 Realms Palace. Right? Ning nodded, then asked, Senior apprentice brother, which golem should I test myself against for now? There isn't much point in acquiring those weaker sword arts manuals. It's best to start from a higher place. Since Master was willing to accept you as his disciple, I imagine that you are a rare, peerless genius as well. How about this? Why don't you give the 6th golem a try? This was Silvermoon's best guess, as he didn't know anything about Ning's level of power. Still, he could guess that Ning was most likely a supreme genius. The 6th golem? The 6th floor. Ning thought back to the 6th floor. The sword arts manuals there were already even more profound than the full 9 stances of the 3-foot sword. Every sword arts manual there surpassed the best that the Black-White College had to offer. But I'm only at the Wanxiang level, Ning said, a bit worried. Isn't that a bit? Don't worry. The 9 golems which Master created are extraordinary. They will release different levels of power based on the strength of their foes. Since you are at the Wanxiang level, the elemental key these golems will use shall also be at the Wanxiang level. If you were a void level Earth Immortal, then the elemental key these golems would use would also be void level. This is why I said this is a test of your comprehension of the Tao. It doesn't matter if you are a Wanxiang adept, a primal Taoist, or a void level Earth Immortal, Silvermoon said. Ning instantly felt reassured. Good. Then I'll give the 6th golem a try. Come, let's go to the testing ground. Silvermoon immediately led Ning down from the 9th floor of the divinity's palace to the empty field outside. Outside the divinity's palace. All of you step back, Silvermoon instructed. All of the disciples of Mount Innerheart present all hurriedly departed from the empty region. Silvermoon waved his arm, and a golem that was more than 3 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. The golem's body seemed completely metallic, and its arm had 6 hoops around it. Junior apprentice brother, this is the 6th golem, Silvermoon said. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Ning was filled with anticipation. Silvermoon, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing immediately left the dueling grounds. As for the other Mount Innerheart disciples, they all revealed looks of amazement and curiosity. Uncle Master is going to duel a golem. The Patriarch is about to show his power. The little Patriarch is immediately challenging the 6th golem upon arriving at the power. I imagine that he's pretty confident in being able to defeat it. He's only a Wanxiang adept, but he actually dares to fight the 6th golem. What level of insight into the Tao must the little Patriarch have reached? No wonder Patriarch Subhuti took him as a disciple. He truly is a peerless monster. I've been on the mountain for thousands of years, but I'm still unable to defeat the 6th golem. I had to serve as a novitiate in order to acquire an 8th level Divinity's Palace technique. An old void level dire monster growled. challenging the sixth golem as soon as he comes up the mountain? Formidable, formidable indeed. Even in the major world from whence I come, it is rare for such a peerless genius to come in countless lifetimes. These humans, monsters, and fiend-gods all spoke out in praise. As they saw it, since Ning had been chosen by Patriarch Subhuti as his disciple, he was assuredly extraordinary. In addition, that old demon Silvermoon, the manager of this divinity's palace, was also a personal disciple of Patriarch Subhuti. Since he chose the sixth golem for Ning, he probably felt confident that Ning could beat it. Formidable. A peerless genius. Incredible. The disciples of Mount Innerheart were all filled with eagerness as they waited to watch. The trial grounds. Ning was exchanging stares with the distant sixth golem. From far away, little Qing was cheering, "Master, Master, beat the snot out of that golem. Little Wanxiang kid, if you want to beat me, bring out your power." The 3-meter-tall golem growled, then waved his hand as a long sword suddenly appeared within it. Good. A dark north sword appeared in each of Ning's hands as well. Kill! Ning instantly charged forward. All of the disciples of Mount Innerheart present, as well as the old demon Silvermoon, were watching this battle carefully. After having mastered the Tao path of the gale, Ning's speed had become incredibly fast. He blew forward like a gust of wind and arrived before the sixth golem, and his dark north swords instantly struck out like 2 streaks of dazzling sword light. After experiencing the 1,000-year dream, Ning's sword arts had clearly become firmer and more stable, and his movements were more pure and exquisite as well. Bang! The golem struck out with its long sword, and the earth itself seemed to tremble. The long sword actually came smashing down with the weight of a mountain, and Ning could even see with his naked eyes the vague illusion of massive mountains appearing around it. The might and aura of this sword stance caused Ning to feel completely awestruck. Not good. The difference in power is too great. Ning, upon seeing the illusion of massive mountains which had manifested around the golem's sword chop, instantly felt completely unable to resist. The profoundness of the attack's formless Tao. His own 2 chopping streaks of sword light became as thin as silken, becoming incomparably soft. Boom! The golem's long sword smashed down upon Ning's twin Dark North swords. A surge of invincible power crushed downwards, and Ning was sent flying through the air like a meteor. He only stopped when he arrived at the edge of the trial grounds, where a nearly invisible barrier hovered in the air. The barrier blocked Ning's fall, but his 2 Dark North swords were also sent flying into the air, and they then smashed against the restrictive barrier and fell to the ground. "I admit defeat," Ning hurriedly called out. The flesh on his 2 hands had been completely split open, and blood was leaking everywhere. Just a single exchange of blows. But his sword had actually been knocked flying. This difference in power was simply too enormous. But the many disciples of Mount Innerheart who were watching outside the trial grounds, be they human, monster, or fiend-god, all were completely flabbergasted at what they had just seen. They blinked. As they saw it, Ning was the chosen of Patriarch Subhuti, and so he surely must be extraordinary. Even when these other disciples had first arrived on the mountain, they were generally able to defeat the 2nd or 3rd golem. Some of the more powerful ones were able to defeat the 4th or even the 5th golem. None of the ones present had been able to defeat the 6th golem right away, but over the course of Mount Innerheart's many years of history there had been some who had defeated the 6th golem upon arriving. The statuses of these disciples were far lower than Ning's. Ning was the Patriarch's disciple. All of the other disciples believed that Ning was going to make a miracle happen. But unfortunately, this exceptionally extraordinary Ning was actually defeated in one blow. He wasn't even able to fight back. "Master!" Little Qing looked towards Ning, tight feelings appearing in her chest. Her master was the number 1 figure in his conclave, and she had thought for certain that her master was going to dazzle everyone with his power upon arriving at Mount Innerheart. But he had actually been defeated so miserably. Master must be feeling horrible right now. And there were so many Mount Innerheart disciples watching. That despicable old bastard, Silvermoon. He's the one who told Master to fight against the sixth golem. Ning, child. The Whitewater Hound had not expected this either. The fan-wielding Silvermoon hastily waved his arm, collecting up the sixth golem. He hurriedly ran over. Junior apprentice brother, I didn't know exactly how strong you were, but since Master took you on as a new disciple, Silvermoon hadn't done this on purpose. He knew exactly how stringent and exacting Patriarch Subhudi's requirements for accepting new disciples were. Those who were accepted as disciples before becoming celestial immortals or Empyrean gods were all incredibly talented, so monstrously skilled as to cause utter terror. Thus, he had guessed that this new junior apprentice brother of his, Ji Ning, should be able to give the sixth golem a good fight. Even if he were to be defeated, he should have been able to fight for quite a long time before losing. He hadn't expected at all that Ning would be defeated with a single blow, and that he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. It isn't your fault, senior apprentice brother. Ning shook his head. He could tell that the spectating humans, monsters, and fiendgods all had a look of surprise, puzzlement, and even hidden disdain in their eyes. Clearly, these immortal cultivators cared about strength the most. Even though his status was high, if he wasn't strong enough, others would still look down on him in their hearts. It was simply that I was not strong enough, Ning said. The sixth golem truly does vastly surpass my current limits. It was my fault, Silvermoon said hurriedly. This junior apprentice brother had suffered such a huge defeat in his first trial upon coming up the mountain, and he had been the one who had chosen the opponent. He naturally felt extremely ashamed. He hurriedly said, given the sword techniques you displayed, you definitely would have no problems defeating the third golem, and as for the fourth golem, you have a chance as well. Which one would you like to choose? The fourth golem, Ning said. How about you take a break? Then fight? Silvermoon asked. Ning shook his head and chuckled. I was instantly defeated in that earlier battle. I used up almost no divine power at all as a result. There's no need to rest. Silvermoon, seeing the smile on Ning's face, couldn't help but nod mentally to himself. This junior apprentice brother had an impressive mentality. He had been defeated in front of so many watchers during his very first trial, but he remained quite calm. All right, Silvermoon nodded, then waved his arm. Yet another golem, a fiery red golem, appeared within the battlefield. This golem had 4 circlets around its arm. This Uncle Master Ji Ning seems to be ordinary in power. He was actually completely unable to fight back against the sixth golem. Right? He's quite puny. Puny my ass. When you came up the mountain, you probably would have been defeated by the sixth golem in one blow as well. I'm just my master's spirit beast, while Ji Ning is the old patriarch's disciple. I even have to address him as patriarch. How can you compare the two of us? When I first arrived, I was also able to defeat the fourth golem. Look, it is starting. The patriarch is starting to fight against the fourth golem. The disciples of Mount Innerheart had all originally been filled with admiration towards Ning, but now they found out that this Ji Ning was rather so-so. In fact, compared to the rest of them when they had first arrived in the mountain, Ning's performance was average at best. He was completely unremarkable. Actually, many of these other disciples were the personal disciples that had been accepted by true immortals or Empyrean gods. They, too, were truly first-rate geniuses which the true immortals and Empyrean gods had chosen from throughout the 3 realms. Not even the likes of Adept Blackstone or Adept Ninedeaths would necessarily be chosen by true immortals or Empyrean gods. From this, one could imagine how much talent and comprehension ability these disciples possessed. Some disciples were disciples of celestial immortals. Some were spirit beasts. Others were Fiendgod servants. Some of them had merely been at the Wanxiang level when arriving at the mountain. Some had already reached the primal level. Some had even reached the void level. Some void-level Fiendgods had lived for an incredibly long time, and were born with a very high level of insight into the Tao. It was normal for them to be able to defeat the 5th golem or 6th golem. As for the disciples of celestial immortals, they were also quite extraordinarily talented, and could absolutely compare to the likes of Kangwu Jiu or Adept Blackstone. Thus, the vast majority of these disciples who had to refer to Ning as Uncle Master or Patriarch were, in reality, the peerless geniuses of the major worlds they came from. Some were even more monstrously formidable than that. But this Patriarch's sword arts aren't bad. It seems he should be able to defeat the fourth golem. Right? He should be able to beat the fourth golem. But just barely. Right? Just barely. The disciples of Mount Innerheart all gave their evaluation. Towards this Ji Ning, the disciple of the old patriarch who had an incredibly high status. They no longer felt too much reverence for him. Slash. A streak of sword light plunged into the golem's chest. It didn't even sink in a single inch before it became unable to go in any deeper. The golem came to a complete halt. It stared at Ning unmovingly, then said in a low voice, "You won." These golems were non-living creatures. Even void-level fiendgods that fought against them would be unable to destroy them. Thus, being able to break through their outer layer of protection was enough to symbolize victory. Junior apprentice brother, you can now go to the 4th floor of the divinity's palace and choose a technique at will. The fan-holding Silvermoon said with a smile as he walked over. With a wave of his hand, he collected the golem again. Ning smiled. Fortunately, he had experienced the 1,000-year dream earlier. His sword arts had indeed stabilized and become more firm, and his execution of them had become more profound and unpredictable as well. That was the only reason why he was able to defeat the 4th golem. Otherwise, he would have probably only been able to beat the 3rd golem. This was as he had expected. After all, he had been forbidden from using any divine abilities, resulting in his greatest source of power, the star-seizing hand, being unusable. His power would naturally be much lower as a result. Although he had become the champion of his conclave of immortal destiny, he was actually a bit weaker than Kangwu Jiu Shimang Zishan and the others when it came to his comprehension of the Tao. He had only become champion thanks to the star-seizing hand. Senior apprentice brother, when ordinary disciples of Mount Innerheart first arrive at the mountain, which golem are they generally able to beat? Ning asked. The newcomers are sometimes a bit weaker while sometimes a bit stronger. On the whole, they are on par with you, I suppose. However, they have generally trained for centuries before arriving, while some have trained for thousands or tens of thousands of years, Silvermoon said. As they chatted, the sound around them was blocked from transmitting to others. Ning laughed. Given how many years the ordinary disciples have been in the mountain, they are definitely more powerful than they were in the past. It seems I am the weakest person here at Mount Innerheart. Still, Ning continued to feel complete confidence in himself. He had only trained for 30 years, and had just arrived at the mountain. After 100 years, he would definitely be able to surpass them all. And he also had the star-seizing hand in reserve. In these trials against golems, since his divine abilities were unusable, his greatest advantage had been neutralized. Still, no matter what, compared to the ordinary disciples of Mount Innerheart, he was at the bottom of the barrel. A 30,000-meter tower starts from the ground. He still had to work hard. Junior apprentice brother, how long have you been training for? Silvermoon asked. More than 30 years, Jining said. Silvermoon instantly began to laugh. Ah, no wonder. That explains it. So you've only been training for around 30 years. For you to be able to defeat the 4th golem despite having trained for such a short period of time. I trust that in the future, here at Mount Innerheart, your rate of improvement will be similarly astonishing. Ning smiled. Thank you for your kind words, senior apprentice brother. Under the gazes of the many humans, monsters, and fiendgods, Ji Ning and Silvermoon stepped into the 4th floor of the divinity's palace. The profoundness of any of the sword arts manuals located on the 4th floor was comparable to the complete 9 stances of the 3-foot sword. This truly is a blessed land for learning the Tao. Ning flipped through the abridged versions of the sword arts manuals, which included some of the preliminary parts to each technique. His eyes and eyebrows danced expressively as he read. So many sword arts. This place represents the collective enlightenment gained by countless sword immortals of the 3 realms. My own sword arts will definitely improve dramatically after I draw from the wisdom of so many other sword immortals. And so, Ning's life of learning the Tao at Mount Innerheart had begun. If he wanted to leave his master's tutelage, he had to at least be able to defeat the 9th golem and acquire a 9th-level technique from the divinity's palace. Only then could he enter the Three Realms Palace, and only then could he leave. This was a prerequisite. He had to be trained as a personal disciple would be trained, which meant that he had to be able to enter the Three Realms Palace and learn the truly powerful divine abilities located within it. This was the most fundamental of expectations which Patriarch Subhuti had for Ning as his apprentice. Ning understood this quite well. Ning and Yue had agreed that they would reunite in the future in the Xianxia world. And so, he had to enter the Three Realms Palace as soon as he could. Ning didn't want to spend centuries or millennia here at Mount Innerheart. If he truly did spend thousands of years here, then what in the world would happen to the people he cared about in the Xianxia, such as Yue, Autumn Leaf, Mu North Sun, or Xianxia? I have to defeat the 9th golem as soon as I can, ideally within a few decades. This was Ning's goal for himself, but he knew very well how incredibly difficult this goal would be. I can't allow myself to be distracted whatsoever during this period of time at Mount Innerheart. Lotus techniques, divine will techniques, I'll put them all to one side for now. Here in the divinity's palace, I will exclusively focus on sword arts manuals. Sword arts focused on attacks. This was Ning's decision. Time slowly flowed on. Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and Little Qing all spent their time training on Mount Innerheart. And in fact, the Whitewater Hound and Little Qing were even more excited than Ning to be here. What should I do? The 3rd golem defeats us with utter ease. Little Qing said helplessly. It seems that we might not even be able to beat the 2nd golem. The Whitewater Hound said helplessly as well. The disciples of Mount Innerheart were almost all incomparably talented monsters who came from throughout the 3 realms. Some of the others were spirit beasts of celestial immortals who had trained for a very long time. By comparison, the Whitewater Hound and Little Qing had trained for a very short period of time. There's nothing we can do. Let's go do manual labor, the Whitewater Hound said. That's our only option. Little Qing nodded as well. And so, both of them went to accept the manual labor trials. They spent nearly a full month manually de-weeding the surrounding 100 kilometers of land. Only then were they allowed to choose a 3rd-level technique from the divinity's palace. The techniques on the 3rd floor of the divinity's palace, any one of them, when placed within the Black-White College, would become the most treasured technique of the college. Ha ha ha! So someone like me can actually acquire a technique like this. Little Qing snatched up a copy of the Qianquan sword song with absolute excitement. I can now finally truly train on the Grand Tao of Qianquan. These are the writings of a celestial immortal on formations? The Whitewater Hound was holding a book on formations. He too was incomparably excited. Both of them were actually extremely gifted. Uncle White was a Whitewater Hound. Although in other aspects he was rather ordinary for a godbeast, in one aspect, he was exceptional, his intelligence. Little Qing, in turn, had absolutely astonishing talent in the Grand Tao of Qianquan. She was even able to use the Void Blink, spatial teleportation, technique at the Xiantian level. Although at that point in time, there was no way Little Qing could actually understand the profound mysteries and principles behind spatial teleportation. This was her innate ability as a godbeast. All she had to do was be able to touch upon just the slightest bit of this Grand Tao and she would be able to teleport. She didn't need to actually understand it. Just brushing against the Grand Tao of Qianquan allowed it. However, neither of two had ever had a truly good teacher. Ning had the help of the Stellar Hall of the Underwater Estate, and also had the guidance of Immortal Diansai. Uncle White and Little Qing, however, had to work hard to study on their own. Having arrived at Mount Innerheart, however, everything had changed. They had a chance to interact with so many talented humans, monsters, and fiendgods. The void-level fiendgods in particular had lived extremely long lives, and their level of experience was definitely not inferior to Immortal Diansai's. For the sake of giving Ning face, they would often give pointers to Little Qing and Uncle White. And occasionally, The two would even have a chance to ask the likes of the white-robed Lord Jiang or the old demon Silvermoon for some advice as well. But most importantly of all, Patriarch Subhuti had begun to lecture on the Tao. Patriarch Subhuti rarely expounded on the Tao. Sometimes 10,000 years would pass without a single lecture. However, ever since he had taken on Ning as a disciple, Patriarch Subhuti immediately began to give far more open lectures on the Tao than before. In fact, he would expound on the Tao almost every month. This was a habit for Patriarch Subhuti. Generally speaking, after taking in a new disciple, he would often expound on the Tao with great frequency for a time. But if he didn't take in a new disciple, he would only expound on the Tao when he was in the mood for it. After all, the old patriarch only truly valued his personal disciples enough to do it. As for the other disciples, they generally didn't even have a chance to meet or speak with the old patriarch. Thus, all of the disciples of Mount Innerheart were in a state of collective excitement. Even several true immortals or Empyrean gods would occasionally come over to listen. The Tao Father lives up to his reputation. The Whitewater Hound was currently filled with the utmost of excitement. Listening to the Tao Father expound on the Tao once is more helpful than me ruminating by myself for a century. So many of the questions in my mind have been explained, and I have now mastered a Tao path. The Tao Father must have completely mastered the Grand Tao of Chenkuan. His casual mentions regarding it have caused me to comprehend so much. I can now even teleport out of a space-locked region. Little Qing was excited as well. 1 year after another passed. The two of them had spent another half-year doing manual tasks and had acquired a technique from the 4th floor of the divinity's palace. These manual tasks just took up time. They didn't need to actually use up too much of their mental energy on them. They were able to completely focus on training in the Tao while carrying out the menial jobs. They then spent another 3 years carrying out menial jobs, thus acquiring a 5th-level technique from the divinity's palace. And then they spent another 20 years before finally acquiring a 6th-level technique from the divinity's palace. The 6th-level techniques would be considered amongst the most supreme of techniques in the Xianxia dynasty. Almost all of them were created by celestial immortals, and some were even created by pure Yang true immortals. The 26th year at Mount Innerheart. Ah-ha-ha-ha! I'm invincible! Invincible! As rain poured down from the skies, Little Qing ran around wildly in circles around Ning's immortal estate, her body flickering and flashing about. Her figure was very blurry as she repeatedly teleported about with high speed. Little Qing! Little Qing! Ning stood there at the entrance to his immortal estate. Just by standing there, he gave off the aura of an immortal sword, causing others to feel an uncontrollable desire to submit to him. How are you now invincible? Can't you see it's raining? Stop running around like that. Ning laughed. Little Qing, the Whitewater Hound, spoke in the human tongue as well. What is going on? Why are you so excited? Ah-ha-ha-ha? Continuing to laugh, Little Qing suddenly appeared in front of Ning with a swish. Master! Master! Little Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. I'm now able to use greater teleportation. I'm finally able to use greater teleportation. What? Greater teleportation? Ning revealed a look of surprise. When he had killed young Flame Nong, he had once acquired a Dao seal of greater teleportation. In the underwater estate, he had also acquired one as a protective item. Normal void blink techniques or spatial teleportation techniques. They were all classified as lesser teleportation. They only allowed one to teleport around within a single region. At most, they would allow one to move a certain distance. As one gained more and more insights into space, one would be able to teleport greater and greater distances, and even spacelock techniques would begin to become ineffective. But upon completely mastering the complete Grand Tao of Chenkuan, one would be able to use greater teleportation. Greater teleportation. It could allow you to teleport from one world to another world. For example, one might be located in the Netherworld Kingdom, but with a single greater teleportation, one could move straight back to Serpent Wing Lake of the Xianxia world. This was why young Flame Nong had been so confident despite having been trapped within the Witch River Immortal estate. He knew that no matter how dangerous things became, All he had to do was use the greater teleportation Dao seal, and he would be able to immediately flee back to his clan's headquarters in the Xianxia world. But unfortunately, he had viewed Ning with complete contempt, and had believed Ning to pose no threat to him at all. By the time Ning released that black loop, there was no longer a chance for young Flame Nong to escape. "I've reached the Grand Dao domain level of the Grand Dao of Chenkuan," Little Qing said excitedly. "I'm already capable of greater teleportation. Ha ha ha. I'm now invincible. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Ah ha ha ha. I can now escape from any formation, no matter how formidable." Ning and the Whitewater Hound both laughed. Azure Sky Snakes possessed astounding talent and affinity for space. Upon reaching the Grand Dao domain level, they could become as one with the Grand Dao, and thus they would be able to utilize greater teleportation. There was no point in even feeling jealous about it. "Master, teach me some more about the sword. I now have a greater understanding of the Grand Dao of Chenkuan, and my ability to improve my sword arts will improve as well," Little Qing immediately said. She wanted for Ning to be able to teach her, and so she had chosen to learn the sword as well, fusing her Grand Dao of Chenkuan into her sword arts. "All right," Ning nodded. Little Qing was improving, but his own rate of improvement was even more astonishing. After all, from the time when Ning established his Zifu region in the Xianxia world to the day he entered Mount Innerheart, only roughly 20 years had passed. Now he was training at Mount Innerheart, and he even had the chance to listen to his master Patriarch Subhuti lecture on the Tao. He also often went to meditate in the Stellar Hall, and also fought constantly against the golems, so as to further sharpen and refine his sword arts. He also had countless exquisite sword arts to analyze. How could his rate of improvement be slow? With each defeat of a golem, Ning was allowed to choose a new technique. But with each fight, the golems would change as well. For example, during the first battle, the fourth golem had used overbearing, powerful sword arts. During the second, third, and fourth battle, however, the golem had used different techniques. At the start, the golem only changed between different sword art styles, but afterwards it even began to use sabers, long spears, staves, and even flying swords, magic treasures, or formations to assist it. This made the fourth golem increasingly difficult to defeat. However, Ning's own power was improving at an astonishing rate as well. He had now analyzed more than 100 sword arts from the fourth level of the Divinity's Palace, all of which were comparable to the complete 3-foot sword. Next, Ning had defeated the fifth golem more than 30 times and analyzed more than 30 sword arts manuals from the 5th floor. After that, Ning defeated the sixth golem more than 20 times and acquired more than 20 sword arts manuals from the 6th floor. And then, Ning had defeated the 7th golem 18 times, acquiring 18 sword arts manuals from the 7th floor. Although he had read and analyzed multiple sword arts manuals, many of which had been written by Empyrean gods or true immortals and some of which had been written by Tao fathers, Ning continued to spend most of his efforts on the 3-foot sword, keeping it at the heart of his sword arts. He infused the strengths and excellences of the other sword techniques in the 3-foot sword, causing it to be continuously improved and perfected. There were now more and more differences between the current 3-foot sword and the one which Immortal Northwalker had originally created. In fact, it had now transformed into an even more formidable sword art that belonged to Ning and Ning alone. And so, completely focusing on his training, Ning spent more than 30 years here within Mount Innerheart, within a grassy area in the Tri-Star Crescent abode. This was the location of Ji Ning's Immortal Estate. Within a courtyard inside the Immortal Estate, Ning was seated in the lotus position on the ground, eyes shut, completely unmoving. Next to him lay a large snowy white hound. Whoosh! An azure-robed maiden appeared out of nowhere. It was Little Qing. "Don't make a sound." The Whitewater Hound opened his eyes, hurriedly sending her a mental message. "What is it, Uncle White?" Little Qing looked puzzledly at Ning, seated in the lotus position with shut eyes. She sent mentally back, "Master is training? But doesn't he usually go into his private room when meditating? Why is he sitting here on the ground?" When training, Ning actually spent most of his time within the still room in the underwater estate. This was a training room built by Taoist Three Lives which truly did allow one to gain insights into the Tao at an astonishing rate. But of course, the very existence of the underwater estate was a huge secret. Patriarch Subhuti had also reminded Ning that he absolutely could not reveal its existence. Thus, not even little Qing or Uncle White knew about it. He was taking a stroll in the courtyard but suddenly had a flash of insight, and so he immediately sat down in the lotus position to meditate on it. The whitewater hound sent back. This flash of insight came suddenly. He didn't have any time to waste on running back to his private room. Oh, little Qing nodded. This was how sudden flashes of insights often worked. When they came, they had to be seized right away. During the past 30 years, Master Sword Arts have improved at an astonishing rate. He's even defeated the 8th golem 9 times. He's now gained a sudden flash of insight. His power is definitely going to improve dramatically, little Qing said excitedly. He might even be able to beat the 9th golem. The 9th golem. Even many void-level dire monsters and fiendgods were helpless before it. From this, one could tell how utterly astonishing Ning's rate of improvement had been during the past 30 years. My child Ning's talent is extremely high, and his affinity for the Tao of the sword is particularly exceptional, the Whitewater Hound said. When in the Grand Xia world, he had to divide up his attention amongst multiple types of techniques as well as engage in all sorts of battles. Here at Mount Innerheart, however, there is no infighting at all. In addition, Ning has completely focused his attention on his sword arts for more than 30 years. His sword arts have already exceeded an utterly inconceivable level. Right? Truly inconceivable. Little Qing nodded as well. During the past 30 years, little Qing had improved dramatically as well, having mastered greater teleportation. The Whitewater Hound was more intelligent than little Qing, with superb comprehension ability. Thus, he had become a true grandmaster of formations. But Ning's improvement outstripped both of theirs. Originally, the ordinary disciples of Mount Innerheart murmured amongst themselves about the strength of this new disciple, not feeling much respect for Ning. Afterwards, however, Ning began to focus all his heart and efforts on sword arts, and his abilities began to dramatically rise without pause. He defeated the 5th, 6th, 7th, and even the 8th golem, causing all of the disciples of Mount Innerheart to be completely tongue-tied in shock. Even the controller of the divinity's palace, the old demon Silvermoon, had said with an emotional sigh, "Junior apprentice brother Ji Ning truly is a peerless future sword immortal. His improvement in his sword arts has been utterly terrifying." Although Patriarch Subhuti helped by expounding on the Tao, as the saying went, the master might open the door, but cultivation depends on the self. The Patriarch could give some advice at critical moments, but most of Ning's cultivation and insights came from himself. Clearly, he was extremely well-suited to the Tao of the sword. Even the similarly peerless sword immortal, Lu Dongbin, had felt the desire to recruit him, and had made repeated requests to take him as his disciple. Unfortunately, the Grand Xia Emperor had steadfastly refused. However, thanks to this setback, Ning had ended up arriving at Mount Innerheart and becoming apprenticed to Patriarch Subhuti. Quick, look! On the 12th day of Ning sitting in the lotus position in meditation, Sword Ki suddenly began to fill the pavilion area around Ning. Swish! Swish! Little Qing and Uncle White both hurriedly stepped back, moving to a distant pathway to watch from afar. They saw that more and more streaks of Sword Ki began to appear in the area around Ning. Suddenly, Ning opened his eyes as well. Is this the realm which Senior Northwalker had reached in the past? Ning murmured gently to himself as the countless streaks of Sword Ki around him began to gather together, becoming extremely solid and dense and forming into a single, dazzling immortal sword that glowed with white light. Chop, Ning said. Slash. The Sword Ki that had formed into a sharp immortal sword of light sliced through the air, and as it did so, the illusion of an enormous black dragon actually appeared above it. This illusory black dragon coiled around the flying sword of light, and in the eyes of the black dragon a look of wanton arrogance could be seen. The flying sword of white light sliced through the air, and the surrounding space completely exploded. The 9th stance of the 3-foot sword. Ning murmured to himself, sword roaming the three realms. The most powerful sword technique left behind by Senior Northwalker. I finally mastered it. However, I feel as though this sword technique of Senior Northwalker's, this sword roaming the three realms, is too flamboyant and brash. It isn't stately enough. If this technique could be altered to be slightly more reserved and not so brash, its power might rise even more. Ning's own level of judgment was now extremely high. It must be understood that the sword arts manuals on the 4th floor of the Divinity's Palace were already on the level of the complete 3-foot sword. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. Although Ning hadn't chosen certain techniques that overlapped with techniques he had already chosen, he had still analyzed a total of more than 100 sword arts manuals. Ning had even chosen 9 books from the 8th floor of the Divinity's Palace, each of which had been written by major powers of the three realms. Although they were written rather casually, they were still unfathomably profound. Given that Ning already had so many sword arts for his perusing, how could he not have superb judgment by now? Immortal Northwalker had roamed the world by himself and painstakingly taught himself. Ning, however, had become an apprentice to Patriarch Subhuti, and had the chance to analyze countless sword arts that had been collected from throughout the three realms. Given that he was incomparably suited to be a sword immortal, how could he not be extremely astute in judging these types of techniques? I have now completely mastered all 9 stances of the 3-foot sword. Ning nodded to himself. However, I've modified the first 8 stances to make them more suited to me. As for this 9th stance, I will need to modify it as well. With so many peerless sword arts manuals available to him, Ning's foundation in the Tao of the sword was indeed at an inconceivably sturdy level. Master, master. Little Qing flew over. That sword technique just now. It seemed to be unfathomably profound. Did you make a breakthrough? Yes. I've already mastered the 9th stance of the 3-foot sword. Ning nodded. The 9 complete stances of the 3-foot sword were Lustrous Sword Heart, Manifold Thistlethorns, Sudden Sword Light, Sun in the Sky, Moonlight Hiding the Sword, Grand Tao Domain, Horizontal Sword Execution, Immortal Devil, and Sword Roaming the Three Realms. The nearby Uncle White also said with amazement and excitement, Ning, child, I heard that by using this 3-foot sword, Immortal Northwalker was comparable to a celestial immortal in power. There are even celestial immortals whose sword arts are not as profound as this 3-foot sword. Your sword arts are already now comparable to that of some celestial immortals. Immortal Northwalker was comparable to a celestial immortal, but that was a bit of a misleading saying. Ning had often chatted with his fellow disciples here at Mount Innerheart, and he now naturally knew much more than he had in the past. It is extremely hard for a person to overcome the celestial tribulation and become a celestial immortal. Some void-level earth immortals have fairly simple tribulations, while others might have tribulations that are hundreds or even thousands of times harder. In fact, I've even heard that for some void-level earth immortals, the celestial tribulation didn't even descend at all. It just dissipated. In addition, celestial immortals have trained for varying amounts of time, and some are unaffiliated individuals who train on their own while others are apprenticed to major powers. Naturally, they will all be at different levels of power. Thus, Immortal Northwalker being comparable to a celestial immortal was only in reference to the most ordinary type of celestial immortals. For example, loose immortal Juhua had lived for many millions of years and was also referred to as being comparable to celestial immortals, just like Senior Northwalker who had lived for 1,000,000 years, Ning said with a laugh. There are great differences in power between celestial immortals. Things are quite tricky. It's possible that monstrously powerful loose immortals who have lived for millions of years or 10 million years might be able to kill weak celestial immortals, but the most powerful celestial immortals, I hear that some of them have already completely mastered the Grand Tao of the Sword or other Grand Taos, and are extremely close to becoming pure Yang true immortals. These are the geniuses of celestial immortals, and some are even able to compete against pure Yang true immortals. Thus, even amongst celestial immortals, there are still many varying levels of power. This thing about being comparable to celestial immortals, haha, that's just a form of praise and flattery, Ning said. Indeed. At present, Ning has already reached the 15th level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens as a Fiendgod body refiner, which was comparable to an early-stage void-level Fiendgod body refiner. Upon using his star-seizing hand and his terrifyingly powerful sword arts, he was definitely no weaker than the former immortal Northwalker by now. When Ning had first entered the Black-White College, he had felt incomparable veneration for immortal Northwalker. Naturally, at the time, he had felt nothing amiss about the saying that he was comparable to a celestial immortal. But now that Ning himself had already reached immortal Northwalker's level, he felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing himself being praised as comparable to celestial immortals. After all, Ning knew very well that he was currently merely on par with ordinary celestial immortals. If he were to run into slightly more powerful celestial immortals, they would probably be able to defeat and even kill him. But little Qing still said excitedly, "Master, stop being so modest. No matter what, your sword arts are definitely at the level of a celestial immortal by now. In fact, you are even superior to ordinary celestial immortals, right?" Ning was startled for a moment, then let out a resigned laugh and said, "True, but little Qing, I'm still just a minor figure in the 3 realms. It's best for me to be a bit more low-key at my current level of power. Master, it can be said that at your current level of power, you are utterly invincible against anyone below the celestial immortal level." Little Qing didn't show the slightest hint of modesty at all. Ning smiled. Invincible against anyone below the celestial immortal? Most likely even monstrously powerful loose immortals who had lived for millions of years wouldn't be that much more powerful than the current Ning. It could indeed be said that he was at the very peak of power for those below the celestial immortal level. However, in the 3 realms, loose immortals were still just minor figures. Only celestial immortals had some status. As Ning was the old patriarch's disciple, he had higher standards for himself. "I haven't even accessed the 9th floor of the Divinity's Palace or the 3 Realms Palace," Ning mused to himself. "After I go to the 9th floor and to the 3 Realms Palace, especially the 3 Realms Palace my fellow disciples have all said that so long as I can acquire a single technique from the 3 Realms Palace, I can rely on it to roam the entire 3 realms. By then, I'll probably be much more powerful than I currently am. I'll no longer be on Immortal Northwalker's level, and will probably be on Immortal Juhua's level. Even against fairly formidable celestial immortals, I should still be able to keep myself alive." Ning was quite eager to see the 3 Realms Palace. "Little Qing, Uncle White," Ning instructed, "I am going to go into secluded meditation to further perfect my 3-foot sword. For now, continue to handle your own affairs. There's no need to pay me any attention." "All right," the Whitewater Hound nodded. "Master, you are going into seclusion right after making a breakthrough? The gap in power between you and me is growing greater and greater," Little Qing said helplessly. But then she chortled, "Fortunately, I have greater teleportation. It will probably be a long time before you can do this, right, Master?" Ning shook his head. A long time? He was a human. He had to completely master the Grand Tao of Chenkuan before he could use greater teleportation. He was still extremely far away from mastering his Grand Tao of the sword, much less the Grand Tao of Chenkuan. Rumble. The stone door slid shut as Ning entered his private room. A rippling wall could be seen in this private room, and as Ning stepped into the ripples, he arrived within the underwater estate. "Ji Ning, you have finally mastered the 9th stance of the 3-foot sword." Within the underwater estate, the giant yellow bear was waiting with a smile on his face. "Senior, will I now be capable of challenging the 8th level of the War God Hall?" Ning asked. More than 10 years ago, he had already passed the 7th level of the War God Hall and chosen an immortal-ranked magic treasure. The giant yellow bear nodded lightly. "Your chances are quite good. You can give it a try." Ning smiled, then walked towards the corridor. At every distinct level of power, Fiendgod body refiners would have just 2 chances to attempt to pass the War God Hall's trials. Thus, Ning would generally ask the giant yellow bear for his opinion. Each trial represented a supreme treasure, and so Ning didn't dare to be too reckless in taking them. This was especially true now, as they represented immortal-ranked magic treasures. A short while later. Whoosh! Ning walked out from the War God Hall. Success! Ning let out a soft breath. On the 8th floor of the War God Hall, he had encountered an ancient, void-level fiend god. Ning's own crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens was only at the 15th stage, and he was only comparable to an ordinary early-stage void-level fiend god body refiner. If he was to be compared against real fiend gods, he would probably only be equivalent to a peak primal-level fiend god. A void-level fiend god was a full level higher than him in power. It also had its own divine abilities that allowed its might to increase even further. This truly had been a bloody, hard-fought battle. In fact, the void-level fiend god had even unleashed 3 powerful clones as he transformed his single body into 3 mighty fiend gods which surrounded and assaulted Ning. Ning had used the 3 heads, 6 arms ability, the star-seizing hand, and had sent his sword light flashing everywhere. And in the end, he managed to seize the upper hand, then force the fiend god to admit defeat. That was absolutely fantastic. After studying the Tao for 30 years here at Mount Innerheart, I finally defeated a void-level fiend god. Ning thought back to the past, when he had roamed the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Back then, he had been nothing but an ant in the eyes of that ancient void-level fiend god. But now, he himself was on the same level of a void-level fiend god. He was no weaker, and in fact he had just defeated one. Strange. Why would a void-level fiend god have appeared within the underwater estate? Ning's heart was filled with questions. He had asked the spirit of the underwater estate, that giant yellow bear, about some of these questions, but the spirit refused to say. Ji Ning, congratulations. You've defeated the 8th level of the War God Hall. The giant yellow bear appeared out of nowhere. In the past, even Immortal Juhua himself was only able to overcome the 7th level. Immortal Juhua, after becoming a loose immortal, had finally challenged and overcome the 7th level. A long time later, he became powerful enough to challenge and overcome the 8th level, but by then he no longer had any chances left to make the attempt. Senior, I'm going to choose a treasure now, Ning said with a laugh. Last time, when I overcame the 7th level, the book of treasures you brought out only included high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasures. There wasn't a single top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure to be found. This time, there definitely will be, the giant yellow bear said. And during your 3rd selection, the number of treasures will be even greater. Ning felt resigned. This was in accordance with the rules of the treasure hall. In principle, one had 3 chances to acquire immortal-ranked magic treasures. They would come when one challenged and overcame the 7th and 8th levels of the War God Hall, and when one reached the 16th level of the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens and entered a brand new and distinct level of power. But the number of immortal-ranked magic treasures available for the choosing during the first chance was quite limited. The second choosing saw more choices. As for the third, all of the immortal-ranked magic treasures which Taoist 3 Lives had left behind would be put on display. Naturally, many exquisite specimens would be made available then. You know, it is a minor matter for you, as the controller of the treasure hall, to pull out those other treasures and let me choose from them, right? Ning felt resigned. Can't do it. The giant yellow bear shook his head. Not even I can change the rules which Master left behind. In the past, it was because you had just entered the Wanxiang Adept level, the level at which a cultivator is most likely to perish, that Master's rules allowed for an exception to be made and for you to choose some protective treasures. As for now, you are sufficiently strong enough already. We must follow the rules now. Ning nodded. Ning entered the treasure hall. An amount of time equal to boiling a kettle of tea passed. He left the treasure hall, another immortal-ranked magic treasure in his hands. Ha ha ha! Ning laughed as he walked out of the treasure hall. He was indeed much happier with what he chose during this second choosing than he had been for the first. Senior, I'm going to go to the still room for a period of closed-door meditation, Ning said, then headed to the underwater estate's still room. Rumble. The door to the still room swung open, then once more swung shut. Ning sat down in the lotus position atop that enormous bed of netherwater jade. The inky jade bed emanated an astonishing aura of coldness. causing even the soul to feel chilled. The very first time he had sat atop this bed of netherwater jade, Ning had felt as though his soul had been completely frozen. However, Ning was now far more powerful. His insights into the Tao were at a high level. His Tao heart was firmer. His soul was more powerful. Even the bed of netherwater jade was only able to make Ning feel extremely cool and relaxed. Rumble. The grand Bodhi still heart formation began to emanate ripples of power. Ning's heart turned completely calm. With a wave of his hand, Ning caused 2 treasures to appear and levitate before him. One treasure was a golden circlet. As for the other, it was a set of 9 black immortal swords that seemed to flutter in and out of existence in a transient manner. The golden circlet was the item Ning had chosen when he had overcome the 7th level of the War God Hall. It was known as the tripartite immortal locking circlet. It was a high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure that was meant to trap or restrain foes. Once a foe was caught by it, it would become very hard for the foe to escape, and in fact some weaker foes would be restrained and absorbed into the circlet itself. There was a standalone dimension within the circlet, and it could be used to collect living creatures or inanimate objects. Upon being trapped within it, even the likes of a pure Yang true immortal would be unable to depart from it. But of course, pure Yang true immortals wouldn't be so stupid as to just stand there and allow it to draw them in. As for the 9 black immortal swords, they were the set of immortal-ranked magic treasures which Ning had just chosen after having overcome the 8th level of the War God Hall. They were known as the Heavenraker swords. All 9 of them were top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords. These 9 swords, although they were individually still inferior to the Thousand Bull sword, which had reached the very peak of top-grade immortal-ranked magic items and was almost comparable to a pure Yang immortal sword in power, there were 9 of these Heavenraker swords. Taken as a whole, they were not weaker than the Thousand Bull sword at all. Most importantly of all, Ning had once seen a sword art's secret manual on the 9th floor of the divinity's palace, which was known as Heavenraker. Ning had previously asked the giant yellow bear, Senior, on the 9th floor of the divinity's palace, I saw a sword art's manual titled Heavenraker. The abridged version stated that this technique was a sword art created by a major power of the 3 realms known as Taofather Heavenrake. Might I ask if there is a connection between the Heavenraker swords and Taofather Heavenrake? Ha ha ha! This set of Heavenraker swords were specially designed to be used to execute the Heavenraker sword technique. The Heavenraker sword technique was already tremendously famous back in the primordial world of Pangu, and is still an extremely famous sword art in the current 3 realms, the giant yellow bear had said with a laugh. And so, Ning had immediately chosen this set of swords. Ning sat there atop the netherwater jade bed, staring at the 2 mighty immortal-ranked magic treasures before him. He nodded gently. After I defeat the 9th golem, I'll immediately go to the 9th floor of the divinity's palace and choose the Heavenraker sword technique. In the future, I will need to slowly perfect the 3-foot sword by absorbing many of the best points from other techniques. As for Heavenraker, if things are as I suspect, it will become yet another technique that I can use to defeat my foes. The sword arts which Immortal Northwalker had created was more than a bit lacking compared to some of the powerful sword arts contained within the divinity's palace. Ning had already completely overhauled and perfected the first 8 stances. As for the 9th stance, he had improved and perfected it. He himself would have to go create a 10th stance and an 11th stance for this technique. The sword arts which Ning himself created would be the sword arts that were best suited to him, and which would be the most powerful in his hands. However, before he actually created his own sword arts, the Heavenraker technique could be used for a period of time. This tripartite immortal locking circlet, after Uncle White becomes a void-level Earth immortal, I'll give it to him, Ning murmured to himself. This circlet wasn't of great use to him, and when he had chosen it, it was with the intention of giving it to Uncle White. Uncle White was a grandmaster of formations, but he was lacking in attacking techniques. This tripartite immortal locking circlet could transform into the tripartite powers of heaven, earth, and man. It was incredibly difficult to use, but it was very well suited for Uncle White, who was a grandmaster of formations. It didn't even require Uncle White to go fight in close combat. It was indeed quite well suited for him. This closed-door session lasted for more than a month. Ning completely and thoroughly overhauled this 9th stance of the 3-foot sword roaming the 3 realms, making it more reserved and stately, while also making it even more ferocious and fast. For Immortal Northwalker, the 9th stance of sword roaming the 3 realms represented the pinnacle, but for Ji Ning, the 9th stance was just a midway point. He was definitely going to go create a 10th and an 11th stance. It's already summer? When Ning walked out of his immortal estate, he saw the sun hanging high in the sky, blazing with incomparable heat. Every single world was illuminated by the solar star and the lunar star. This was even true for the estate world of the Tri-Star Crescent abode. Every single world would see the projections of the solar star and the lunar star. For example, within the world of the Xianxia, there was also a solar star and a lunar star. Because the solar star was a bit closer to the world of the Xianxia, in that world, the solar star was a bit larger while the lunar star appeared a bit smaller. Although they were only projections of the solar star and the lunar star, they still possessed utterly terrifying power. Clearly, the power of these 2 stars, the most supreme and exalted of celestial bodies, was utterly inconceivable. Uncle Master. Patriarch. Patriarch. Many disciples of Mount Innerheart were currently congregated outside the divinity's palace. Some were quietly training in the Tao, others were discussing it, and still others were relaxing. Upon seeing Ning arrive, they all hurriedly rose to their feet and called out with respect. During the course of these 30 years, these disciples of Mount Innerheart now felt true esteem for Ji Ning, an admiration which came from the depths of their heart. Ning just nodded lightly, then stepped into the divinity's palace. He started from the 1st floor and walked all the way to the 9th. On the staircase to the side of the 9th floor, the white-robed Silvermoon was seated, leaning against the banister. There was some immortal wine, roasted goose, and other roasted meat next to him. His feather fan was covering his stomach as he just lay there napping. Ning was in no hurry. He first walked to a nearby bookshelf, then picked out the sword arts manual titled Heavenraker. The secret manuals located here on the 9th floor were all extraordinary. Ning flipped through the abridged version, then nodded gently, revealing a hint of a smile. Heavenraker was indeed created by Tao Father Heavenrake of the 3 realms. It required 9 immortal-ranked flying swords to be used, and ideally the 9 swords would all be infused with the 36-layered Heavenrake sword formation. This Heavenraker, it uses the profound mysteries of the elements of water and earth, has also been infused with the secrets of the Grand Tao of Chenkuan, and is unleashed through the Grand Tao of the sword. Ning nodded to himself. He was quite skilled in water, Chenkuan, and the sword. As for earth, Tao Father Heavenrake had clearly prepared some more elementary sword techniques amongst the many sword techniques. Although Ning had few to no insights regarding the element of earth, he could still use those sword arts that didn't include the earth element. In the future, he would probably advance in earth as well as a result. Senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Ning put down the abridged version, then walked next to Silvermoon and called out to him. In fact, he even gave him a little push. Senior apprentice brother. Ha! Only now did Silvermoon open his eyes. What is it? Senior apprentice brother. I want to challenge the 9th golem, Ning said. The 9th golem? Silvermoon immediately rose to his feet. Feather fan in hand, he began to laugh in surprise. Junior apprentice brother? Do you feel confident? Haven't fought it before, so hard to say, Ji Ning said. Junior apprentice brother, you are always so modest. Come. Let's hurry. Show me what you have. Silvermoon immediately led Ning down from the divinity's palace and to the empty testing grounds. Many of the disciples of Mount Innerheart were gathered in the empty area. Even little Qing and Uncle White had hurried over here, because Ning had sent his 2 spirit beasts a mental message earlier, telling them that he was going to challenge the 9th golem. Little Qing and Uncle White had paused their training and hurriedly ran over to watch the fight. Can it be that Patriarch Ji Ning is going to challenge the 9th golem? He's already defeated the 8th golem 9 times by now, right? He might really be challenging the ninth golem. There are so many of us here, including some monsters that have lived here for tens of thousands of years, but none of us have ever defeated the ninth golem. The other disciples were all stealthily chatting amongst themselves. In fact, some of them even spoke out towards Little Qing or Uncle White. Azure Sky Snake, Whitewater Hound. Which golem is Patriarch Jining challenging? Little Sister Qing. Don't tell them, just tell me alone. Over the course of the past 30 years, Little Qing and Uncle White had become quite familiar with these disciples. Uncle White smiled. Little Qing just raised her head proudly. Just keep watching and you will find out. The distant Ning and Silvermoon were currently chatting with each other. These two both had very high statuses, and generally speaking the normal disciples of Mount Innerheart wouldn't dare to speak to them too often. Whoosh! Silvermoon waved his hand, and a golem appeared out of nowhere. This golem's entire body was a white jade color. Around his right arm were 9 circular loops, and the invisible aura of power emanating from him was quite strong. The ninth golem. The ninth! Uncle Master Jining is actually challenging the ninth golem. Instantly, a series of startled cries rang out as everyone felt excited. Life here at Mount Innerheart was too relaxed and peaceful. Normally, everyone just focused on quietly training in the Tao. Thus, when someone went to challenge the ninth golem, many of the other disciples would cluster around to watch. And this particular challenge was issued by Jining, who had just become a member of Patriarch Subhuti School around 30 years ago, and who had been selected as the old Patriarch's future personal disciple. This naturally caused great excitement. Within the testing grounds, Ning and the ninth golem stared at each other from afar. This is your first time challenging me, but your Fiendgod body is only at the peak primal level, the ninth golem said, his eyes flashing with hidden sharpness as he carefully inspected Ning. Ning knew that this ninth golem had been personally forged by his master, Patriarch Subhuti, and that it was comparable to a pure yang treasure in power. It had its own soul and possessed intelligence. A pair of Dark North swords appeared in Ning's 2 hands. Enough chit-chat. Show me your most powerful sword attacks. Humph. The ninth golem let out a cold snort as a wide, heavy sword appeared in his hands. Then I'll play with you for a bit. As soon as his words came out, the ninth golem took a single step forward, causing the ground to tremble as he suddenly appeared in front of Ning. He had moved so fast that Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ning's feet moved just slightly as he simultaneously sent the twin swords in his hands blocking upwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive illusory wave that seemed to fill the heavens suddenly appeared. Ning's sword arts had reached a high enough level that it could call upon the aid of a large amount of natural energy, thus generating this sort of manifestation. The illusory wave swept forward, Ning's sword light within it. Clang, clang, clang. The ninth golem's heavy sword carried incomparable savagery and dominance, and with each stroke the heavy sword smashed against the wave. Ning's sword technique was more tenacious and powerful, and it came out in a steady, unbroken stream. By contrast, the ninth golem's sword technique was more savage and ferocious. However, in the face of Ning's unbroken, flowing string of attacks, the ninth golem was finding it increasingly hard to hang on. So you have a bit of talent after all. If I don't bring out some of my true power, I won't be able to beat you. The ninth golem produced a second heavy sword in his other hand as well. Boom, boom. The 2 heavy swords began to whirl out, seeming to have transformed into an enormous windmill and creating the massive illusion of a whirlpool above it. The enormous whirlpool illusion clearly represented an enormous amount of natural power had been summoned, and the ninth golem's sword technique clearly became even more savage and dominating. It carried a crushing, grinding power that was able to completely suppress Ning. Sword roaming the 3 realms. Upon being suppressed, Ning instantly changed his sword technique. He immediately executed sword roaming the 3 realms, which he had perfected while in closed-door training. 2 streaks of dazzling sword light flew out like a pair of black dragons that were swimming through the air. These 2 roaming black dragons twined around each other as they pounced towards the enemy. Bang! 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 Their respective sword lights clashed out 3 times. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The 9th golem and Ning had moved past each other while exchanging blows. Their backs were to each other, and the 9th golem was completely unmoving. As for Ning, he put away the Dark North swords in his hands. On the golem's chest, there was a wicked, savage-looking wound. During their 3 clashes, Ning's sword had clearly been a slight bit faster, although it was only faster by a small amount. It had been the deciding factor in this battle. The 9th golem lowered his head to look at the wound. The wound on his chest disappeared in the blink of an eye. "You win." The 9th golem turned, giving Ning a glance. "You beat me in our very first fight. You can now enter the 9th floor of the divinity's palace." "Jadesuffer, this is my junior apprentice brother. It is only natural that he beat you." Silvermoon walked over. "Junior apprentice brother?" The old patriarch took on a new disciple. The 9th golem looked towards Ning in surprise. "The more disciples who defeat you, the closer you are to freedom. You should be happy. All right, time for you to go back to your place." Silvermoon waved his hand, instantly collecting the 9th golem again. "Junior apprentice brother, congratulations." Silvermoon smiled towards Ning. "Come, let's go into the divinity's palace." "Right?" Ning nodded. He immediately followed Silvermoon into the divinity's palace. The disciples of Mount Innerheart watched this all happen in a daze. They stared as Ning and Silvermoon entered the divinity's palace. He won. He actually won. Patriarch Ji Ning defeated the 9th golem. What a dominating sword art. What a terrifying sword art. Uncle Master truly is a peerless sword immortal. All of them sighed in endless amazement. It has only been 30 years, right? It has only been about 30 years since the patriarch became the old patriarch's disciple, right? 30 years ago, the patriarch was just barely able to defeat the 4th golem, but after 30 short years, he has actually defeated the 9th golem. "I've been here on this mountain for nearly 1,000,000 years. A 6-armed Fiendgod whose body was wreathed in dim flames muttered to himself, then shook his head and sighed. "You humans truly do have a ridiculous level of comprehension. I'm a human and I've been on the mountain for 1,000 years, but I haven't beaten the 9th golem. Not even celestial immortals are necessarily capable of defeating the 9th golem. 30 years. No wonder the old patriarch chose him as a disciple. The personal disciples of the old patriarch truly are all formidable. Little sister Qing, can you ask the patriarch to lecture to us on the Tao sometime? Brother White, your master's sword techniques are truly formidable. I have many questions with regards to the sword. Can we have your master provide us with a few pointers sometime?" Everyone was discussing what had just happened. Little Qing and Uncle White both felt their hearts filled with delight. After just 30 years, Ning had defeated the 9th golem. This caused all the ordinary disciples of Mount Innerheart to sigh in amazement at how inconceivable this was. However, for the personal disciples such as the old demon Silvermoon, this was as expected. Ning and Silvermoon were walking up the stairs in the divinity's palace, striding upon the wooden steps as they moved upwards. "Junior apprentice brother, for you to be able to defeat the 9th golem after 30 years is quite impressive." Silvermoon laughed. "All of those ordinary disciples below us are completely shocked right now." Ning didn't feel as though there was anything to be proud of. He had the guidance of his master, Patriarch Subhuti, as well help from the stellar hall of the underwater estate. He would often sit atop the bed of netherwater jade within the still room in the underwater estate, and constantly attuned to the Tao within the Grand Bodhi Still Heart formation. 30 years? His original goal had always been to defeat the 9th golem within a few decades. Might I ask, how did my senior fellow disciples do? How many years did they spend in order to defeat the 9th golem? Ning asked curiously. Amongst Master's many personal disciples, your performance can be described as normal, Silvermoon said with a laugh. Ruling out the ones who were already extremely strong when they first followed Master. There have been a total of 12 who were very weak when they first followed Master. The fastest one took 1 year, while the slowest one took more than 13,000 years. Ning was amazed. The fastest one took 1 year? The slowest one took more than 10,000. A personal disciple of the old patriarch who had taken more than 10,000 years. This was too ridiculous. And just a single year for the other? This was also too crazy. Master has a total of 19 disciples. There were 7 who were already extremely strong when they accepted him as their master, while there were 12 who accepted him as master when they were weak, Silvermoon said. Amongst them, 9th junior apprentice brother had an exceedingly high level of comprehension. Back then, Master's avatar was roaming the ancient primordial world. He ran into 9th junior apprentice brother, who at that time was nothing more than an ordinary child who loved to paint. Master just provided him with a single line of guidance, and 9th junior apprentice brother transformed overnight from an ordinary child who had never before engaged in cultivation to the level of having completely mastered an entire Tao path, the Tao of Inkwater. He then followed Master to Mount Innerheart. After a year, he defeated the 9th golem. Ning blinked. To transform overnight from an ordinary child who loved painting to someone who had completely mastered a complete Tao path? To defeat the 9th golem after a single year? Next are 3rd senior apprentice brother and 6th junior apprentice brother, Silvermoon said. Both of them only spent a few years to defeat the 9th golem, and when they first joined the school neither had engaged in any cultivation training. However, they have extraordinary heritages. 3rd senior apprentice brother was blessed with tremendous luck when he was born, as he is a golden crow who was born on the solar star. As for 6th junior apprentice brother, he is also incredible. He is a spirit monkey who was born from one of the stones which Lady Nuwa used to repair the heavens. Ning was startled. A spirit monkey born from a stone that was used to repair the heavens? This caused Ning to think back to a story recorded in a novel back from his own lesser world of Earth. He wondered if this so-called spirit monkey was similar to the one mentioned in the story he had read. After those two are the ones who trained for dozens of years, Silvermoon said. In short, humans have extremely high levels of comprehension, while 3rd senior apprentice brother and 6th junior apprentice brother were born as extraordinary living creatures who also had extremely high levels of comprehension. All of the disciples under Master's tutelage who defeated the 9th golem in under a century were humans and those with extraordinary lineages. There are several who are monsters like me who are under Master's tutelage. For example, I had to train for more than 3,000 years before I defeated the 9th golem. There are some who were even slower than me. On the whole, monsters have a much lower level of comprehension than humans do. Ning nodded. Monsters had poor levels of comprehension, and fiendgods had it even worse. However, the heavens had made it up to them in other ways. Humans at the Zifu level had a lifespan of 5 centuries, while those at the Wanxiang levels had a lifespan of 8 centuries. Monsters, however, were different. Shentian-level dire monsters were capable of living up to 1,000 years, and Wanxiang-level dire monsters were able to live more than 10,000 years. As for fiendgods, their lifespans were even more ridiculous. Fiendgods were innately ageless, and they didn't even have to worry about the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. However, their levels of comprehension were pitifully low. It was possible for them to spend 1 trillion years without improving even a tiny bit. Truly, all of the senior fellow disciples under Master's tutelage are extraordinary. Some were born incredible while others met with incredible luck and destiny. I myself was only able to enter his tutelage due to having acquired the legacy of Taoist 3 lives. Ning understood that amongst his fellow disciples, he was quite ordinary. Still, there was a difference between him and the others. He was the disciple of both Patriarch Subhuti and Taoist 3 lives, and his divine ability, the star-seizing hand, was the ability which Taoist 3 lives had relied on to dominate and roam the primal world. Not even Patriarch Subhuti had ever created a divine ability on this level. The 9th floor. Silvermoon reached the 9th floor, then said with a laugh, "After you choose a technique from this 9th floor, you can go to the 3 Realms Palace. After you learn a single technique from the 3 Realms Palace, if you can train in that technique to its limit, you'll absolutely be able to roam the 3 realms fearlessly and become an awe-inspiringly famous figure." Ning walked to the bookcase that only held sword arts manuals, carefully flipping through the others. After confirming his decision, he then picked up the abridged version of the Heavenraker. Senior Apprentice Brother. I choose this one. Heavenraker, Ning said. With the Heavenraker swords in his hands, he would of course choose Heavenraker. Fine. Silvermoon nodded, then waved his hand. A series of thick tomes appeared within his hands. This was the full version of the Heavenraker technique which Taofather Heavenrake had created. Ning's eyes immediately lit up as he accepted the tomes. As he opened them up, he couldn't help but lose himself within their contents. Ning couldn't be bothered to move around, and so he just sat down right there on the 9th floor of the divinity's palace and began to analyze this sword art. Summer left, winter came. A full year had passed. During this past year, Ning didn't immediately go to the Three Realms Palace. After all, it wasn't as though the palace would run away. During this year, Ning defeated the 9th Golem 3 more times, acquiring 2 more sword arts manuals alongside the Heavenraker. These were all created by Tao Fathers, and were all some of the most supreme sword arts of the 3 realms. Ning carefully analyzed the techniques, gaining quite a bit from them. He mastered 13 sword stances in a row of the Heavenraker. It is time to go to the Three Realms Palace. It was already night, but Ning set out from his immortal estate. Over the course of this past year, he had further perfected his 3-foot sword, and his level of insight into the Heavenraker had already reached a very high point. It would be hard for him to improve significantly within a short period of time, and so he decided to go to the Three Realms Palace. The Three Realms Palace was an ordinary building that was just 10 meters high, but it was one of the most mysterious places in Mount Innerheart. Ordinary disciples of Mount Innerheart could occasionally enter Patriarch Subhudi's Taoist monastery and listen to him expound on the Tao, but they would never, ever have the chance to enter the Three Realms Palace. Almost every single person allowed into the Three Realms Palace was an extremely famous figure of the Three Realms. Snore. A ringing, snoring sound rang out, occasionally high, occasionally low. Outside this palace was a skinny old man who was lying on the ground, his fan across his chest as he slept. When Ning had first arrived at Mount Innerheart, he had seen this old man sleeping. It had been 30 years, but Ning had never seen him wake up. It was as though this old man would slumber for 10,000 years at a time. Second Senior Apprentice Brother. Ning walked over, then called out respectfully. After having lived here for a period of time, Ning now knew about this second Senior Apprentice Brother. As Lord Jiang had said, of the many disciples which Master has accepted, his true heir is our second Senior Apprentice Brother. Second Senior Apprentice Brother trains in both the Tao and in Buddhism, and is a master of all techniques. He's even the only one who has ever learned Master's greatest divine ability. Dream of the Three Realms. I once asked Master to teach me this divine ability, but Master said that I cannot learn it. Of his students, only second Senior Apprentice Brother was able to learn it. Silvermoon had said something similar. Don't be fooled by the fact that second Senior Apprentice Brother is always there sleeping. In reality, his avatars are roaming throughout the Three Realms, leaving behind countless legacies. There are very few mysteries in the Three Realms which can deceive second Senior Apprentice Brother. As I see it, under Master's tutelage, eldest Senior Apprentice Brother might be the most powerful, but the second most powerful is definitely second Senior Apprentice Brother. Patriarch Subhudi had also praised him. Your second Senior Apprentice Brother has done countless good deeds and accumulated nigh infinite amounts of karmic merit. He truly wishes to do good, and has been like this since the era of the primordial world. His karmic luck has already reached an utterly inconceivable level. Both the Buddhists and the Taoists have invited him on multiple occasions to join them. Even Patriarch Subhudi felt proud when mentioning his second disciple. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him. After learning more about his second Senior Apprentice Brother, Ning also felt extreme admiration. Because of the dream of the Three Realms, Ning's second Senior Apprentice Brother's avatar had visited almost all of the lesser worlds, and had left behind legacies in countless places. Thus, his name was extremely famous. Even in Ning's own world of Earth, his second senior apprentice brother's reputation was as resounding as the thunder. Second senior apprentice brother? Senior apprentice brother Crazy G. Ning called out. Who is calling my name? The skinny, napping old man rubbed his name, then opened his eyes languidly, seemingly to still be half asleep. Beaming merrily, he said, Oh, you are the disciple which Master just took in. That Ji Ning of the Grand Xia world? Just so, Ning immediately said. Of the figures the old patriarch's command, eldest senior apprentice brother was unfathomably profound in power and without question the number one figure. Second senior apprentice brother's reputation was known throughout the three realms, and he had accumulated tremendous karmic merits and had tremendous karmic luck. Both the Buddhists and the Taoists desired to take them into their leagues. But he continued to wander the three realms by himself, doing countless good deeds but belonging to neither the control of the Tao Fathers or of Lord Buddha. Master told me long ago that you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. Just 30 years after joining, you have already come to my three realms palace. Crazy G held that ragged fan in his hands as he nodded slightly. Go in, then. You can choose from the divine abilities and secret arts inside as you please, but the Tao cannot be casually taught. You will have to pass some simple tests in order to learn them. I understand, Ning said. He had similarly had to pass some tests in order to acquire each of the sword arts manuals he had chosen in the divinity's palace. Crazy G watched as Ning entered the palace, a hint of light flashing through his half-asleep eyes. This junior apprentice brother, he has a pure and innocent heart, and is surrounded by karmic merit. And that sword heart of his, oh ho ho, it really is not bad at all. But why has Master chosen him as a disciple? Crazy G understood Patriarch Subhuti more than anyone else, and he had learned more of Patriarch Subhuti's abilities than anyone else as well. When Patriarch Subhuti chose a disciple, he always had a reason for it. He wouldn't just randomly pick someone. Perhaps the disciple was surrounded by tremendous karmic luck. Perhaps the disciple had an extraordinary heritage. Perhaps the disciple had an unearthly level of comprehension. There was always something. But it seems this junior apprentice brother doesn't fit any of the usual criteria. Can it be that there is a huge secret regarding him? Crazy G smiled, then walked in as well. He was going to see what Ning would choose. Upon entering the building, Ning saw 3 tables scattered within it. These tables all had various abridged books placed in a casual manner atop of them. In total, there were only 19 books. There were divine abilities, there were formations, there were secret arts. The complete Torch Dragon's Eye? Ning immediately picked it up. Back in the world of the Grand Xia, Ning had only learned the first part of the technique. So the 3 divinities palace had the full version. He flipped the abridged version open. Atop the first page was listed a simple trial. Go and clean the mountain paths of Mount Innerheart, and you can learn this technique. But. Ning was speechless. How can this be a trial? And this is the same as for the techniques on the first level of the divinities palace. A supreme divine ability that could rank in the top 100 of the 3 realms could actually be so easily learned, just by cleaning the mountain paths? That wouldn't even take half a day. It was Master who collected these divine abilities and secret arts in this 3 realms palace, Crazy G said as he walked in, a smile on his face. He did this to teach them to his disciples. Naturally, he wouldn't make the trials too hard. But this is still too easy. Even the trials for the 7th and 8th floors of the divinities palace are far more difficult than this, Ning said. It is true that the test for this Torch Dragon's Eye is a bit too simple, Crazy G agreed. However, the Torch Dragon died a long time ago after all. After he died, quite a few of the Tao Fathers acquired this divine ability. This is the first reason why the test is so simple. The second reason is that the Torch Dragon's Eye is best suited for Fiendgods like the Torch Dragon to train in. As for other living creatures to this very day, I've never heard of anyone who could reach a level of power in the Torch Dragon's Eye that the Torch Dragon had. Ning now understood. This technique was not only difficult to train in, It was also fairly common amongst the various Tao Fathers, and so the trial was made a simple one. "This is the easiest of all trials," Crazy G said. "Junior apprentice brother, keep looking at the others carefully. There are some truly supreme techniques here. And in fact, there are some that are unique in the three realms to be found nowhere else." Ning immediately began to look carefully at the others. Soon, another manual suddenly caught his attention. The words atop the manual caused Ning's pupils to contract. The words were, "Hoi's Archery." Hoi. Ning had naturally heard of this major power before. He immediately picked up the copy of Hoi's Archery and started to flip through it. The name of this technique was very simple. But Hoi's Archery was indeed an incredibly powerful divine ability. In fact, it was even more powerful than the Torch Dragon's Eye. Ever since Pangu established the universe, this divine ability has always been ranked in the top 10, Crazy G said. This was created by true god Hoi, who used it to roam and dominate the primordial world. However, the trial to acquire it is also the most difficult trial here in the Three Realms Palace. Master actually has the main divine ability of Hoi? Ning was astonished. This was ranked in the top 10. That meant it was on the same level as Ning's own star-seizing hand? Not even Patriarch Subhuti had ever developed a divine ability on this level. This trial truly is difficult. Ning immediately frowned upon seeing it. This trial was indeed the hardest of the 19 trials here in the Three Realms Palace. Ning then looked at the contents of the abridged book. So this is what Hoi's Archery is all about. Ning immediately understood. Although Hoi's Archery and the Star-Seizing Hand both ranked amongst the top 10 divine abilities of the Three Realms, they were diametrically different. The Star-Seizing Hand was used to make one's hands even more terrifyingly powerful than magic items. By the second cycle, one's hands would already be comparable to Immortal-ranked magic treasures. By the third cycle, they would be comparable to pure Yang magic treasures. The raw power and strength of this Star-Seizing Hand was utterly astonishing. But Hoi's Archery was a skill-type ability. It was just like the Windwing Evasion, in that it was a matter of skill and finesse. It required enlightenment and it required slow comprehension. Although it did include some clever ways to use divine power, it was more about skill and technique. Even key refiners were capable of learning Hoi's Archery, so long as they could comprehend the mysteries within it. It is much simpler to train in the Star-Seizing Hand. All I need to do is procure enough 5 elements essence, and my hands can become even more terrifyingly powerful, to the point where in the future I will even be able to crush stars with my hands. Ning mused to himself. But this Hoi's Archery, it requires enlightenment. They truly were completely different. As a result, Hoi's Archery was extremely hard to train in. To this very day, aside from Hoi who had dominated the primordial world with this divine ability, there had never been any other individuals who had been able to completely master this divine ability. "Don't read it," Crazy G said, shaking his head. Quite a few of Master's disciples have chosen this archery technique, but most of them were only able to gain a basic understanding of it. None of them have reached the level which the primordial Hoi once did. Go look at the other techniques first. And in the future, when you have some more free time, you can try and learn Hoi's Archery. All right, Ning nodded. No matter what, this simple archery technique was still ranked in the top 10 of the divine abilities created since Pangu established the universe. He had to learn it sometime, but of course there was no rush. Ning immediately began to read through the other tomes. And suddenly, yet another technique caused his eyes to light up. The words written atop this abridged tome were, 8-9 Arcane Art. The 8-9 Arcane Art is the number 1 divine ability in the Three Realms for those below the true god level. This line of characters on the abridged version instantly drew Ji Ning's attention. Number 1 in the Three Realms? Ning had never before heard anyone bold enough to claim that a particular divine ability was number 1 in the Three Realms. This claim couldn't even be made regarding the Star-Seizing Hand or Hoi's Archery. But this 8-9 Arcane Art actually dared to claim itself the number 1 divine ability in the Three Realms for those below the true god level. The 8-9 arcane art, also known as the 9 cycles arcane art, or the 72 transformations 1. This divine ability allows one to completely and perfectly control one's Fiendgod body. A basic level of skill in this art allows one to transform into anything in the world. This is why this divine ability is also referred to as the 72 transformations. Ning understood that this didn't mean that the technique was really just limited to 72 transformations. Rather, 72 was another way of referring to the original name of 8-9. It was a figurative number. This divine ability allows one's divine body to become akin to a magic treasure, to the point of being like an unbreakable Vajra. At its peak of power, the user can allow pure yang magic treasures, or even supreme protocosmic spirit treasures to chop against the user's body. At most, there might be a few sparks. The body itself won't be harmed at all. Ning's gaze turned heated as he read. Even pure yang magic treasures and protocosmic magic treasures would only be able to cause a few sparks to fly. This was insane. This divine ability places tremendous stress on the body. Thus, only Fiendgod body refiners can train in it. You have to at least have reached the primal level as a Fiendgod before you can train in the first cycle. At the primal level, you can train in the first, second, and third cycles. At the void level, you can train in the fourth, fifth, and sixth cycles. At the Empyrean God level, you train in the seventh, eighth, and ninth cycle. Once the third cycle is mastered, then the body will be comparable to an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Even ordinary celestial immortals would find it difficult to wound you. Once the sixth cycle is mastered, then the body will be comparable to a pure yang magic treasure. By relying on it, one can become truly famous in the 3 realms. Once the 9th cycle is mastered, the body will be comparable to the most supreme of pure yang magic treasures, comparable to a protocosmic spirit treasure. It can truly be described as an unbreakable Vajra at that point, and one can truly roam about the 3 realms without fear. Aside from major powers, no one can harm you at all. Even major powers will have to use special techniques in order to break your Vajra-like body. The description on the manual caused Ning to pant in excitement. This was far too formidable. Man-made magic treasures were divided into mortal rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank, and pure yang rank, with the pure yang rank being the limit. Above pure yang magic treasures were protocosmic spirit treasures. Protocosmic spirit treasures were born from the natural universe itself. However, this didn't necessarily mean that all protocosmic spirit treasures were superior to all pure yang magic treasures. After all, amongst man-made pure yang magic treasures, there were treasures which truly possessed insane levels of power. In fact, some were created by fusing the extracted essence of multiple protocosmic spirit treasures, such as the star-seizing manor itself, which had used quite a few protocosmic spirit treasures in the forging. Thus, there were grades of protocosmic spirit treasures as well. They were also divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Supreme pure yang treasures were generally comparable to middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Protocosmic treasures. To make one's body comparable to a protocosmic spirit treasure. No wonder one's body could be described as unbreakable as a Vajra, and why even major powers of the 3 realms would have to use special methods in order to break past this divine ability. Whoosh! Ning continued to flip through the pages and read. This divine ability was jointly developed by the spiritual leaders of both Buddhism and Taoism, who wished to create a divine body that was comparable to that of the great god Pangus. Per the predictions of the spiritual leaders of Buddhism and Taoism, this arcane art should have a total of 12 cycles. The first 3 were for the primal level, the next 3 were for the void level, and the 7th to 9th cycles were for the Empyrean God level, while true gods would train in the 10th to 12th cycles. The true gods of the 3 realms, when using this divine ability, should theoretically have divine bodies that were comparable to Pangus. Unfortunately, although their predictions were idealistic, despite spending countless amounts of effort and time on this technique, they were still unable to come up with anything past the 9th cycle. And so, this divine ability only has 9 cycles. Upon seeing the description within the tome, Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement yet again. So the 72 transformations had such an illustrious history. It had been jointly developed by the spiritual leaders of Buddhism and Taoism. Pangu. The same Pangu who established the universe? Ning sighed in amazement. If one could use a divine ability to strengthen one's body to Pangu's level, that would be utterly insane. However, even the most supreme of experts in the three realms were only able to develop a total of 9 of these cycles. It truly can be described as the number 1 divine ability in the three realms for those below the true God level. Ning couldn't help but nod to himself. It lived up to its reputation. After reading the description, Ning noticed that the 72 transformations was quite similar to his own star-seizing hand. The second cycle of the star-seizing hand made one's hands comparable to immortal-ranked magic treasures. The third cycle, pure yang magic treasures. The fourth cycle, supreme pure yang magic treasures or middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. The fifth cycle, supreme protocosmic spirit treasures. The sixth cycle, it allowed a pair of hands to effortlessly seize and crush stars. One truly could use one's bare hands to annihilate an entire world. As far as the major powers of the three realms were concerned, the reason why Taoist Three Lives had become so famous and powerful was only because he had managed to develop the sixth cycle of his star-seizing hand. Only then had he been able to kill so many Fiendgod Tao Fathers during that great tribulation. My star-seizing hand only focuses on a pair of hands, while the 72 transformations trains the entire body. Ning realized what the difference was. Because the 72 transformations was only designed for the Empyrean God level, it could only be described as the number 1 divine ability in the three realms for those below the true God level. The star-seizing hand, however, had a level meant for true gods. Thus, it could be described as one of the top 10 divine abilities in the three realms. After reading this 8-9 arcane art tome, Ning set it aside and began to flip through the other books. Xingtian's world-destroying X. This was an axe technique developed by one of the major powers of the three realms known as Xingtian, the castigator of heaven. However, it was ranked as a divine ability, because just like Hoi's archery, it largely involved profound and arcane ways to apply divine power. This complicated way of applying divine power, when matched with the axe technique, would produce the true power of Xingtian's world-destroying axe. This divine ability was ranked as one of the top 100 in the three realms. Vairocana Guardian Halo. This was a protective divine ability developed by the spiritual leader of Buddhism, Lord Buddha. It was extremely powerful, and at the true God level it was even slightly more powerful than the 72 transformations. However, the 72 transformations required a large amount of magic artifacts, and so the number of people who had ever trained in the 72 transformations, all the way to the 9th cycle, was very low. Although at the same level, this Vairocana Guardian Halo was a bit weaker in power, it didn't require as many magic treasures. One only need to focus on comprehending and mastering it. Thunder God's Eye. This divine ability attracted Ning's attention as well. This was because Ning had previously trained in the Divine Thunderbolt Eye, which was a simplified version of the Thunder God's Eye. Upon training in the Thunder God's Eye, when the user unleashed the eye, it could be used to see even the ghosts in the Netherworld Kingdom. Nothing could escape the gaze of this divine eye, and when mastered to an extremely high level, one could unleash divine lightning of the violet skies. Not even someone with an unbreakable Vajra-like body would dare to take a blow from this divine lightning. But of course, just like the other supreme divine abilities, to train in this one to the point of unleashing the divine lightning of the violet skies was harder than hard. Buddha Realm within the palm. This was a truly powerful divine ability of Buddhism, which could be trained all the way up to the true God level. If one mastered it, then an entire major world could be stored on one's palm. When one struck out with one's palm, one would be striking out with the entire power of a major world. If any enemy were to land atop the massive palm, even if they flew for an extremely long time, they would still find it difficult to fly out from this palm. This was because the palm itself was the size of an entire major world. But of course, compared to the star-seizing hand, it was still a bit weaker. The star-seizing hand, when trained to its limit, could effortlessly annihilate an entire major world. Heaven's Layer Sword Formation. This was a true sword formation technique. The Lesser Thousand Swords Formation was also a true sword formation technique, but compared to this Heaven's Layer Sword Formation, it was much weaker. The Heaven's Layer Sword Formation was incredibly complicated, and it required the forging of a Heaven's Layer sword diagram, as well as a total of 81 immortal swords. But it was extremely powerful, ranked as one of the supreme skills of the three realms. However, only someone with the power of a Tao Father could produce the required sword diagram. Ning's gaze burned hotter and hotter as he continued to read. There were a total of 9 divine abilities. 9 arcane art, Hoi's archery, Xingtian's world-destroying axe, Virokana guardian halo, Thundergod's eye, Buddha realm within the palm, Torch dragon's eye, and 2 more. There were also a total of 10 secret arts, formations, and other varied techniques. There are actually no manuals focused exclusively on sword arts, saber arts, archery, axecraft. Ning was surprised by this. For example, Hoi's archery wasn't purely archery. It also included a very complicated way of activating and transforming divine power. This was why Hoi's archery was considered a divine ability. The same was true for Xingtian's world-destroying axe. If the unique methods of employing divine power were stripped from these divine abilities, then Hoi's archery and Xingtian's world-destroying axe would most likely only be placed on the 9th level of the divinity's palace. Crazy G beamed merrily as he watched. He could tell that Ning had been completely captivated by these techniques. There were 5 techniques Ning wanted: Buddha realm within the palm, Thundergod's eye, 9 arcane art, Hoi's archery, and Torch dragon's eye. For one's palm to be able to encompass an entire major world, a major world that completely belonged to him and him alone. How could Ning not feel desire for this technique? Thundergod's eye. Ning had long ago started to train in the elementary version of this divine ability. The 9 arcane art was even critical. After all, the path of immortal cultivation was a difficult and dangerous one. To reach the Empyrean god level meant that one would be comparable to figures like Lu Dongbin and be an expert of the 3 realms. It was far too difficult to reach the true god level and become a major power like Taoist 3 lives. Thus, this number 1 divine ability for those below the true god level, this 9 arcane art, was absolutely necessary. Junior apprentice brother, Crazy G said. Second senior apprentice brother. Ning turned to look at him. Are you aware that you are not permitted to simply learn as many techniques within the 3 realms palace as you please? Every single fellow disciple is limited to just a few, Crazy G said. I know. Ning nodded. Silvermoon and Lord Jiang both spoke to me of this. Generally speaking, each person could only learn 2 or 3 divine abilities or secret arts from the 3 realms palace before Patriarch Subhuti would forbid them from learning more. Right? To be greedy is unwise. Crazy G nodded. Any one of these techniques, when trained to the peak, will allow you to roam and dominate the 3 realms. Even the seemingly unremarkable Thundergod's eye, when trained to the limit, will allow you to control divine lightning of the violet skies. Thus, if you are too greedy, the end result will be that you will be unable to train any technique to its limit and end up an ordinary figure. If you focus on training in one, however, you will be able to train to the limit and dominate the 3 realms. Ning nodded. He understood this principle. Ning pondered for a time, then picked up an abridged version. This is my choice from the 3 realms palace. This book was of the 9 arcane art, the number 1 technique for those below the true god level. Ning had to choose it. Crazy G laughed and nodded. All right, look at the trial first. Right? Ning immediately flipped to the first page of the 9 arcane art, carefully looking at the trial details. Ning immediately frowned upon doing so. This trial was many times more difficult than the trial for the Torch Dragon's Eye. After all, that trial was just to sweep the mountain paths. The trial was explained in just 2 simple lines of words. Go and take on a disciple of great karmic virtue. surrounded by at least 300 meters of golden karmic light. Go and kill 10 earth immortals or loose immortals who have committed great sins, surrounded by at least 300 meters of bloody sin light. This, Ning frowned. To take on a disciple? To go kill? Someone who had accumulated so much karmic virtue as to be surrounded by 300 meters of golden karmic light was far too rare. Generally speaking, such individuals would have tremendously good luck, and so they would have joined a school long ago, and most likely a major school at that. After all, the larger a clan or sect, the more they would desire to take on a disciple with that much karmic virtue. This would bring the entire sect fortune. Was he supposed to steal a disciple from someone else? As for killing someone, the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations which earth immortals and loose immortals had to face were of frightening power. The more sin one had accumulated, the greater the power of the calamities and tribulations. Thus, most earth immortals and loose immortals would limit the amount of sin they would accumulate. They wouldn't dare act in excessively sinful ways, and would in fact try to do good as much as they could. Only truly fiendishly demonic figures who truly had formidable Tao hearts and unearthly levels of power would dare engage in wanton slaughter and draw countless amounts of sin to them. This type of earth immortal or loose immortal definitely wasn't easy to deal with. And he didn't have to just kill one, he had to kill 10. Taking on a disciple and killing others, second senior apprentice brother. Ning looked towards Crazy G. To take on a person with great karmic virtue as a disciple and to teach that person is in and of itself an act of karmic virtue. Killing great sinners, in turn, is also an act of karmic virtue. Both of these things are good for you. Crazy G nodded. Although it might take a bit of time, there's no need for you to rush. Go down into the world and spend some time searching. If you haven't succeeded in 1 year, then go ahead and take 10. Ning nodded. The so-called going down into the world. Where am I supposed to go? The 3,000 major worlds and the trillion minor worlds. You haven't left Master's tutelage. You are not permitted to leave this estate world, Crazy G said. The so-called going down into the world refers to this estate world itself. It is absolutely not inferior to a major world in any way. You can spend 1,000,000 years wandering it without seeing everything within. All right, Ning immediately said, thank you for your guidance, second senior apprentice brother. I'm going to leave now. Go ahead. Crazy G waved his fan. Ning didn't immediately go into the rest of the estate world. First, he returned to his own immortal estate. Within the still room in the underwater estate. Rumble. The stone door swung shut. Ning sat in the lotus position atop the netherwater jade bed. His heart quickly calming down. The excitement he had felt upon previously seeing so many divine abilities in the 3 realms palace gradually dissipated. After he was completely calm, Ning began to ponder. Although there are many divine abilities and secret arts in the world, it is true that one should focus on a few. If you learn many of them but are unable to focus on them, there's no point. Ning calmly reflected on each divine ability and secret art he had learned. Learning the Virokana Guardian Halo is a waste of time. It is of very little help to me. Although the Buddha realm within the palm technique is quite powerful, I already have the star seizing hand. Training in that divine ability won't increase my power by much. Ning quickly began to mentally discard one divine ability after another as he focused on which techniques were worth his energy, and which ones would bring the maximum amount of power to him. There are 2 I must train in. The first is the 8-9 arcane art. Once I train in it, my body will be as unbreakable as a vajra, just like a magic treasure. I won't need to waste any divine power. Most divine abilities require divine power to be used, such as my star-seizing hand, which uses up a shocking amount of it. The 9 cycles of the 8-9 arcane art, however, causes the body itself to be made as hard as a vajra. The fact that this does not consume divine power in battle is a tremendous advantage. I can just stand there, and my foes will be unable to do anything to me. Ning mentally discarded all of the other techniques within the 3 realms palace. The 8-9 arcane art focused on defense. It made the body as unbreakable as a vajra, and it didn't use up any divine power. Hoi's archery focused on long-range combat. It was one of the top 10 divine abilities of the three realms. The star-seizing hand focused on close combat. It was also one of the top 10 divine abilities of the three realms. Defense, long-range combat, close combat. That's enough. Ning nodded gently. If Master permits it, I will also choose the Torch Dragon's Eye. The Torch Dragon's Eye was neither defense, nor long-range combat, nor close combat. It was an extremely powerful support technique, and not only was it able to provide support skills, it was also a divine ability with an extremely simple trial, to simply clean the mountain roads a single time. However, Ning didn't dare choose it just yet. After all, no one could say how many techniques Patriarch Subhuti would choose from the Three Realms Palace. If Ning were to choose the 8-9 Arcane Art and the Torch Dragon's Eye, and the old Patriarch then forbade him from choosing any more, he would feel miserable. First, the 8-9 Arcane Art. Then, Hoi's Archery. Lastly, if possible, Torch Dragon's Eye. But why is it that the Three Realms Palace doesn't have a single evasive divine ability? Ning furrowed his brows. The Windwing Evasion was just the simplified version of the divine ability Garuda's Wings. After having spent 30 years at Mount Innerheart, he now felt that the Windwing Evasion was far too weak and wasn't suitable for him to use at all. He had already completely mastered the Windwing Evasion, but the technique itself was far too low level. When I next see Master, I'll ask him to provide me guidance and teach me an evasive divine ability. Ning mused to himself. If there are no other options, then I'll go find one in the Divinity's Palace. The Divinity's Palace had quite a few divine abilities. Ning had completely focused on studying sword arts, and hadn't chosen a single other type of manual from the Divinity's Palace. He had wanted to choose his other techniques from the Three Realms Palace, but who would have expected that the Three Realms Palace wouldn't even have one evasive technique? He would first go ask his master. If his master wasn't able to provide him with one, then he would go to the Divinity's Palace to find an evasive divine ability. Although those techniques were fairly average amongst the upper tiers of the Three Realms, they were still hundreds to thousands of times better than the likes of the Windwing Evasion. Phew! Ning seated himself atop the netherwater jade bed, a mist arising around his body. The mist condensed into a figure. It was the black-robed Ji Ning, Ning's primal twin. It is time for my primal twin to become a void-level Earth Immortal. During the past 31 years at Mount Innerheart, Ning's primal twin had remained at the peak primal stage. The reason he didn't advance further was because his master, Patriarch Subhuti, had warned Ning, Ji Ning, I know that you acquired 5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence during the conclave of immortal destiny, but you should not be in a hurry to make your primal twin break through to the next level. Your primal twin was formed from the soul key of primal water, and has an extremely high level of aptitude for understanding the element of water. Even though both are at the primal level, there is a difference between your true body and your primal twin in terms of how fast you will comprehend water. Thus, you should have your primal twin remain at the primal level for at least 10 years. Understood. Ning had immediately acknowledged his master's orders back then. And indeed, it had been as his master had said. The primal twin's aptitude for water was quite incredible. Aside from the Tao of the sword, Ning's current highest level of attainment was in water. Water far surpassed fire, and the weakest were wind and the grand Tao of Chenkuan, because he saw the aforementioned advantages, and because there were no fights on Mount Innerheart whatsoever, Ning had never been in a rush to make any breakthroughs. He wanted to let his primal twin remain at the primal level for as long as possible. His master had said 10 years, but Ning had spent more than 30 years at this level. But now he was going to leave the mountain and go kill enemies. He wasn't going out to kill ordinary loose immortals or earth immortals. He was going to kill figures who were surrounded by sin, going to kill terrifying, demonic figures that were surrounded by 300 meters of bloody sin light. Ning naturally was going to make ample preparations, and thus he was going to have his primal twin advance to the void level. Actually, during these past 31 years, the primal twin had also been training in the Dark North Sutra. However, since this sutra was created by a Tao Father of the Great Firmament, the primal twin remained at the peak primal level and had not reached its limit, despite having painstakingly trained for all these years. If it had still been training in the flowing water source of the Black-White College, most likely 30 or so years after reaching the primal level, it would have been time for a breakthrough to the void level and to become an Earth Immortal. Given that Ning was training in the even more profound Dark North Sutra, if he had slowly cultivated as he had planned without using any spirit pills or liquefied elemental essence, he would have had to spend at least 80 or 90 years before training to the early void level. Swoosh! A jade bottle flew out, landing in front of Ning. The bottle stopper opened on its own. Fortunately, I have 5 million kilograms. The primal twin Ning willed it, and wish a swoosh, a flood of liquefied elemental essence flew out from the jade bottle. The mouth of the bottle was only as thick as a finger, but as the essence flew into the air, the stream became more than 30 meters thick. It flew straight towards the primal twin Ning, then formed into a vortex around him. The essence vortex swirled into Ning, then disappeared. Within the sulky pearl of primal water inside the primal twin Ning's body, a blurry void of a Zifu region could be seen. Within this void, there was a sea of elemental ki which had an enormous turtle snake within it. On the back of the turtle snake, flames could be seen blazing. These flames were primal fire. Rumble. The Zifu Sea began to surge and swell as refined elemental essence began to surge to the skies above them. The countless stars in the sky shone down with rays of light, all centered upon the giant turtle snake. The primal fire on the turtle snake's back instantly and dramatically expanded. Crackle. The primal fire roared and blazed, causing the turtle snake to begin hiss and screech. 50,000 kilograms. 100,000 kilograms. 150,000 kilograms. More and more of the liquefied elemental essence was absorbed, and as Ning's level of power began to rise, his rate of absorption began to rise as well. The primal fire began to blaze with greater and greater fury. A long time later, whoosh! It was like a planted seed suddenly sprouting up beyond the dirt. From within the blazing, heaven-towering flames on the back of the turtle snake, a single, slender, delicate golden lotus emerged from the cracked turtle shell. The turtle shell was like the soil. The primal fire was like the sunlight and water. The golden lotus slowly grew out and grew larger. This golden lotus was extremely small. Compared to the heaven-towering flames on the back of the massive turtle snake, it was extremely unremarkable. However, elemental ki of unbelievable purity swirled around the golden lotus, far surpassing the purity of the elemental ki Ning had in the past. Then, the entire turtle snake began to grow dim as large amounts of its essence began to flow towards the golden lotus, causing the lotus to continuously grow larger and larger. As it continued to grow, the luster of the shell of the turtle snake began to disappear as it grew dark. The early void level. Ning's primal twin soul had advanced from the primal turtle snake to the gold lotus level. Earth Immortals and loose Immortals all had gold lotus souls for their primal soul. If one wished to become a carefree, unbound immortal, one had to plant the seeds of the gold lotus within the flames. Continue. The primal twin Ning was like a black hole, absorbing as much liquefied elemental essence as there was on offer. Only after a long time did he stop. The primal twin Ning pointed towards the distance. Instantly, the jade bottle on the ground became stoppered up again. The amount of liquefied elemental ki needed to train in the Dark North Sutra is absolutely astonishing. However, my elemental ki is now up to 2 levels more pure than that of an ordinary Earth Immortal. Ning didn't feel sorry for how much he had used up. I used a total of 2.5 million kilograms of liquefied elemental essence in training from the peak primal stage to the late void stage. Around 2 million kilograms remain in this jade bottle of mine. Right? I should leave it for Uncle White and Little Ching. The reason why he had halted at the late void stage was because upon reaching the peak of the void stage, the celestial tribulation would be impending. Time to go down into the world. Rumble. The door to the still room slid open, and Ning's true body walked out. Ji Ning stood outside the entrance of his immortal estate. Uncle White, Little Ching. Ning sent a mental message to the two, and they soon arrived. These two had previously been elsewhere at the divinity's palace, discussing the Tao with the other disciples of Mount Innerheart. Master, why have you summoned us? We were in the middle of this great discussion about the Tao, little Qing said unhappily. The Whitewater Hound just looked at Ning, waiting for him to speak. I am going to go down into the world and roam about this estate world, Ning said. It will be anywhere from a year to 10 years before I return. Wah! Go down into the world, little Qing said with great excitement. Great! Great! Although Mount Innerheart is nice enough, and I have the chance to listen to the old patriarch discuss the Tao here and have many divine abilities and secret arts to peruse. It is way too relaxed and boring here. Ning shook his head. I'm going down into the world on official business. You and Uncle White need to seize every moment of this incredible chance you have to study here at Mount Innerheart. After all, we are going to go back to the Xianxia in the future, and I don't know when we will return. A chance to study here is something that most people can't even dream of. After they went back to the world of the Xianxia, it would not be easy for them to come back here. It wasn't up to them. It was up to the old patriarch. Without his permission, no one could locate this estate world. Oh, little Qing nodded in understanding. Ning, child, be careful as you roam the world. This estate world is not one whit inferior to the world of the Xianxia, and experts are as common as the clouds within it. I imagine there are quite a few celestial immortals as well, Uncle White instructed. Don't worry, Ning nodded. Master, why are you going down into the world? What's this official business all about? Oh, if it's really important, then don't worry about telling me. Although this was what little Qing said aloud, her eyes were sparkling. Clearly, she was quite intrigued. Ning laughed. This is a test which Master gave me. I need to go down into the world, accept a disciple and kill some people. Accept disciples? Kill people? Little Qing and Uncle White both grew intrigued. These two jade bottles each have a total of 750,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. Ning waved his hand, and two jade-green bottles appeared. Uncle White, little Qing, the two of you have reached the peak primal level in recent years as well. However, from the peak primal level to the void level requires a long period of time. Although the techniques you use are the techniques from Mount Innerheart, you will still probably need a few decades before succeeding. With this essence, the two of you will be able to reach the early void stage and also stabilize your foundation. The Whitewater Hound hesitated momentarily. Little Qing, however, immediately accepted her bottle with glee. Thanks, Master. Master, you are the best. I've been hankering to reach the void level and become an earth immortal. Take it, Uncle White, Ning said. Here at Mount Innerheart, there was no way to acquire more liquefied elemental essence. Otherwise, given his current level of power, it wouldn't be too hard to sell some treasures and procure some. In the future, his true body, Uncle White, and little Qing would all rise to the late void level. As for the peak void level, Ning was in no rush because he often heard Patriarch Subhuti expound on the Tao and had learned that every celestial tribulation was tailored to the specific person. The more monstrous a genius, the more ridiculously powerful a celestial tribulation would be. For someone like him, an expert who had divine abilities such as the star-seizing hand, and who was blessed by luck, the power of his divine tribulation would be similarly astonishing. He had to make ample preparations. He had to raise his level of comprehension. The 8-9 arcane art, Hoi's archery, and the star-seizing hand. They all had to reach the highest level of power possible prior to the celestial immortal level. He had to prepare enough magic treasures and curios as well. His Tao heart also needed to be stronger. In short, in the face of the celestial tribulation, no matter how many preparations he made, it wouldn't be too much. No one wanted to be defeated by it, after all. Upon being defeated, one would naturally perish. Even if one managed to luck out and become a loose immortal, under the eternal, remorseless trials of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, death would be the only result. The celestial tribulation, this was a true tribulation that would determine one's destiny. The greatest tribulation there was on the immortal path. Those who succeeded would soar into the heavens and truly escape the binds of the 3 realms. They would be carefree and unbound, no longer subject to the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. But those who failed, they were finished. On the mountain paths of Mount Innerheart, the Whitewater Hound and little Qing sent off Ning together. Ning didn't bid his fellow disciples farewell. After all, this was just a trial, and a short one at that. To his fellow disciples who had lived for countless years, this was indeed a very brief trip. "No need to send me any further," Ning said with a smile. He then transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the giant, levitating Mount Innerheart. He flew downwards towards the vast, endless world. "Ning, my son, be careful." "Master, be careful." The Whitewater Hound and little Qing watched as Ning flew away. They watched until he disappeared. Ning stared downwards towards the countless cities that dotted the vast world. Prior to him leaving Mount Innerheart, little Qing had gone to a good friend she had made, an ordinary disciple of Mount Innerheart who was a void-level dire monster, and acquired a fairly detailed map of the entire Crescent world. The Crescent world is as large as the world of the Xianxia. Above an endless sea, there are 3 enormous continents. These 3 continents are all slightly smaller than the continent of the Xianxia, but combined they are comparable to it. Ning pondered to himself, to the star continent. The Crescent world had a total of 3 continents. The Cloud continent, the Flame continent, and the Star continent. The one which was below the airborne Mount Innerheart was known as the Cloud continent. The Cloud continent was the continent with the best governance, whereas the Flame continent and the Star continent were in states of utter chaos. They had many small kingdoms, as well as many dire monsters, clans and sects that caused a state of turmoil to be maintained. Great sinners can be found amidst great chaos. Perhaps I might also find an individual of great karmic merit who has escaped notice. Ning mused to himself. Whoosh! Space rippled around him, and Ning then disappeared from midair. The Crescent world. The Star continent. A flying shuttle was flying through the skies at high speed. Within the shuttle were a group of cultivators, with the leader being a man and 2 women. The other 6 were all servants and guards. Our Qi Empire has been abandoned to those monsters. Why won't they let us be? A violet-robed woman spoke out, her eyes filled with rage. When we hide in mountain wilds, the dire monsters still find us and chase us. Our imperial clan of the Qi Empire is now extremely puny. We aren't a threat to them at all. Why won't they let us be? Little sister. A black-robed maiden next to her shook her head. The Monster King who has taken over our Qi Empire has given the order to completely exterminate our imperial clan of Qi. None are to be spared. The countless monsters under that Monster King's command are naturally going to chase us and kill us. Only by killing us will they have rendered merits and be rewarded by the Monster King. So are we just going to keep running and running? The violet-robed maiden gritted her teeth. I've had enough of this life of fleeing. I started fleeing when I was a child, and it has now been several decades. I've been running away this entire time. I have had enough. Enough! Let's go all out against these demons. Big brother, second sister, let's fight them. Shut your mouth. The tall, muscular man who was on his feet growled softly. Our imperial clan has existed for tens of thousands of years. Now, only the 3 of us still remain. Even our uncle ended up dying when he fought against those demons to try and protect us. We are alive because of the sacrifices of countless subordinates. We absolutely cannot just throw our lives away. Then what should we do? That Monster King is so powerful. How are we supposed to escape him? And where can we run to? The violet-robed woman said with rage. The tall man growled. By now, there's no other choices for us. The only choice is to go to the Vile Dragon River. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The 2 younger sisters who were behind him as well as all of the servants fell silent. Their eyes were filled with amazement. Vile Dragon River? The Star continent was vast and boundless. There was no way these 3 imperial scions and their servants could fly out from the Star continent. Within the Star continent, however, Vile Dragon River was one of the most famous and largest rivers of all. Vile Dragon River cut through a large half of the entire star continent. It was incomparably wide. Even at the narrowest points, it was at least 800 kilometers across, and up to 1,000 or more at its thickest, as far as its length. Given that it cut through most of the star continent and was a sinuous, undulating river, one could imagine how unfathomably long it was. According to legend, after a primordial Vile Dragon was killed, its body was transformed into this river. But of course, this was too extravagant a legend and there was no way to verify its authenticity. Still, a Vile Dragon River truly was bizarre. Anyone who moved within 1,000 kilometers of it would become completely unable to fly, and also become unable to use evasive techniques based off the 5 elements. Supposedly, even celestial immortal patriarchs who neared this Vile Dragon River would also be unable to fly or use evasive techniques. From this, one could see how bizarre Vile Dragon River was. In addition, Vile Dragon River also had some dangerous zones inside of it which even immortal cultivators did not dare to charge into. There's no way to fly within Vile Dragon River, and no way to use evasive techniques. It will be very hard for the monsters to catch us within it. The tall man growled. I trust that they will also be nervous, and won't dare to chase us all the way into Vile Dragon River. But that's Vile Dragon River, the black-robed maiden said hurriedly. We're trying to find a way to stay alive in an impossibly lethal situation. It doesn't matter how dangerous Vile Dragon River is. In addition, Vile Dragon River is enormous, and it cuts through more than half of the star continent. Actually, most of it is quite safe. Only a few parts of it are dangerous. If we are lucky, we can find a safe island and start life anew there. We can build up our power on the island, and in the future, we can slaughter that monster king and take back the Qi Empire, the tall man said. Second sister, little sister. We have no other paths to take. The 2 girls gritted their teeth and nodded. Life or death. It comes down to this toss of the dice, the black-robed woman said. Right? Let's do it. The violet-robed maiden gritted her teeth as well. Rumble. Vile Dragon River. The waters of the river frothed and bubbled with unnatural turbidity. Vile Dragon River. Big brother, up ahead is Vile Dragon River. Here we are. The man, 2 women, and 6 guards quickly arrived at the banks of Vile Dragon River. They stared at the turbid waters. They could already sense the invisible, nameless ripples of power emanating from the entire Vile Dragon River. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Vile Dragon River was simply too famous. Hey, big brother, second sister, hurry and look over there. The violet-robed maiden pointed at the distant, wide Vile Dragon River. Aboard the river, a wooden boat was slowly sailing forward. Atop the wooden ship was a fur-clad youth who was holding and playing a bamboo flute. Everyone present was an immortal cultivator. Given their perfect vision, they were able to see this person clearly. This youth actually dares to sit on a boat on Vile Dragon River and leisurely play the flute? The black-robed woman was extremely startled as well. If he is an immortal cultivator, no matter how powerful he is, he should still be extremely cautious right now. The tall man frowned. Can he be an ordinary mortal? Although Vile Dragon River was reputed to be dangerous, that was only in some parts of it. There were often some stupidly brave mortals who would try to show off their valor and sail on a ship atop Vile Dragon River. And indeed, there were some mortals who were lucky enough to be able to sail on Vile Dragon River for months, then come back to tell the tale. Big brother, that youth is coming over here, the violet-robed maiden called out in alarm. The fur-clad youth's ship, which had previously been following the currents of the river, suddenly turned. The oars on the boat began to strike against the water, kicking up waves of white froth as it moved closer. Ning used his hands to steer the boat, beaming as he stared at the individuals on the distant shore. His divine sense had covered this region long ago, and he saw that amongst the crowd, there was a female servant who was emanating a golden light detectable only by his divine sense. The golden light of karmic virtue was at least 900 meters long and was utterly astonishing. How very lucky I am. I found a person of great karmic virtue quite quickly. Ning felt incomparably delighted. After having descended onto the star continent, Ning had sailed down the vile dragon river, continuously sweeping his surrounding region with divine sense. He had already searched for nearly half a month, but he hadn't found a single person of great karmic virtue or great karmic sin. Today he had been leisurely relaxing on his boat while playing his bamboo flute. But he had actually run into a person of great karmic virtue. Whoosh! The oars of the boat continued to sweep forward, sending the boat towards the shore. Ning walked out of his boat and onto the shore. As the distant group of Imperial Qi clansmen walked over, they saw Ning disembark through a very ordinary method. They couldn't help but feel even more convinced that he was an ordinary mortal. The weakest in their group was at least a Zifu disciple. Why would they view an ordinary mortal with any care? And yet, this mortal was walking straight towards them. Big brother, he's actually walking towards us, the black-robed princess sent mentally. A puny little mortal. If we were back in our imperial palace, he would have been killed long ago for trying to stand in our way. The violet-robed princess had a hint of darkness in her eyes. After having fled for so many years, her heart had become filled with hate and darkness. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Their leader, the tall youth, just spread out his majestic aura. He was the most powerful figure in this squad of theirs, a Wanxiang adept. An invisible aura of power came crashing downwards. Any mortal faced with this aura of a Wanxiang adept would instantly quiver and become utterly terrified. Let's go. After having released his aura, the imperial prince led his two younger sisters and his guards towards Vile Dragon River. They couldn't be bothered to act against a mortal as they were fleeing. Ha ha! Suddenly loud laughter rang out. The imperial prince, the two princesses, and the guards all turned to stare in astonishment. That fur-clad youth who they had assumed to be a mortal was standing there, laughing. The fleeing imperial prince of Qi naturally understood right away that this backwater youth was clearly not a mortal. A mortal would have been quivering supinely on the ground by now. Rumble. An invisible aura of might and power swept out from Ning like an enormous tidal wave, smashing towards the Imperial Qi group. All of their faces changed. This backwater youth, he was no mortal. He was someone whose power vastly outstripped theirs. My name is Shifeng. These are my family retainers. Dare I ask who you are, senior? The tall imperial prince immediately spoke out with great respect. At the same time, he produced a tiny bead of water on his finger. He pretended to scratch his eyes, but in reality he pressed that bead of water onto them. Rumble. The imperial prince lifted his head to take a look. He saw the ripples of power emanating from the backwater youth, then immediately sent mentally to his two little sister, Ruyu Ruhue. Judging from the ripples this backwater youth is emanating, he should be at the peak primal level, and he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. We absolutely cannot make an enemy out of him. Each time we use up one of our protective treasures, that is one less that we will never get back. Understood, big brother. The black-robed princess sent mentally. He's just a primal Taoist. If our imperial father were here, how could a primal Taoist like him possibly behave so arrogantly in front of us? The violet-robed princess felt relaxed. She no longer felt afraid. They were of the imperial clan, after all. Although their nation had collapsed, they had quite a few treasures on them. They had remained alive for several decades despite being continuously pursued. This was proof of their ability to stay alive. Clearly, they were confident in being able to escape from a single primal Taoist by using up some treasures. I am Dark North. For us to meet here today is destiny. After releasing his aura, Ning then said, "Come aboard my boat and drink a few cups of wine?" Ning could tell that these individuals had moved towards Vile Dragon River with the intent of sailing atop it. However, Vile Dragon River was extremely famous, and of these 9 only a single was at the Wanxiang adept level. The other 8 were all merely Zifu disciples. Why was it that they dared to come to Vile Dragon River? Others might fear Vile Dragon River, but Ning was Patriarch Subhudi's disciple. He often chatted with his fellow disciples, and had learned about some of the secrets of this crescent world. Naturally, he had no fear of Vile Dragon River. Since Senior Dark North has invited us, we shall naturally comply. The Imperial Prince immediately accepted the offer. They were going sailing to begin with. With a peak primal Taoist by their side, they might have a helper. Whoosh! Ning waved his finger, and instantly the wooden boat expanded in size, expanding to a 300-meter-long ship. The 9 figures immediately boarded the large ship. Atop the deck of the ship appeared chairs, tables, fine wine, and spirit fruit. Sit. Ning sat down at the host's position. The Imperial Prince and the 2 princesses all sat down, while the other guards remained standing. Sure Feng. Ning's gaze fell upon the female maidservant whose body was covered by the golden light of karmic virtue. The golden light surrounding her appeared incomparably majestic and vast. It was at least 900 meters long. That was as long as some of Earth's rivers were wide. From this, one could imagine how utterly astonishing this young woman's karmic light of virtue was. She is your maidservant? Ning pointed at the maidservant standing behind the seated violet-robed princess. The Imperial Prince smiled. Indeed. What is her name? What is her history? Tell me of her, Ning said. As Ning saw it, it wouldn't be too hard for him to take this maiden away from these people. However, this was his first time taking on a disciple. Ning naturally wanted to get an idea as to what sort of personality this maiden had. Her golden light of karmic virtue might be a result of her actions in her previous life. It was hard to say what she was like in this life. If she had a negative personality, Ning would rather go find another person with karmic virtue. Her name is Qi Xiaoyu. She came from a backwater place. The Imperial Prince said with a laugh. An elder of my family saw that she was talented, and so took her on as a disciple when she was very young and taught her cultivation. The elder doted on her fiercely. Although she is a servant in name, in reality she can be described as my junior apprentice sister. Qi Xiaoyu. Ning raised an eyebrow, then turned to look at her. Her appearance was quite pretty. Although she was inferior to Yu Wei, she was still quite a beauty. In addition, there was a resolved look in her eyes. Clearly, her Dao heart was excellent as well. Qi Xiaoyu. Come here and sit. Ning waved his hand, and another table filled with fine wine and spirit fruit appeared next to him. Qi Xiaoyu stood there, hesitating slightly as she looked towards the Imperial Prince and the 2 princesses. The Imperial Prince instructed, Senior Dark North has already given you instructions. Why don't you go to him? All right. Qi Xiaoyu immediately walked obediently towards the table, but she didn't touch the wind or the spirit fruit. Ning looked towards Qi Xiaoyu. He could sense that this maiden had an invisible sort of magnetism that caused one to naturally gravitate towards her and want to befriend her. Is this what it is like to be blessed with tremendous karmic virtue? This is my first time seeing her, but I can't help but feel kindly inclined towards her. Xiaoyu, Ning spoke out. Senior Dark North. Qi Xiaoyu replied with great respect. Tell me about your life from youth till now, Ning said. Qi Xiaoyu looked towards the Imperial Prince and the 2 princesses. In truth, this request of Ning's was rather excessive. Still, the Imperial clansmen didn't wish to offend Ning. This was one of the benefits of being powerful. As long as Ning didn't go way too far, the Imperial Prince and princesses wouldn't quibble too much. The Imperial Prince nodded gently. Qi Xiaoyu immediately said, Senior, when I was young, I lived in a tribe with a few tens of thousands of individuals known as the Blue Cliff Tribe. The chief of the Blue Cliff Tribe was my great-grandfather. When I was young, I was without a worry in the world. I was very happy. As she spoke, a look of happiness appeared on Qi Xiaoyu's face. However, my tribe suffered an attack from dire monsters. Our tribesmen were all forced to flee in defeat. My family all died, and as I was fleeing, I encountered Master. Ning listened quietly. At his current level, Ning could clearly sense the changes in Qi Xiaoyu's soul. If she lied, Ning would immediately be able to tell. As Ning was revealing his power, forcibly inviting the Imperial Qi clansmen onto the ship, then asking Qi Xiaoyu about her history. In the skies more than 10,000 kilometers away, there was a giant black ship. The giant black ship had 12 black armored figures aboard it. The giant black ship had a single flag atop its mast. The flag had the diagram of a pair of flaming wings. Local monsters and immortal cultivators would immediately be able to tell that this was the legendary Flame Wing Guard, which many powers were in absolute dread of. Captain, the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan really know how to flee. It has been so many years, but they still haven't been wiped out yet. Our Flame Wing Guard have been chasing them for this entire time. A skinny man with scales on his face let out a sigh as he spoke. They are indeed skilled at flight. For the Qi Empire to be able to take over a territory of 1,000,000 kilometers over the course of just a few tens of thousands of years, and for them to have been able to kill so many dire monsters at the Earth Immortal or Loose Immortal level, how many treasures must they have? In addition, given how rapid their rise to power was, there are many who believe that the founding emperor of the Qi Empire had acquired an enormous treasure trove. Regardless of whether or not that is true, these fleeing survivors most assuredly have many treasures on them. We've chased after and attacked them so many times, but they've always been able to flee. A massively muscular black-armored man replied. Next to him was an alluring woman who had a plume on her head. She laughed beautifully. Captain, no matter what, more and more of the surviving Imperial Qi clansmen have been killed by us during the pursuit. The last time we attacked them, we killed the final primal Taoist the Imperial Qi clansmen had. The only 3 survivors of the Imperial Qi clan are the Crown Prince and those 2 princesses. They don't even have primal Taoists with them. They are going to die soon. If we can kill the Crown Prince and the 2 princesses, we will have rendered a great merit. Although the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan were very weak, they represented the last remnants of their clan. Many of the treasures of the Qi Empire, and perhaps even the Tao repository of the Qi Empire, were undoubtedly being carried by the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the massively muscular black-armored man was startled. He waved his hand, and a fire seed appeared within it. The fire seed was trembling. We are within 10,000 kilometers of the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan. The black-armored man revealed a look of delight. Ha ha ha! This time we are going to catch them all. We've rendered incredible merits. They don't even have a single primal Taoist with them. Wanxiang adepts? Killing them is as easy as chopping lettuce. The soldiers of the Flamewing Guard were all extremely excited. There had long been rumors that the reason why the Qi Empire had risen to power so quickly was because they had acquired an enormous treasure trove. As a result, even the Flamewing King had grown envious, and he had led his dire monster army to annihilate the entire Qi Empire. He had seized all of the important treasure troves of the Qi Empire. As for the surviving Imperial clansmen, the Flamewing King couldn't be bothered to kill them personally. He simply ordered his subordinates to handle it. If we were to kill these survivors, we can just offer the most precious treasures to the king. As for the other treasures, the 12 soldiers of the Flamewing Guard looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes flashed with greed and viciousness. Their monstrous king was savage, and his soldiers were also quite savage as well. The waves of the vast Vile Dragon River crashed down like the stampede of 10,000 stallions. Aboard the giant ship, after chatting for a period of time, Ning felt as though his mind had been settled. The little lass named Qi Xiaoyu had very little experience. She was as pure as a sheet of white paper. In addition, she was clearly quite respectful towards the young man and the 2 sisters. She continuously watched for the young man's signals before acting. Based on what she said, she's only trained for 20 years. Those blessed by great karmic virtue are indeed talented. And she isn't a bad person. Ning nodded lightly. He didn't require that his disciples be perfect. However, they couldn't be evildoers. Given his current level of enlightenment, it was very simple for him to judge and assess a mere Zifu disciple. I like Xiaoyu very much, Ning said. Since Xiaoyu's former master has already perished, I wonder, Shifeng, if you would be willing to give her up and let her become my disciple. The waves of the vast Vile Dragon River continued to crash down resoundingly. But within the ship, things had fallen silent. Xiaoyu was completely speechless. She hurriedly shook her head repeatedly as she looked towards the crown prince. The crown prince and the princesses had changed looks on their faces. This Dark North really thinks too highly of himself, the violet-robed princess sent angrily. He actually wants to take Xiaoyu as his disciple. Xiaoyu is blessed by karmic virtue. She can provide karmic luck to our entire imperial clan. How can we give her away to a random primal Taoist? Even if an earth immortal or loose immortal wants to take away Xiaoyu, we still shouldn't agree hastily, to say nothing of this Dark North. Big brother, the black-robed princess sent mentally as well. What should we do? We definitely can't let Xiaoyu just be taken away. But this Dark North wishes to take her as a disciple. What should we do? The crown prince was frowning. The roots of their imperial clan were very deep, and in the past they had primal Taoists of their own. A simple sweep of divine sense had allowed them to know that Qi Xiaoyu had an utterly astonishing level of karmic virtue. Thus, they had done everything they could to take Qi Xiaoyu into their fold, and had even bestowed her with the imperial surname of Qi. They had shown her incomparable favor, causing her to feel incomparably grateful. Xiaoyu is an important chess piece. This Dark North is just a primal Taoist. We absolutely cannot give her to him. The crown prince sent mentally. As the crown prince and the princesses were conversing mentally, Qi Xiaoyu said hurriedly, "Senior Dark North, I received great benevolence from Master and cannot betray." Ning said, "So long as you are willing to allow Xiaoyu to be my disciple, then I will repay you with magic treasures." As he spoke, he suddenly produced 10 heaven-ranked flying swords that emanated watery ripples of power. The strength of these ripples caused everyone present to feel a sense of pressure. 10 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords. "What do you say?" Ning asked. "It seems this seemingly rustic Taoist Dark North is actually quite wealthy," the violet-robed princess sent mentally. Heaven-ranked magic treasures are very important to primal Taoists. It isn't easy for one of them to produce 10. It seems he truly does want to take Xiaoyu as his disciple. Unfortunately for him, as far our Imperial Qi clan is concerned, 10 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords are nothing. The crown prince sent back. Although the three feigned looks of amazement, in their hearts they remained quite calm. Seeing this, Ning frowned slightly. "How about 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords?" Instantly, a dense cluster of 100 heaven-ranked flying swords appeared in the air above the ship. The ripples emanating from each heaven-ranked flying sword were enough to cause the Wanxiang adept and 8 Zifu disciples present to feel an enormous sense of pressure. This. Qi Xiaoyu was completely stunned. 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords? To take her on as disciple, this man was willing to take out this many magic treasures? Although she wasn't willing to betray the clan, the actions of this senior Dark North who looked like a youth still caused her to feel a hint of delight. For this senior Dark North to be willing to offer such a high price was testament to how much he valued her. 100. The crown prince and the princesses felt desire now. Although they had quite a few treasures on them, over the course of decades of pursuit after the destruction of their country, with so many of their experts having perished and their treasures having been taken, the total number of treasures they had was now limited. 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords was worth 500,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence. This primal Taoist has actually taken out this many heaven-ranked flying swords. The violet-robed princess's eyes were blazing. "Big brother, the three of you." Ning controlled the 100 heaven-ranked flying swords which hovered above them as he frowned and barked. "This is enough. Don't go too far." The crown prince naturally wanted these items. But he knew quite well that these 100 heaven-ranked flying swords would be of almost no use to them in their flight. Even if they went to a city and traded it for some elemental essence, what good would that be? They already had some protective, fleeing items. If they bought a few more copies, that wouldn't make a huge difference. "Senior Dark North," the crown prince said respectfully. "For you to give up 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords in exchange for having Xiaoyu follow you as her disciple is of course acceptable. However, it isn't that we aren't willing, It is that after Xiaoyu became a Zifu disciple, she swore an oath to the Tao of the heavens to be loyal to my clan. For you to force her to leave would be to cause her to violate her oath. She will immediately perish. Ning frowned. The oaths a servant swears to the Tao of the heavens, but the master can generally gift the servants to others. It was extremely common for major clans to give away deathsworn, for example. Thus, when servants swore an oath to the Tao of the heavens, they would generally say that they would follow the clan leader's orders in all things. That is true. However, that requires the clan leader of my stone clan to agree. I cannot agree in his stead, the crown prince said. Ning's face instantly sank. As it did, the hearts of the crown prince and the others all clenched. Ning waved his hand. The 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords in the sky all vanished, and he gave the crown prince a cold look. You are lying. Lying? The crown prince was flabbergasted. I didn't lie. You say that you are Shifeng? That was a lie. You said that you are unable to permit Xiaoyu to be my disciple, and that you need the clan leader to agree. This too was a lie, Ning said coldly. The crown prince was startled. The two princesses were shocked as well. Indeed, the crown prince's name was not Shifeng. Rather, it was Qi Rufeng. His surname was Qi. The only members of the imperial Qi clan left were the three of them. Thus, the crown prince Qi Rufeng was the leader of the clan. As long as he agreed, he could give Qi Xiaoyu to Ning. I didn't lie. The crown prince wanted to keep up his false front. Would you dare swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens stating that you didn't lie? So long as you dare to swear this oath, I will gift you with those 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords and leave on the spot. Ning's face sank even further. Qi Rufeng and his two sisters both felt pressure now. Since Dark North won't accept a soft refusal, let's give him a hard one. 10 years ago, back when the old servants were alive, he would have been killed long ago by now. The violet-robed princess sent an angry mental message to the other two. Right at this moment. Ning suddenly turned his head. Ha! The crown prince and the others turned their head as well. A group of figures had appeared on the distant shores of the Vile Dragon River. There were a total of 12 figures, all dressed in black armor and staring in their direction. On their bracers were emblazoned the logo of a flaming wing. These 12 warriors stared in their direction. Their captain, the massively muscular black-armored man, was holding a flame-wing bug in his hands, a cold smile on his face. He pointed towards the distance. The survivors of the Qi Empire are over there. Do it! Kill! Kill! All of them emanated incomparably savage auras. The 12 soldiers instantly transformed their shape. One became an enormous horned rhino, another into a three-tailed fox, a third into a coiling serpent, a fourth into a white-furred bear. But they all shared a single commonality. All of them wore black armor. With the giant horned rhino at the center, the other soldiers spread out, filling and cycling their elemental ki through their Tao armor and joining together into a whole. Rumble. An enormous venomous bug that had fiery wings suddenly appeared in the skies. The Flame Wing Guard. The faces of the Crown Prince and the others changed dramatically. They had suffered miserably for the past few decades under the pursuit of the Flame Wing Guard. The Flame Wing Guard was their nightmare, a nightmare they had never been able to escape. The loose immortals and earth immortals of their clan had all perished. Even all of their primal Taoists had perished. They were the only ones left. How could they resist the Flame Wing Guard? Although this was just a small squad of the guard, the Imperial clansmen knew quite well that each squad of the Flame Wing Guard was led by a primal dire monster as well as 11 Wanxiang dire monsters who were capable of joining together into a Tao soldier formation. After they assumed the formation, even peak primal Taoists would probably find it hard to do anything to these dire monsters. What should we do? The black-robed woman frantically sent mentally. There's no way to use evasive techniques here on the Vile Dragon River, and there's no way to fly. We have to rely on the ship. The Crown Prince was panicking as well. Have this Dark North go block them. He is a peak primal Taoist. He can definitely buy us some time. the violet-robed princess sent mentally. Right at this moment, the enormous bug with flaming wing charged straight into the vile dragon river. It flew through the river, moving as fast as lightning. It was about to arrive. "Hurry up and die!" An enraged bellow rang out from the enormous flame-wing bug. "This is my ship." Ning stood on the prow of the ship, staring at the enormous flame-wing bug that was flying towards him. "Hurry up and beat it." The crown prince and the others instantly felt overjoyed. "Wonderful. This Dark North has actively gone out to engage it. Let him help us block them. Ideally, this Dark North and the Flame-Wing Guard will kill each other. We can then acquire all of Dark North's treasures." The Flame-Wing Guard were famous for their savagery. Local cultivators and monsters would have fled long ago in the face of their arrival. They didn't expect that today they would run into someone who didn't fear them at all. Behind them stood the fearsome Flame-Wing King. What they didn't realize was that behind Ning stood Patriarch Subhoodie. "Since you dare to try and stop the Flame-Wing Guard, you can die with them." The green eyes of the enormous Flame-Wing were filled with viciousness as it let out a shrill, enraged screech. Whoosh! The Flame-Wing bug soared towards the boat, and a blurry green fog appeared around it, causing the Crown Prince's group to be filled with terror. They hurriedly retreated, setting down a formation in the surrounding area to defend. The hideous insectoid head of the massive flame-wing bug shot outwards through the mist, attacking Ning atop the board of the ship. Ning shook his head. "You truly are seeking death." Boom! Aboard the ship, the formerly ordinary-looking Ji Ning suddenly exploded forth with a terrifyingly powerful presence. The world itself seemed to instantly grow silent, and even the powerful, turbid waves of the vile dragon river went still. In fact, the waves and even sea spray suddenly froze mid-motion. The enormous flame-wing bug was paralyzed in its attacking posture as well. The Imperial Chi clansmen who were hiding behind their formation were all frozen as well. Some had frozen looks of astonishment on their faces, others had mouths open, while still others were mid-step. They were all frozen. The entire world had turned still. The wind had stopped. The water had stopped. The people had stopped. The monsters had stopped. Everything had stopped. That vast, terrifying presence caused everyone present to feel terrified. The Crown Prince and the others couldn't even change their facial expressions, but shock and terror could be seen in their eyes. In this region, only Ning alone was the same as he had been before. He stood there atop the prow of his ship, staring at the giant flame-wing bug before him. He shook his head and sighed. "It was you who sought death. You have no one else to blame." The 12 dire monsters that had formed into the massive Dao soldier formation of a giant flame-wing bug were all filled with terror. This formation was formed by a primal dire monster leading 11 Wanxiang dire monsters. Through the Dao soldier formation, they were extremely powerful when fighting together, and only foes who at least had the power of a loose immortals or earth immortals were able to do anything to them. They had held this fur-clad youth atop the ship's prow in no regard. But now, just standing there without moving at all, the fur-clad youth had unleashed such an aura of majestic power that they were completely frozen. Where did this expert come from? How can he be so terrifying? What level of insight into the Dao has he reached? The monsters were completely stunned. They had held the fur-clad youth in no regard and wanted to just dispose of him. But now they realized they had stomped down on a giant steel plate that was harder than any they had ever seen. Boom! 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 One streak of light after another appeared in the skies. They instantly pierced through the enormous flame-wing bug and the 12 dire monsters within it. The primal dire monster, the Wanxiang dire monsters. They all instantly perished. Ning stood at the prow of his ship, looking at the 12 dead dire monsters. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Killing these 12 dire monsters was as easy as waving his hand. They had actually dared to assault him without even saying a few words to him. Naturally, Ning had shown no mercy in dealing with them. As for why Ning was laughing, it was because he was thinking back to the ancient Fiendgod he had met back in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. When I had encountered that ancient Fiendgod, the Dao domain the Fiendgod unleashed was enough to freeze everything, causing me to be unable to move. And now, I just used the exact same sort of technique to kill a squad that was far more powerful than I was back then, led by that primal dire monster. Dao domains, through one's mastery and insights into a Dao, one could use the power of the natural world to form a domain that solely belonged to oneself. Dao domains, Dao realms, grand Dao domains. Although they had differing levels of power, in truth they were all variations on Dao domains. They shared the same principles. Ning's rainwater sword domain was also a sort of Dao domain. At a higher level, after one mastered a complete Dao path, one's mastery over the energy of the natural world would become even stronger. This was what was known as a Dao realm. But of course, that only referred to lesser Daos. There were also grand Dao domains. They belonged to grand Daos, and were actually even more powerful than Dao realms. And beyond them were the grand Dao realms. After one completely mastered an entire grand Dao, one would be able to summon an even more terrifying amount of natural energy than Ning was currently able to. In the face of this sort of power, even loose immortals or earth immortals would probably be paralyzed. Dao domains were linked to one's insight into the Dao. The higher one's level of insights, the more natural energy of heaven and earth one could activate. As one's insights into a grand Dao increased, the power of the grand Dao domain would similarly increase, until finally it reached the grand Dao realm level. Ning's level of insight into the Dao of the sword was already at Immortal Northwalker's level. This level of insight was even superior to the level which that ancient Fiendgod of the Jail Mountains had possessed. Thus, just by using his Dao domain, he had been able to completely suppress those 12 dire monsters who had been in a Dao soldier formation, to the point of making it completely impossible for them to fight back. Everything was back to normal now. The waves of the Vile Dragon River continued to crash forward, and the large ship continued to sail forward. The survivors of the Qi Empire, standing atop the deck of the ship, stared towards Ning in utter terror and unease. The survivors of the Qi Empire? Ning sat down relaxedly, then said slowly, "Are you still trying to hide it, given the situation? Are you still going to try and tell me that your name is Shifeng?" The Crown Prince Qi Rufeng exchanged glances with the two princesses. The guards behind them looked towards Ning with fear in their gazes as well. The look in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes was especially complicated. This Taoist Dark North wanted to take her on as his disciple, and the power he had just displayed was truly inconceivable. "Big brother, what should we do?" When the Flame Wing Guard attacked, they revealed our true identities. "This Dark North knows that we are of the Imperial Qi clan," the black-robed woman sent mentally. "Word of the destruction of our Qi Empire has long since spread. This Dark North must know very well by now that we are the lucky survivors of the Imperial clan. He might act to seize our treasures," the violet-robed princess sent frantically. "We need to seize the advantage and use up our magic treasures to kill him." Idiocy. Although the remnant treasures of the Qi Empire are in my hands, I have no confidence in being able to deal with this Dark North. Crown Prince Qi Rufeng sent back with anger. Just by relying on his Dao domain, he was able to summon enough energy from the heavens and the earth to cause a squad of the Flame Wing Guard to be completely unable to move. His insights into the Dao are superior to those of even supreme earth immortals and loose immortals. Although judging from the ripples of power emanating from him, he should still be a peak primal Taoist. His power is definitely at the earth immortal or loose immortal level. And given that he was able to so easily bring out 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords, he certainly has powerful treasures of his own. I imagine that he has the power of a supreme loose immortal or earth immortal. His nation had once spanned 1,000,000 kilometers. The final survivors, including the crown prince of the nation, naturally had quite a few formidable treasures of their own. Then what should we do? The violet-robed princess was panicking now. "We only have 2 greater teleportation Dao seals. At most, 2 of us can escape," the crown prince said. "This Taoist Dark North hasn't moved to attack us yet. We can still negotiate with him, right? Let's negotiate," the violet-robed princess said hurriedly. "We have no other choices," the black-robed princess sent as well. Ning watched as the crown prince and the two princesses stealthily sent mental messages to each other. Previously, when they had first boarded the ship, they had felt mentally superior to Ning. They had believed him to merely be a primal Taoist, and that by relying on their imperial treasures they could deal with him. Now, however, they didn't even think about fighting back against him. Senior, Crown Prince Chi Ruffing said respectfully, I imagine that since you have heard what the Flame Wing Guard said, you already know the truth. It is true. We are indeed of the Imperial Qi clan. News of the destruction of the Qi Empire was extremely widespread. Virtually all of the at least somewhat powerful cultivators in the surrounding million kilometers knew about this matter. However, although Ning had arrived at the Star Continent half a month ago, he actually didn't know about this matter at all. Ning calmly sipped his wine as he listened. Qi Ruffing continued nervously. Ever since our Qi Empire was destroyed by the Flame Wing King, the Imperial Qi clan has been fleeing. The Flame Wing Guard has never let up on their pursuit of us. And so we had to be cautious. I was forced to report a false name, Shurfeng, to you. My true name is Qi Ruffing, a prince of the Qi Empire. Prince. Ning gently murmured this word, but continued to look at Qi Ruffing. Qi Ruffing hurriedly continued. This is my little sister, Qi Ruyu. This is another little sister, Qi Ruhui. Ning glanced sideways at the two. The black-robed princess was Qi Ruyu, while the violet-robed princess was Qi Ruhui. Wise. You didn't continue to lie. Ning just sat there. If you continue to lie, I probably will no longer have the patience to talk to you. I'd just kill you and take away the treasures of your Imperial Qi clan. The crown prince and the princesses felt their hearts tremble as they heard this. Ning said calmly, I wish to take Qi Xiaoyu as my disciple. I imagine that all you need to do is nod and agree to it. Do not lie to me. If you lie, I will know. The difference in power between the two was simply too vast. In addition, Ning's soul was extraordinarily powerful. This was why Ning was so confident. If the crown prince's soul was a bit stronger, however, then Ning would no longer be so sure of himself. It is true. So long as I agree, I can indeed give Qi Xiaoyu to you, senior, the crown prince said respectfully. Then why haven't you done so? Ning snapped softly. The crown prince, Qi Ruffing, just shook his head. You want those 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords? Ning looked at him, then said calmly, I can give them to you. However, don't go too far. Taking your life would be as easy as turning over my hand. I don't want flying swords. Crown Prince Qi Ruffing looked at Ning. I want you, senior, to protect our imperial clan for 100 years. If you agree to protect us for 100 years, then I will immediately allow Qi Xiaoyu to take you on as master. And after 100 years, I definitely won't hinder you in any way. If you want to leave, then you can. Ning's face sank, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. You are courting death. Ha ha ha. Qi Ruffing actually began to laugh in a mad manner. Courting death? Right, I am indeed courting death. Senior, you have no idea how pitiful the lives of myself and my two little sisters have been. Ever since the Qi Empire was annihilated many decades ago, we have been under constant pursuit. Every day, we are filled with terror and unease. One clansman after another has perished, one elder relative after another has died, and one sibling after another has perished. Many Imperial Qi clansmen had fled with us. But now only 3 of us remain. I'm the only surviving male of our entire Imperial Qi clan. Ha ha ha. It's enough. I've had enough. My little sister here is already unable to endure the stress. She wanted to fight those Flame Wing Guards to the death. Although Ruyu has never said it aloud, I know that she is tired as well. And in truth, I am even more tired. Qi Ruffing stared at Ning, tears in his eyes. I'm the final male survivor. The 3 of us are the only survivors of the entire Imperial clan, and I am the most powerful of our group, a Wanxiang adept. All of the burdens are on my shoulders. Where shall we go? How shall we rebuild our empire? How shall we take revenge? All of these burdens are crushing me down. I've had enough. Enough. You can say that I'm courting death or that I'm crazy. Whatever. I've given you my terms. If you protect us for a century, then I will give my servant, Qi Xiaoyu, to serve you as your disciple, senior. Qi Xiaoyu is a person of tremendous karmic virtue, and more than 900 meters of golden light surrounds her. When the elders of our clan discovered her, they were absolutely delighted and believed that she would be able to provide luck to our entire imperial clan. I will not so easily let Qi Xiaoyu go. Either protect us for a century, or kill us and let us reunite with our mother, our father, and our many relatives. Qi Rufeng's eyes were filled with tears, but his voice was filled with absolute determination. He was staking it all. He was throwing their lives into this wager. He was tired. He didn't want to continue to flee in terror like this. He could tell how powerful Ning was. With Ning as their guardian and protector, they would have a much better chance at surviving. Big brother. The black-robed princess's face was streaked with tears as well. Big brother, don't beg him. Let's just end it all here. The violet-robed princess gritted her teeth, madness in her eyes. Ning frowned. This was trouble. He hadn't expected that the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan felt such despair, that they had nowhere to go. He had thought that a simple threat would have been enough. But they were now staking everything against him. 100 years? No chance. Ning had only spent 30 years on Mount Innerheart, and he had agreed to reunite with you way back in the world of the Granxia as soon as possible. How could he possibly extend their reunion by a century? The violet-robed princess glared at Ji Ning. Gritting her teeth, she said, "If we die, Xiaoyu dies as well. When the master dies, the servants shall not live either." Ning instantly felt a loathing for this violet-robed princess, Qi Ruhui. However, Ning knew that since the Imperial Qi clan had known all along that Qi Xiaoyu was a figure with great karmic virtue, that they definitely would firmly fasten her to the sides of the Imperial clan. Once the Imperial clan perished, Qi Xiaoyu would probably truly die as well. Ning shut his eyes. The ship became completely silent. Everyone stared at Ning, waiting for his response. The Crown Prince, Qi Rufeng, waited with nervousness and anticipation. Given how powerful this senior Dark North is, 100 years shouldn't be anything to him. How could he imagine that Ning had only lived for a few decades? Utter stillness. The Crown Prince and the princesses were all extremely nervous. Qi Xiaoyu felt restless and uneasy as well. Ning suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the Crown Prince, Qi Rufeng. "I agree to protect you for a year or to kill the Flame Wing King. Once I complete either of these two conditions, I will take Qi Xiaoyu away. This is my response to you. If you agree, then you shall release Qi Xiaoyu to me to be my disciple. If you refuse, then I'll kill you and take away your imperial treasures. Do you agree or do you refuse?" Ning stared at Qi Rufeng. "Senior, it's just 100. The Crown Prince, Qi Rufeng, couldn't help but begin to argue. "You only need to tell me. If you agree or refuse?" Ning repeated coldly. The Crown Prince and the two princesses exchanged glances. There were no other options now. If this Taoist Dark North was to protect them for a year, within this year, they might have a chance for a game-changer to occur. "Fine." Qi Rufeng gritted his teeth. Ning nodded lightly. This was as he had expected. If he didn't give them any benefit at all, then they probably really would rather die. If he gave them at least a little bit, their desire to live would take the upper hand. And in truth, Ning wasn't planning to actually waste a full year. He would rather just go and kill that Flame Wing King. After killing the Flame Wing King, his promise would have been completed. "Then why haven't you given Qi Xiaoyu her freedom?" Ning looked at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince couldn't help but mumble. "Please swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens to attest to your promise, senior, so as to put us all at ease." Ning's face sank, and a true killing intent burst forth from him. "It seems you really do wish to die." An oath to the Tao of the Heavens was simply too powerful and restrictive. Thus, immortal cultivators definitely would not casually swear any such oath. The Crown Prince and the princesses could all tell that Ning had truly lost all patience. Terrified, the Crown Prince hurriedly said, We are willing to believe in your promise, senior." Qi Xiaoyu, from this day forth, you shall obey the instructions of Senior Dark North. There is no longer any connection between you and the Imperial Qi clan, Qi Ruffing said. Instantly, the ripples of the Tao of the heavens descended within her subconscious mind. Clearly, the oath which Qi Xiaoyu had sworn in the past to the Tao of the heavens had been fulfilled. Qi Xiaoyu fell to her knees. Xiaoyu shall never forget the benevolence you have shown me, Your Imperial Highness. Ning, standing to one side, just sighed to himself. Qi Xiaoyu truly was quite faithful. However, based on what she had told him regarding her experiences, Ning had already discovered quite a few suspicious indicators. The tribe which Qi Xiaoyu had belonged to as a child had tens of thousands of tribesmen. A tribe like this would rarely be attacked by dire monsters. Xiantian-level dire monsters wouldn't be able to do it, while higher-level cultivating dire monsters wouldn't be willing to cause sin to gather around them. And yet, the large tribe in which Qi Xiaoyu had lived in as a child was attacked and destroyed. Even all of her family had been slain, and then she just so happened to run into an expert of the Imperial Qi clan. How could things be so coincidental? The Imperial Qi clan was in the middle of fleeing for their own lives as well. How could such a coincidence happen? Perhaps the destruction of the tribe which Qi Xiaoyu lived in as a child had something to do with the Imperial Qi clan. Ning mused silently to himself. Qi Xiaoyu knelt down towards Ning as well. His Imperial Highness has instructed Xiaoyu to follow you in the future and listen to your commands. Ning looked at Qi Xiaoyu, then said, Remember this. From this day forth you have regained your freedom. You are neither a servant nor a slave. Do not act like one. Ning continued, I have never before taken on a disciple. If you take me as your master, then you shall naturally become the senior disciple under my tutelage. This is an important matter for you, but also an important matter for me. I have no wish to force this upon you. If you are willing, then you may bow to me as my disciple. If you are unwilling, then I will send you off to some other places with immortal cultivation sects. I trust that they will fight over the chance to recruit you. Ning had his own pride. There was no way he would force his very first disciple to accept him as master. Given how large the Crescent world was, he could simply go and find another person of great karmic virtue. In truth, Qi Xiaoyu was extremely intelligent. She could tell that the crown prince actually treated her rather indifferently. The second princess was a bit better, while the youngest princess actually loathed her. The only person in the entire Imperial Qi clan who had treated her with sincerity was her master. But her master had been killed by the pursuing Flame Wing Guard long ago. As for this Dark North who stood before her, Qi Xiaoyu could tell how much this senior Dark North valued her. He had immediately taken out 100 heaven-ranked flying swords for her, and now he had promised to protect the Imperial Qi clan. This was as good as becoming enemies with the Flame Wing Guard. All of this was for the sake of taking her on as his disciple. And if she didn't accept him as her master, he was still going to have to carry out his promise to protect the Imperial Qi clan for a year. From this, she could tell, he truly cared very much about her own will and her own choice. Your disciple greets you, master. The young maiden immediately fell down to her knees and kowtowed. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh, then nodded his head and said, Good. From this day forth, you are the senior disciple of myself, Dark North Taoist Ji Ning. I don't have any requirements for my disciples, aside from one. Not to be traitorous. Your disciple understands, Qi Xiaoyu said respectfully. Come with me. Ning immediately walked towards a cabin on the second level of the ship. As he walked, he instructed, Qi Ruffing, you can take your people into your cabins to rest. Aboard my ship, I shall naturally see to your protection. You have nothing to worry about. Qi Xiaoyu obediently followed Ning to the second level. As Ning was accepting his first disciple, within a city that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, within an enormous palace. This palace was simply so vast that not even sunlight could penetrate into its depths. Within a dark, secluded courtyard, a tall, thin, red-skinned man dressed in black robes was frowning pensively in thought. Third brother. Suddenly, a voice rang out. a similarly tall and skinny man. This one dressed in azure armor and with eyes like an incomparably savage hawk, came walking in. Seventh brother. The black-robed man nodded lightly. You came. As the Flame-Wing King, you are living a carefree life of ease. Why have you summoned so many of us brothers? The hawk-eyed, azure-armored man asked. Naturally, there is something good I want to share, the Flame-Wing King said. Seventh brother, you are the first to arrive, so I'll let you know in advance. Do you know why I spent so much effort to annihilate the Qi Empire all those years back? The azure-armored, hawk-eyed man said, puzzled. The destruction of the Qi Empire. Didn't you say that you felt your territory was too small, and that you wanted to take over a large area? Was that not the real reason? Can it be that it is, as the legends claimed, that the Qi Emperor had a treasure trove? Ha ha ha. I don't believe in such things. As far as we are concerned, not even the treasures left behind by celestial immortals can be considered a treasure trove. There is indeed a treasure trove, the Flame-Wing King said seriously. Oh, the hawk-eyed man was startled. It was only because I learned of the Imperial Qi clan's huge treasure trove that I acted against them, the Flame-Wing King said. Through torture and soul-scouring and all other methods available to me, I learned from the elder members of the Imperial Qi clan that the founding emperor of the Qi Empire had indeed encountered a treasure trove. However, he was too weak and so was only able to acquire a very small portion of the treasure trove, including some cultivation methods, divine abilities, and secret arts. But just by relying on this small portion, the Qi clan was able to rapidly rise to power, establish an empire, and then expand to the point where a few tens of thousands of years later, they had taken over 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The hawk-eyed man was quite startled to hear this. Over the past few tens of thousands of years, the Imperial Qi clan has repeatedly ventured forth to the location of the treasure trove, but they were unable to make any progress, the Flame-Wing King said. After I discovered the location of this treasure trove, I ventured there twice. The first time, I came back with nothing to show for my efforts. The second time, I made more ample preparations and forced my way deeper in. But I ended up being trapped within the place for more than 20 years. I nearly died there, and just barely managed to escape from it a short while ago. What? The hawk-eyed man was completely shocked. He knew exactly how powerful this Flame-Wing King was. Of the major powers of the Star Continent, the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows were extremely well known. Each of them had unearthly amounts of power and extremely large territories. The Flame-Wing King was one of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows and was extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he have annihilated the Qi Empire? The place where this treasure trove is located is incomparably dangerous. The Flame-Wing King shook his head. The treasures within the outermost perimeter of the trove have all been picked clean by the founding emperor of the Qi Empire. But those treasures aren't worth our attention anyhow. Deeper within are even more powerful treasures, and the ripples of those treasures cause even my heart to tremble. Cause your heart to tremble? The hawk-eyed man was intrigued as well. This treasure trove is incomparably mysterious, and I've always wanted to discover what it contains. But I'm unable to find out on my own. That's why I've asked all of our brothers to join forces with me. With us 12 kings combining our powers, I trust that we have a chance to go deeper into the treasure trove region, the Flame-Wing King said. The hawk-eyed man nodded lightly as well. Right as the two monster kings were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, your subordinate has a report regarding the Flame-Wing Guard. Oh! The Flame-Wing King glanced outside, then nodded. Come in. A tall, skinny old man with an extremely long neck and a furry face walked in. He glanced at the hawk-eyed man before speaking. Speak. There's nothing you need to hide from my seventh brother, the Flame-Wing King said. Understood. The long-necked elder said respectfully. Your Majesty, you instructed us to pursue and kill the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan. Only 3 of them remain, with the strongest being a Wanxiang adept. However, just now, one of our 10+ Flame-Wing Guard squads who were chasing after them was completely wiped out. Their jade life tablets have all shattered. They died roughly 600,000 kilometers away from us. Oh, the Flame Wing King frowned. That didn't make sense. This area was under the command of himself, the Flame Wing King. All the monsters obeyed his orders, and the human cultivators had been shooed away by him long ago. Logically speaking, there should be no one in this region who would dare act against his Flame Wing Guard. My guess is that the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan. The long-necked elder was about to venture a guess, but the Flame Wing King interrupted him. With a frown, the Flame Wing King barked, "Arrange for 3 companies of Flame Wing Guards to head there and investigate. Can it be that the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan have hidden secrets that even I am unaware of?" "Yes," the long-necked elder said with respect, immediately accepting the order. Soon, 3 companies of Flamewing Guards that were led by 3 loose immortal monsters teleported away from the royal capital of the Qi Empire and moved to investigate this affair. Vile Dragon River. A large boat was sailing through it with the currents. Within a cabin on the large boat, the Crown Prince, Qi Ruffing, was currently alongside his 2 little sisters. By this point, all we can do is trust the senior Dark North, Qi Ruffing sent mentally. Humph. The violet-robed princess, Qi Ruhui, had a look of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Although Xiaoyu was just one of our servants, she was surrounded by the light of great karmic virtue. Loose immortals and earth immortals of major clans would fight for the chance of taking her on as a disciple. We actually let this Dark North acquire her so easily. He didn't even have to swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. He took advantage of how downtrodden we are. Back when our imperial clan was flourishing, we would have annihilated him for daring to toy with us in such a manner. Little sister, the black-robed princess sent mentally. That was then, this is now. We are now extremely weak, and Senior Dark North had even offered 100 high-grade heaven-ranked flying swords for her. This means that he isn't an unreasonable person. He hasn't abandoned us after taking her own as his disciple, and is continuing to hold fast to his promise to protect us. Given how weak we are right now, we should celebrate the fact that we found someone who keeps his promises. Little sister, remember this. You are no longer a princess like you were before. Qi Ruffing mentally barked at her. The youngest princess had been a child living in the palace back when the attack came. She had been spoiled absolutely rotten. Before the elders had a chance to teach and train her as she grew up, the entire nation had been destroyed. They had been fleeing this entire time, and nobody had a chance to teach her and see to her upbringing. Growing up in a state of constant flight, the hatred and grievances in her heart had grown increasingly strong. In fact, because the elders of the clan took good care of Xiaoyu, she herself felt jealousy and dislike for Xiaoyu. However, since Qi Xiaoyu was a person of great karmic virtue, the clan had ordered long ago that she could not be assaulted or killed. Otherwise, the princess probably would have arranged for Qi Xiaoyu's death long ago. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, footsteps rang out on the stairs outside. The crown prince and the 2 princesses looked out through the window towards the deck. They saw a white-robed maiden walking down from the 2nd floor. The white-robed maiden was clearly different from other people, and a series of ripples could be sensed coming from the magic robes she wore. Qi Xiaoyu. The crown prince and princesses were greatly shocked. Qi Xiaoyu, who had previously been in servant clothes, now looked completely different. Her robes were clearly extraordinary, and she had a silver bracelet around her arm. Her pure white arms were a perfect match for the bracelet, which made her skin look even paler. She now had a jade hairpin affixed in her hair which gave off mysterious, powerful ripples. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Qi Xiaoyu was already a person of great karmic virtue who naturally made others feel positively towards her. And as an immortal cultivator, her skin and her figure were superb. Beauty, poise, a wondrous aura. And now that she had changed clothes, she appeared even more dazzling than the 2 princesses. Those robes, that bracelet, they should be extremely rare top-grade mortal-ranked magic treasures. As for the jade hairpin, even I can't tell what it is, Qi Ruffing said. Dark North truly is an extraordinary figure. Although mortal-ranked magic treasures aren't that precious, top-grade mortal-ranked magic treasures. They are still very rare. The black-robed princess sighed in amazement. In addition, judging from the way in which Senior Darknorth took out 100 high-grade heaven-ranked magic treasures earlier, he probably would have given her even better treasures, were it not for the fact that she is still weak and can only use mortal-ranked treasures. That jade hairpin. It should also be a top-grade mortal-ranked treasure. The violet-robed princess disagreed. It's just a bunch of mortal-ranked items. Xianxia walked down the stairs, then knocked on the door to the cabin. Open the door, the crown prince immediately instructed. One of the guards behind him immediately walked forward to push open the cabin door. Xianxia walked in, then immediately said, "Your Highness, Master wishes you to go to him. In the future, there's no need to refer to me as Your Highness. You are now the exalted disciple of Senior Darknorth. You can just refer to me by my name," Crown Prince Qi Ruffing said. But young Princess Qi Ruhui said, "Xiaoyu, what sort of magic treasure is that hairpin? Neither my big brother nor my second sister can recognize it. Master said that this is a protective treasure that can only be used once. Once the elemental key within it is unleashed, it can withstand the attacks of even a supreme loose immortal for a space of 10 breaths." Qi Xiaoyu replied obediently. "What?" Everyone in the cabin was astonished. Block a supreme loose immortal's attacks for the space of 10 breaths? This was definitely a supremely valuable protective item. In truth, this was just one of the many magic items left behind by Immortal Juhua. Ning felt that it was actually rather embarrassing for him to give out mortal-ranked magic treasures to his first disciple. After all, she too was now a member of Mount Innerheart. Thus, he gave her this protective item. To block a supreme loose immortal, the violet-robed princess gritted her teeth. She couldn't help but feel jealous. This shitty slave. She sure has some good luck. Because they had been fleeing for so long, they had often used this sort of protective anti-attack magic treasure. Over the course of tens of years, they had used them all up. Qi Ruffing hurriedly emerged from his cabin, climbing up the stairs to the second floor to go see Ji Ning. "Greetings to you, Senior Darknorth," Qi Ruffing said respectfully. "Qi Ruffing, I have questions for you." Ning sat there pointing towards a chair. "You can sit as well." "All right." Qi Ruffing immediately sat down obediently as directed. He was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. There was an enormous gap in power right now. He was completely unable to fight back against someone like Ning. Ning had given him a promise, and he had the feeling that this Senior Darknorth was a decent person. If he had encountered a vicious, barbaric person, that sort of person would undoubtedly have had many ways to force him to hand over Qi Xiaoyu. "I ask you this. Why is it that you have fled for so many years from the Flame Wing King without successfully escaping?" Ning asked, puzzled. "Given how large the star continent is, if you run a few million kilometers away, it will be easier for the Flame Wing King to find a needle in the sea than to find you. And yet, you've been fleeing in such a haggard fashion for decades, and remain under pursuit." Qi Ruffing shook his head and sighed. This Flame Wing King was originally a venomous pest of a type known as the Flame Wing Bug, who cultivated the Tao. After he led his dire monster army to suddenly attack my Qi Empire, the Flame Wing King personally covered the entire Imperial Citadel with flame wing venom. The venom filled every single palace, and it instantly merged into the body of every single person it touched. There's no way to separate it from the bodies it has touched, and in fact it even has corrupted our souls. Even Earth Immortals or Loose Immortals are unable to get rid of this poison. Oh, Ning was surprised. Flame wing bugs? He had never heard of this sort of venomous bug back in the Granxia world. This flame wing venom doesn't actually harm the body or the soul. Qi Ruffing shook his head, then said bitterly. But no matter how far away we move away, the flame wing bugs can still sense the location of the flame wing venom. Even if we flee to the Cloud Continent or the Flame Continent, the Flame Wing bugs can still sense us. The Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals under the Flame Wing King's command can engage in teleportation and go to the Cloud Continent and Flame Continent. And so no matter where we flee to, we are unable to escape pursuit. Ning now understood. What a nasty poison. He still remembered how in his youth, when he was adventuring in Eastmount Marsh, he had been attacked and pursued by Ironwood John. It was precisely because Ning had been touched by that ice flower liquid that Ironwood John was able to continue the chase, even though Ning had fled very far away. However, by comparison, this Flamewing venom was even more formidable, and it was the Flamewing King who had personally used it. It was able to stain even the soul. Within this crescent world, no matter where the clan fled to, the countless Flamewing bugs under the king's command would still be able to sense their direction. The majority of our imperial clan was killed on the spot, and the rest fled in every direction, Chi Ruffing said. Back then, loose immortals numbered amongst the fleeing survivors. However, no matter where we fled to, they continued to chase us. Thus, we chose to continue to flee about the former territory of our Qi Empire. After all, this was the place we originally controlled, and so we were quite familiar with it. In addition, the imperial clan had built up many secret bases. After having fled for so long, we three are the only survivors. Chi Ruffing's words were filled with grief and powerlessness. Ning now understood it all. The main problem was that the Flamewing venom was hard to eradicate. Thus, this crown prince and the princesses were constantly pursued. This sort of venom that stained even the soul. Not even Ning was able to help get rid of it. I ask you this, Ning said. How great a sinner is this Flamewing King? Is he surrounded by bloody sin light? The Flamewing King is one of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows. He is famous for his savagery. Naturally, the amount of sins he has committed towers to the skies. As far as the bloody aura of sin, from what I hear, all 12 of them are wreathed in tremendous amounts of bloody sin light. Anyone who uses divine sense to look at them will see a towering, tidal wave of bloody sin light swirling around them. Even Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals will feel terrified upon seeing them, Chi Ruffing said. Ning felt a sense of jubilation in his heart. A towering tidal wave of bloody sin light? A huge sinner? The trial to acquire the 8-9 arcane art was to kill 10 great sinners and to accept a disciple. He had now accepted a disciple, and his next objective was to kill 10 great sinners. Perhaps he would be able to fulfill the criteria by dealing with these 12 monster kings. You heard this personally, yes? You aren't just making this up, Ning asked. Perhaps the stories are exaggerated, but they shouldn't be too exaggerated. The savagery of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows is known throughout the Star Continent. In fact, even those in the Cloud Continent and the Flame Continent know about their reputation. Even supreme powers with celestial immortal patriarchs are unwilling to go all out against these 12 monster kings, Chi Ruffing said. Although my Imperial Chi clan had originally fled to the Cloud Continent, we were unfamiliar with the place and the people there. The fame of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows was simply too great. No one was willing to help us, and so in the end, we were chased all the way back home. At least here within the former territory of our Chi Empire, we are able to struggle and fight for a period of time. Ning felt startled. Even powers with celestial immortal patriarchs were unwilling to fight with them? How strong are these 12 monster kings? Ning asked. How strong is the Flamewing King? All 12 of them are incomparably savage and ferocious. The reason why they were willing to swear brotherhood was because they all had similar temperaments. Every one of them is incredibly powerful. But of course, some are stronger and some are weaker. The Flamewing King's power is average for the 12. He has nearly 100 Earth Immortals or Loose Immortals under his command. Given his power, killing ordinary Earth Immortals or Loose Immortals is as easy as killing a chicken, Chi Ruffing said. The strongest of the 12, their number 1 figure, is the Goldfur Bear King. I've heard that the Goldfur Bear King has previously fought a celestial immortal patriarch, who was unable to do anything to him. In the end, it was the celestial immortal who retreated. You tell me, is he powerful or not? When these 12 monster kings join forces, advancing and retreating in unison, they are one of the absolute hegemons of the entire Eastern Flows region. Although our Chi Empire previously spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, we've never dared to encroach on their territory. Who would have thought that the Flamewing King would annihilate our empire? Ning was secretly startled. Even a celestial immortal had been unable to do anything, and had voluntarily retreated? He had thought that he would be able to get his quota of 10 great sinners from these 12 monster kings. But now, it seemed, things wouldn't be so easy. Easy is boring. Hard is interesting. I spent more than 30 years training at Mount Innerheart. I have yet to truly fight with anyone. The 12 monster kings of the eastern flows. A perfect foe. Ning could feel his blood beginning to pump excitedly through his veins, and his desire to do battle was growing. Ji Ning stood there by himself on the prow of the ship, staring at the raging waves. He was in an excellent mood. He had already found his disciple, and the 12 monster kings of the eastern flows would probably fulfill his quota of 10 great sinners to kill. The only problem was, these monster kings were quite hard to deal with. Ning suddenly stared towards the distant horizon. Atop the distant shore, a vague group of figures could be seen drawing closer and closer to them. They were moving at an extremely fast speed, and Ning could visibly make out the emblem of a flame wing on their Dao armors. Flame wing guards. Ning laughed in surprise. There's actually a few hundred of them. Crown Prince Qi Rufeng and the others with him within the cabin stared outwards through the window towards the Vile Dragon River. They were seeking for a place to hide. Is that? The Crown Prince's face changed dramatically. Hundreds of flame wing guards? The violet-robed Qi Ruhui's face instantly turned ashen. 12 flame wing guards had already terrified them, but now hundreds more had come. Even loose immortals would perish in a situation like this. Disastrous. The Crown Prince's face was ashen. He frantically sent mentally. It must be due to the fact that all 12 of those flame wing guards died, without a single one escaping. That's why they sent so many over this time. In the past, during the flight of the Imperial Qi clan, the Flame Wing Guard had always held the upper hand. It was the Imperial Qi clan which had continued to flee. The Flame Wing Guard had never before had a situation where all their troops died in an encounter. In addition, the Crown Prince, Qi Rufeng, was only recently the leader of their squad. In the past, they had primal Taoists with them, and it was the clan elders who made the decisions. But now the primal Taoists were all dead, and the decision-maker was Qi Rufeng. Qi Rufeng was inexperienced. He had never before encountered a situation where all the chasing Flame Wing Guard forces had been wiped out. He had no idea that the extermination of an entire squad would result in such a terrifying consequence. A total of 3 companies, each one led by a loose immortal or earth immortal, 11 primal dire monsters, and over 100 Wanxiang dire monsters. The black-robed princess sent solemnly. With so many flame wing guards in one place, even supreme loose immortals will most likely perish. Why haven't we fled? The violet-robed princess sent frantically. That Dark North is merely a primal Taoist. Even if he has a high level of comprehension of the Tao and can fight those at a higher level, he would at most be comparable to supreme loose immortals. In the face of this many flame wing guards, which number 3 earth immortal or loose immortal monsters amongst their ranks, there's no way he can hold on. Just as Ning was smiling, and the Imperial Qi clan was utterly terrified, the hundreds of distant flame wing guards joined together into a grand Tao soldier formation. The 3 companies were all led by loose immortals, who led their primal dire monsters and Wanxiang dire monsters on the distant shore to join form into a trio of 3,000-meter-tall flame wing bugs. Blazing wings and the body of a centipede. The enormous 3-headed flame wing bugs were filled with unearthly savage power. Their auras alone caused the surrounding waves to instantly be crushed downwards and flattened. Boom! 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 The 3 massive flame wing bugs all flew into the river, running across the waves as they threw themselves towards Ning's ship. Ning stood at the prow of the ship. He barked, "Hurry up and leave, and you can keep your lives." "So you are the one protecting the Imperial Qi clan?" One of the 3 massive flame wing bugs spoke out in a growling voice. "Human, this is the territory of our flame wing king. How dare you act so wildly here? Don't waste words with him. Kill him. Kill the human." Monsters and humans were enemies in virtually every part of the 3 realms. After all, these 2 races were the 2 most powerful races in the current 3 realms. Ning shook his head gently. 3 loose immortal monsters? They were most likely only on par with that loose immortal, Float Cloud, who had tried to assassinate him. Even all those years ago, he had been able to deal with immortal Float Cloud. Now that his primal twin was a full level of power greater than it had been in the past, and now that his insights into the Tao of the sword were unfathomably greater than before, killing these loose immortals would indeed be as easy as killing a chicken. Accompanied by 3 massive waves, the 3 enormous flame-wing bugs charged forward, seeking to attack Ning en masse and annihilate him at one go. Ning remained very calm. To deal with hundreds of flame-wing guards, just by relying on his Tao domain wouldn't be enough. He had to actually fight, but of course it would still be very easy for him. Quick! Let's go. If we dawdle, we won't be able to escape. The Imperial Qi clan didn't dare to hesitate at all. If they did, they would probably die here. As they saw it, no matter how high a level of comprehension Ning had, he was still just a primal Taoist. In the face of 3 loose immortal monsters and hundreds of flame-wing guards, it would be incredible if he was even able to block them. Let's go. The Crown Prince, Qi Ruffing, waved his hand and a long shuttle once more appeared by the side of the large ship. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Crown Prince, the princesses, and the 5 servants all entered the shuttle. Go! The violet-robed woman waved her hand, and instantly, a series of green bamboo strips flew out and descended from the skies, plunging into the roiling waves. Swoosh! The shuttle cruised through the waves, moving as fast as lightning. As for those green bamboo strips, there were hundreds of them, and they all stabbed downwards, completely surrounding the region where Ning and the 3 giant flame-wing bugs were located. The bamboo strips even had bamboo leaves attached to them. The bamboo leaves floated about, causing the entire region to transform into nothingness. Even the surrounding waves had completely disappeared. Little sister Yu, Crown Prince Qi Ruffing, within the fleeing shuttle, was completely shocked. The violet-robed princess turned her head to stare at the now massive bamboo strips. She smirked disdainfully. What is it? That Taoist Dark North is merely a primal Taoist. It'd be impressive if he even had the power of a supreme loose immortal. And even if he did, he still most likely isn't a match for those flame-wing guards. Since that was the case, we have to use him as best as we can and make him offer up his strength in service to our imperial clan. It can be said that this is the price he must pay for taking Xiaoyu away as his disciple. You are an idiot. Qi Ruffing was speechless with rage. Given how powerful this Taoist Dark North is, if he has a school or a master behind him, how are we supposed to deal with them? So what if he does? Who will learn of this? The violet-robed princess remained disdainful. The black-robed princess disagreed frantically. Little sister, given this Taoist Dark North is powerful, he probably has a celestial immortal patriarch behind him. Celestial immortals are able to investigate the past. When they find out, don't worry. So what if they do find out? Even if this Taoist Dark North has a celestial immortal patriarch backing him, there's no way that celestial immortal will find us. All that celestial immortal will know is that Taoist Dark North was killed by the Flame-Wing Guard. Perhaps this might cause his school to go act against the Flame-Wing King. A look of savagery was in the violet-robed princess's eyes. Humph. Humph. Perhaps the Flame-Wing King will be killed as a result. Everything would be worth it. Ning waved his hand, collecting his ship. Qi Xiaoyu, aboard the ship, was also collected into the immortal estate he carried with him at all times. Humph! Ning glanced at the fleeing Imperial Qi clan. He watched as the treasures the youngest princess threw out, those bamboo slips, sank into the sea and formed a formation. He naturally understood what the plot was, to trap him here along with the Flame-Wing Guard. Otherwise, if so much as a single one of the 3 massive flame-wing bugs moved to attack them, they would be in big trouble. Now that they were all trapped in the formation, all 3 would undoubtedly join forces to attack him. Ning. Only afterwards would they move to break the formation. This was a scheme to force Ning to fight with full power. And if Ning's level of power truly was what the Imperial Qi clan believed it to be, then most likely the end result truly would be as the princess predicted. He would be able to buy them some time, then die. Unfortunately, their guess was wrong. Ning's school was indeed powerful, far more so than they could imagine. Ning's master was Patriarch Subhuti, the creator of this entire world, and Ning's own level of power was far greater than they imagined as well. Kill him, then break the formation. Kill him. The three massive flame-wing bugs didn't panic at all. They had complete confidence in their ability to first kill this human, then break the formation. It would at most take them a bit of extra time, which didn't matter. Those Imperial Qi clansmen were all stained by flame-wing venom, and they'd be able to find and catch them later. Die! Ning had an ugly look on his face. He was protecting them, but they had put a knife in his back. How could he not be enraged? The enraged Ning no longer wished to waste any time. He was going to make the Imperial Qi clan pay for what they did. Bang! 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 Ning stood there atop the water, Dark North swords in his hands. He chopped out 3 times in a row with his swordlight. 3 streaks of blindingly bright swordlight transformed into 3 enormous black dragons. The power of the black dragons was utterly unearthly, and they smashed towards the 3 massive flame wings with utterly catastrophic power. What? How can this be? No! The loose immortal monsters, primal dire monsters, and Wanxiang dire monsters within the 3 flame-wing bugs were all stupefied. They were truly scared silly. The 3 black dragons each flew to a different target. They had the shape of black dragons, but they were in reality streaks of incomparably terrifying swordlight. They chopped through the titanic flame-wing bugs as easily as chopping through rotting wood. Boom! 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 The hundreds of monsters, including the loose immortal monsters, all perished. Their souls were annihilated. The enraged Ning's sword blows were so powerful that they destroyed flesh and soul alike. In fact, even the Dao armors worn by the Wanxiang dire monsters were ground into dust, and quite a few of their magic treasures were shattered as well. Break! Ning launched yet another streak of swordlight. The surrounding formation was a one-use formation. It contained elemental ki and was primarily meant to trap foes. However, Ning couldn't be bothered to actually disrupt the formation. He just broke straight through it with a streak of howling swordlight, causing the bamboo talismans to instantly shatter. Swoosh! Ning moved forward in pursuit. Within the shuttle, which was escaping at lightning speed, the violet-robed princess had a look of madness in her eyes. Humph! Humph! Perhaps the Flame-Wing King will be killed as a result. Everything would be worth it. Ha ha ha, I'm too clever. Earlier, I just wanted to make this Dark North's death useful, to buy us some time. But now, it seems as though I, Qi Ruhue, just played a marvelous card. Yes, quite the marvelous card. A cold voice rang out. The crown prince and princesses suddenly shook. They turned their heads to look. On the other end of the shuttle stood a fur-clad youth. Ning looked at the 3 Imperial Qi clansmen. How can this be? They were completely stupefied. They had escaped just moments ago and had said just a few words to each other. Almost no time had passed at all. They had no idea that Ning would be able to kill hundreds of flame-wing guards with a single exchange, then break through the formation and chase after them. Naturally, this had taken very little time. Senior Dark North. Qi Ruffing immediately rose to his feet. Boom! Ning's gaze turned towards the violet-robed princess. Instantly, a streak of swordlight flew out, and the violet-robed princess was instantly ground into dust which flew everywhere. At Ning's level, just the slightest bit of power was enough to shatter someone's soul. The crown prince, the second princess, and the servants aboard the shuttle all had ashen looks on their faces. They could all tell that this time, Dark North was truly enraged. They were all immortal cultivators. Naturally, they were no fools. They knew that the little princess had plotted against this Senior Dark North just now. Senior Dark North had clearly gone to help them fight against the Flame-Wing Guard, but the little princess had stabbed him in the back. An action like this would be viewed with contempt by mortals and cultivators alike. Senior Dark North. Dark Nor. The crown princess and the second princess hurriedly spoke out, utterly terrified. This was completely not their fault. The little princess had acted completely of her own accord. They didn't instruct her to carry out those actions at all. As for her death, the crown prince and the second princess felt a hint of regret but not too much pain. This was because far too many of their siblings had died on this journey, and all of their elders had perished as well. They were used to this sort of loss, and on an emotional level the crown prince and the second princess were much closer. Whoosh! Ning willed it, and a white-robed maiden appeared next to him. It was Xiaoyu. Master, Xiaoyu said hurriedly. I saw the little princess. Halfway through her words, she realized that she was within the flying shuttle. Seeing the situation, she couldn't help but grow confused. Disciple, watch carefully, Ning said coldly. Yes, Xiaoyu said. Senior Dark North, what happened just now was completely the actions of Ruhui. She wanted to use you to delay the Flamewing Guard. Qi Ruffing said hurriedly. It was our little sister who carried out that action. Her alone. The black-robed princess said hurriedly as well. Xiaoyu just watched silently. When the Flamewing Guard had arrived, her master had gone to fight them while the Imperial Qi clan had fled. And while fleeing, the little princess had thrown out a formation to trap them. Xiaoyu had seen all of these things with perfect clarity. In addition, after having accompanied the Imperial Qi clan for so long, Xiaoyu knew very well how vicious and cruel the little princess was. Thus, by now she more or less knew what had happened. Ning looked at the crown prince and the second princess. He said coldly, I heard it all. There was talk of having the celestial immortal patriarch behind me go take revenge upon the Flamewing King on my behalf and kill him? Humph. I don't like to kill, but some people deserve killing. The crown prince and the second princess trembled. If the two of you were behind her actions, then you too shall both die as well. If you did not, I won't go so far as to implicate the two of you. Ning's gaze turned to the black-robed princess. He immediately used the Soul Charmer art, divine ability. Although this black-white college art wasn't that strong, Ning's soul was far too powerful. The black-robed princess's gaze instantly turned dull. Speak. Did you have anything to do with the little princess plot against me? Ning asked calmly. The black-robed princess spoke in a dull voice without any inflection at all. It had nothing to do with me. Ruhui acted of her own volition. Although her action may have caused Senior Dark North to fight for a bit longer, it also created yet another powerful foe for our Imperial Qi clan. If the school behind Senior Dark North came for vengeance, our Imperial Qi clan would most likely be in even more dire straits. Ruhui was far too short-sighted. What just happened? The black-robed princess regained her clarity of mind. She stared around in astonishment, and slowly, the memories of what had happened just now when she had been hypnotized came rushing back to her. She couldn't help but look towards Ning in terror. The crown prince's face instantly turned even more ashen. You! Ning looked towards the crown prince. The crown prince gritted his teeth. I definitely didn't have the intention to harm you, senior. Just as these words came out, Qi Rufing's gaze also turned dull. He too dully spoke out the truth. This truly did not have nothing to do with him. The nearby Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. She actually felt goodwill towards the crown princess and the second princess. I ask you, Ning suddenly said, did your Imperial Qi clan arrange for the destruction of Xiaoyu's tribe? The black-robed princess's face instantly changed. Xiaoyu's body trembled as well, and a look of terror and unease appeared in her eyes. The crown prince responded in a wooden, robotic manner. For the sake of ensuring Xiaoyu's total devotion to our Imperial clan, we had to make it so that she had no one else to rely on. Otherwise, in her heart, her tribe would still be occupy the most important position. Thus, the elders of the clan forced 3 Xiantian dire monsters to attack the tribe. As for the 2 Xiantian experts of that tribe, our clan elders plotted against them and ensured that they naturally wouldn't be able to fight back, causing the entire tribe to be broken apart. Xiaoyu's family members all died, giving her no one else to rely on. At that moment, our elders stepped in to protect her. Naturally, she felt gratitude and affection for the elders' actions. Everything happened as we planned, and Qi Xiaoyu became incomparably devoted and loyal to our Imperial Qi clan. In addition, after Qi Xiaoyu became a member of our Imperial Qi clan, our luck took a noticeable turn for the better. The number of times we were attacked dropped, and the number of elders who died in each attack also lessened. No. Qi Xiaoyu's face was covered with tears. She repeatedly shook her head. Ning sighed mentally to himself. In truth, the main reason he had used the Soul Charmer art was to ask about this matter. Given Ning's keen senses, he naturally noticed quite a few oddities regarding the destruction of Xiaoyu's tribe. It was extremely rare for this sort of large-scale tribe to suffer an attack from dire monsters. As I thought, Ning nodded to himself. Qi Xiaoyu felt extremely deep gratitude towards the Imperial Qi clan. Ning was afraid that this might cause problems in the future, and so he wanted to clarify this matter right away. You were plotting against me all along. All along. Qi Xiaoyu looked at the crown prince, her face completely pale. My master? Was she plotting against me as well? Antmaster Everlotus was opposed to our scheme. She wanted to go to your tribe and take you on as her disciple in a voluntary manner. However, our Imperial Qi clan was in a state of flight. All of our actions had to be for the sake of the Imperial Qi clan's best interests. The crown prince, Qi Ruffing, continued to speak in a monotone voice. She felt sorry for you, and so when she took you on as disciple, taught you and doted on you, it was out of love. In fact, some of the other princes and princesses felt jealousy for this. Qi Xiaoyu felt her heart unclench slightly. The person she felt the most gratitude for in the entire Imperial Qi clan was her master, Everlotus. Everlotus had taken care of her like she was her own daughter. She had loved her and cherished her. Qi Xiaoyu had been able to sense how much love Everlotus had felt for her. And ever since she was young, her master had taught her. Thus, although she didn't have many memories regarding life in the Blue Cliff tribe, and although she only had blurry memories of her parents, she felt an extremely deep affection for her master, Everlotus. After all, they had been together for the longest period of time. Qi Xiaoyu was fairly accurate in sensing if others were kind or malicious towards her, if they cared about her or hated her. She had always felt as though her master, Everlotus, had truly loved her. This was why she felt such gratitude for the Imperial Qi clan. In fact, when the now-deceased leader of the Imperial Qi clan had asked her to swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens, she hadn't hesitated at all. What just happened? Crown Prince Qi Ruffing came back to his senses. He quickly regained his memories, and his face immediately changed. He stared towards Ning in terror, then looked towards Qi Xiaoyu. Master Everlotus, I can understand why you did what you did. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Tears streaked down Qi Xiaoyu's face. She stared at the black-robed princess and the crown prince. Gritting her teeth, she said, Your Imperial Qi clan destroyed my tribe and home and killed my family. But Master Everlotus's benevolence towards me was as weighty as a mountain. From this day forth, I, Qi Xiaoyu, will no longer have any connection to your Qi clan. From this day forth, my name shall be Blue Cliff Xiaoyu. Master! Blue Cliff Xiaoyu turned to look towards Ning, tears in her eyes. Thank you, Master, for enlightening me and not letting me continue to remain deceived. I wish to be by myself for a time. Go! Ning nodded, then willed Qi Xiaoyu to be teleported into his immortal estate with a swish. Ning's gaze turned towards the crown prince and the princess. Both of them felt helpless. When they had been hypnotized, they had thought it was just over the little princess plot. But who would have thought that this senior Dark North would actually uncover the matter of the destruction of the Blue Cliff tribe? Still, by now they had no options left. All they could do was beg for their lives. Since you had no intention to harm me, I naturally won't act against you. I will still hold to my promise, Ning said. However, before I do so, come with me to a place. As he spoke, Ning waved his hand, causing the Imperial Qi clansmen and the flying shuttle to all be drawn into his immortal estate. And then, Ning strode forward across the waves of Vile Dragon River, quickly departing from this place. A short period of time later, the peak of a tall mountain, surrounded by clouds. A ripple in space could be seen above it. Then a fur-clad youth appeared out of nowhere and descended. "This place works." The fur-clad youth nodded, then waved his hand. An immortal estate appeared. Within the immortal estate, as Ning entered, the crown prince and the second princess both immediately paid their respects. The crown prince said, "Senior, where are we? You can exit the estate now, but you had best not go too far. If you do, I won't be able to keep you alive," Ning said calmly. "This place is more than 10 million kilometers from our previous location. I trust that the Flamewing King will need some time before chasing you here. Take a rest and prepare for the next battle." "The next battle?" The two were startled. "I killed hundreds of Flamewing guards, including 3 loose immortal monsters. Do you think that the Flamewing King is just going to shrug that off?" Ning said calmly. The two shook their heads. "Impossible." The Eastern Flows region was the territory of the 12 monster kings. Given that this senior Dark North had killed hundreds of Flamewing guards, how could the Flamewing King not be enraged? It must be understood that the Flamewing guards were the most devoted servants of the Flamewing King. Given that so many of them had perished, the Flamewing King would probably personally attack next time. The Flamewing King is coming in person. Both the Crown Prince and the second princess felt restless and uneasy. And yet this senior Dark North still intends to fight? How powerful is he? Can it be that my earlier investigations were in error? He is more than just a peak primal Taoist. Their hearts were in a state of panic. Still, given how quickly Ning had chased after him, he must have disposed of all of those Flamewing guards, which meant that things probably truly were as Ning said. He had killed hundreds of Flamewing guards. In such a short period of time, he killed hundreds of Flamewing guards, broke the formation, then caught up to us. How powerful is this Ji Ning? Is it truly possible that he can fight the Flamewing King? The Crown Prince and the Princess both felt as though their thoughts were in a jumble. Ning couldn't be bothered to pay them any heed. He entered a private room within the immortal estate. A ripple in space appeared within it and Ning stepped into the ripple, entering his underwater estate. I can't underestimate the Flamewing King's power. In fact, I might have to deal with the other monster kings as well. Before doing so, I need to increase my power a bit, Ning mused to himself. My true body, when using 3 heads, 6 arms, needs a total of 6 immortal swords. 3 of them are my Dark North swords, and the other 3 would ideally be immortal ranked. He had an exquisitely top-grade Thousand Bull sword, as well as a low-grade immortal ranked flying sword that the Grand Xia Emperor had bestowed upon him previously. Just now, when killing those 3 loose immortal monsters, he had further acquired 2 more low-grade immortal ranked magic treasures, one of which was a flying sword. My true body needs to break through to the early void stage as soon as possible. Only then can I better unleash the power of my immortal-ranked magic treasures. Ning mused to himself. Those 2 low-grade immortal-ranked flying swords were comparable to the Dark North swords in power. What Ning really cared about was the Thousand Bull sword. That sword had close to the power of a pure Yang treasure. Ning immediately entered the still room within his underwater estate, then began to absorb liquefied elemental essence. Roughly 10 million kilometers away, in the imperial capital of the former Qi Empire. Within the imperial palace. Within a lavishly decorated palace hall. Beautiful female attendants carried in platters of exquisite food and immortal nectar, delivering them to the 12 tables, including the main table at the front of the hall. Come drink. Big brother, I toast you. 9th brother, it has been 1,000 years since we met. Come, come, come. Let us brothers have another cup together. Carefree laughter rang out. High-pitched, low-pitched, screeching. Every single voice carried a dominating aura. The monsters in the form of female attendants all felt their hearts tremble. They acted with the utmost caution, terrified of offending one of the monster kings. They knew that the 12 gathered here in this hall today were the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows. The likes of them could not risk offending any of these 12. If they accidentally irritated one of the monster kings, the results would be disastrous. One of the maidservants had, due to her nervousness, splattered some of the wine from her platter atop the Jade-Toad King, one of the 12 monster kings. The Jade-Toad King had rolled his eyes, opened his mouth, and devoured the maidservant into his belly. In the center of the hall, there were beautiful human maidens and monsters who were engaging in dance. Naturally, there were also musicians who were beating the drums and playing the flute. All right, all of you can leave for now. After a long time, the Flame Wing King, seated in the host position at the front of the palace, ordered the servants to depart. Yes, your majesty. The many servants, dancers, and musicians all immediately withdrew, leaving behind only the 12 monster kings within the hall. Third, you invited all of us brothers here today. Whatever important matter this is regarding, hurry up and speak. An extremely muscular monster king whose entire body was covered with golden fur, and who had the head of a grizzly bear spoke out in a booming voice. This was the leader of the 12 monster kings, the Gold Fur Bear King. Big brother. The tall, skinny, black-robed Flame Wing King laughed. Haha. I invited all of you here to take part in a joyous affair. Seventh brother came earlier, and so I've told him already. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The other monster kings all looked over to the azure-armored, hawk-eyed Sky-Soar King, who nodded. This is indeed regarding a joyous affair. Oh! The other monster kings all looked back towards the Flame Wing King with curiosity. Although they were friends due to their similar temperaments, they were famous for their savagery. If they found anything good, they would usually keep it for themselves. Why would one of them now be willing to share with the rest of the brothers? The Flame Wing King, seeing their looks, smiled. He waved his hand and a black leather scroll flew out and unfurled in the air before them. On the leather scroll there was a complicated map as well as a diagram. What is this? The other monster kings were puzzled. The map to a treasure trove, the Flame Wing King said. Treasure trove. A map to a treasure trove? Are you joking? A treasure trove? To the likes of us, even the treasures of a celestial immortal are nothing. The treasures of a true immortal or an Empyrean god might barely qualified as a trove. All of the monster kings spoke out. They were the 12 monster kings of the eastern flows, who even celestial immortal patriarchs were unwilling to offend. For them to acknowledge a collection of treasures as a treasure trove was extremely hard. The Sky-Soar King spoke out. My fellow brothers, third brother hasn't deceived you. The place marked by this map as having treasures can indeed be described as a major treasure trove. Oh! A major treasure trove? The other monster kings all began to ponder. For even their seventh brother, the Sky-Soar King, to acknowledge this place as being a treasure trove meant that there really might be something to this. Third brother, can it be that this has something to do with the Qi Empire? The short, chubby, green-skinned Jade-Toad King growled out. The Flame Wing King, seated at the head of the hall, nodded. This does indeed have something to do with the Qi Empire. When I acted against them and destroyed them, it was because I heard some news regarding this treasure trove. I suddenly attacked without giving them any notice and seized a group of important figures of the Imperial Qi clan. Then, I used soul scouring and other methods to learn more about the treasure trove, then acquired this treasure map from the Imperial Qi clan as well. Since you already have the treasure map, you can go by yourself, third brother. I refuse to believe you are truly so generous, third brother. Haha. Third brother, what are you plotting? Speak up and be honest. Everyone here knows what type of person you are. All of them were renowned for their savagery. They knew what sort of individuals the other monster kings were. The Flame Wing King chortled. The nearby Sky-Soar King said, Third brother did indeed go twice. The first time he went, he came back with nothing to show for it. He wasn't able to go deep inside at all. The second time, he made more ample preparations and forced his way inside, but was trapped within the region for 20 years, just barely surviving and coming back. He just escaped a short while ago. What? Trapped for 20 years? Third brother? You couldn't even use a greater teleportation Dao talisman to flee? It was that dangerous? The monster kings were all astonished. The Flame Wing King immediately said, "Listen to me describe in detail this treasure trove region." The Flame Wing King spoke non-stop regarding what he had experienced. He knew quite well that by relying on his own power, there was no way he would be able to make it any deeper. He had to have the rest of the 12 join him if he wanted to have any chances of success. As the Flame Wing King spoke, looks of astonishment and seriousness gradually began to appear on the faces of the other monster kings. This place was indeed both dangerous and terrifying. The Flame Wing King's descriptions alone indicated how mysterious and frightening this place was. Most likely, even celestial immortals who ventured there would perish. Only if the 12 of us join forces do we have any chance, the Flame Wing King said. What in the world is within this treasure trove? I feel quite eager to find out. All of them felt tremendous desire towards this treasure trove. The founding emperor of the Qi Empire had already scoured the outer perimeter of this treasure trove, and he had acquired key refining techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts from it. These techniques were all truly top-tier techniques. Otherwise, the Qi Empire wouldn't have been able to expand so rapidly. Given that the outer perimeter already possessed such incredible treasures, what did the depths of the trove hold? We have to plan this out carefully, the top-ranked Goldfur Bear King said solemnly. We cannot be rash. Yes, we must make ample preparations. An extraordinary place. Just as the Monster Kings were discussing and planning, a long-necked elder appeared at the entrance to the hall. Majesty, Majesty, the long-necked elder called out repeatedly. Enter. The Flame Wing King frowned. The long-necked elder entered, then immediately said with respect, Your Majesty, the 3 companies of Flame Wing Guards led by those 3 loose immortals which we sent out. They all died. None of them escaped to make it back. They all died. The Flame Wing King suddenly jumped to his feet. Right? All of them. The long-necked elder nodded repeatedly, worry in his eyes. The Flame Wing King's face changed. Hundreds of Flame Wing Guards, led by 3 loose immortals. How powerful was the enemy? To be able to wipe them out so cleanly and let none survive? What's wrong, Third? Third brother, what happened? The other monster kings began to query him. The Flame Wing King responded solemnly. To tell the truth, brothers, there are still a few survivors of the Qi Empire who are running around. However, the strongest of the Imperial Qi clansmen is a mere Wanxiang adept. One of my squads of Flame Wing Guards found and attacked them, but the squad was wiped out. I felt this was strange, and so I sent 3 full companies to attack, but all of them were killed as well. None of them survived. 3 full companies? Hundreds of Flame Wing Guards in a Dao soldier formation. They would be able to wipe out even a supreme loose immortal. To kill hundreds of Flame Wing Guards without letting even one escape, that is quite difficult. This is an extraordinary foe. The Monster Kings knew each other's forces quite well. They knew how strong the Flame Wing King's forces were. Ha ha ha! Why worry about this matter? It is quite rare for all of us to be gathered in one place. Let us pay a visit together, then, and see what the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan have up their sleeves. The Goldfur Bear King let out a loud laugh. When all of us join forces, there truly are few in the entire Star Continent who are a match for us. The supreme powers of the Star Continent only held celestial immortal patriarchs amongst their ranks. When the 12 joined forces, they truly did have nothing to fear from celestial immortals. Let us go together. Third brother, let's go take a look and see who has dared to antagonize the 12 monster kings of the eastern flows. Wiping out the Flame Wing Guard. They gave you no face at all, third brother. Giving you no face is the same as giving all of us brothers no face. Let's go take a look together. The Flame Wing King immediately roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, fine. With so many brothers here, it doesn't matter who is protecting the Imperial Qi clan. That person will die. Let's no waste time. We've already eaten and drunk our fill. Let us go out and fight. Let's go out and fight. The 12 monster kings of the eastern flows were decisive in their actions. They immediately led thousands of monsters in an awe-inspiring wave from the imperial capital of the former Qi Empire. At the top of a mountain peak, Ning was seated next to a cliff. He was holding a gourd of wine in his hand, drinking in a leisurely manner while staring at the clouds and the sea. He had just consumed 600,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, causing his true body to break through as a key refiner from the peak primal level to the early void level. He would now be able to more perfectly control his immortal ranked magic treasures. My true body can use the Thousand Bull Sword, the Dark North Swords, and other magic treasures. My primal twin will use the Heavenraker sword formation. Ning nodded to himself. His power had reached the maximum level it could reach for now. Flamewing King, I killed hundreds of your Flamewing guards. I imagine that you will personally come seek me out, right? Ning was waiting eagerly. Given that he was protecting the Imperial Qi clan, the Flamewing King would definitely be lured over here. 10 major sinners. First I will kill the Flamewing King, and then I'll go deal with the others one by one. Ning murmured to himself. Given his current level of power, when his true body and his primal twin fought together, it shouldn't be too hard for him to kill a monster king. As Ning was drinking and waiting leisurely by the cliffside, suddenly, Ning suddenly stared into the distance. An enormous cloud was soaring towards his direction, and atop the cloud there was a dense cluster of countless figures. There were many monsters there, and in front of the countless monsters were 12 mighty figures whose auras filled the heavens, causing Ning's face to change. 12. Ning's face couldn't help but blanch as he stared at the 12 figures standing in front of the countless monsters atop the massive cloud. Such powerful auras. These were definitely no ordinary loose immortals. The formless ripples of might caused even Ning to feel surprised. In addition, these 12 figures stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the countless monsters. Clearly, there were no differences in rank here. Are you the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows? Ning called out loudly, his voice echoing and filling the heavens. Little child, who are you? Is it your master who is protecting the Imperial Qi clan? The tall, thin, black-robed Flamewing King called out back. Hurry up and have your master come out. We 12 brothers would like to see exactly who it is that has the audacity to annihilate hundreds of my Flamewing guards with one breath. Ning cursed to himself with resignation. All I wanted to do was fight against a single Flamewing King. Why the hell have all 12 shown up? The 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows all come from their own separate territories. Why have they all gathered here today? The voices of both Ji Ning and the Flamewing King were very loud. Are you the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows? Hurry up and have your master come out. Both voices echoed in the heavens, causing the surviving Imperial Qi clansmen to feel shocked. They hurriedly moved to the entrance of the Immortal estate. Crown Prince Qi Rufeng, Second Princess Qi Ruyu, Ning's disciple Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, and the Imperial Qi servants all stared outwards past the gates of the Immortal estate. They saw Ning standing at the side of a cliff, wine gourd in hand. Far away from him in the skies, there was a massive horde of countless monsters atop a cloud. Is that the Flamewing King? Qi Rufeng's face changed. He would never be able to forget that figure. That was his eternal nightmare. But right now, the Flamewing King was just one of the 12 leading figures. The Goldfur Bear King, the Snowfox King, there's no doubting it. They are identical to the images of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows which the Imperial Qi clan recorded down. Qi Rufeng's face was ashen. All 12 of them have arrived. They all arrived? Even though hundreds of Flamewing guards were killed, why would all 12 of them come? The black-robed princess felt despair as well. Although the two had greater teleportation Dao seals, once they used them up, they would be gone. In addition, given the power of these monster kings, the monster kings could immediately teleport after them as well. If the Flamewing King wanted to chase after them, he would definitely be able to. The reason why they had been able to flee and survive for so long was because the Flamewing King didn't care too much about them. After acquiring the treasure map, the Flamewing King's full attention was on the treasure trove. He had only sent a few of his Flamewing guards to deal with the Imperial Qi clansmen. The 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows? Upon hearing these words, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu's face changed as well. Those 12 are the 12 monster kings? Xiaoyu stared at the 12 distant figures that commanded the countless monsters. Even at this great distance, the infinitely powerful aura emanated by the 12 caused her heart to tremble. She grew worried. Master, I just took you on as my master. Don't die. Don't die. Now that she had severed all ties with the Imperial Qi clan, she no longer had any friends or family in the world. Ning was her master, and thus the closest person she had left. She could tell that Ning viewed her kindly. I don't want master to die. I don't want... Xiaoyu was panicking inside. If her master died, she would be all alone. Qi Rufing's face was ashen. He shook his head in despair. It's finished. The black-robed princess shook her head as well. All 12 of the monster kings have arrived. Even during our Qi Empire's most powerful era, they would have been able to wipe us out immediately. There is no way the senior Dark North can withstand them. No way at all. The 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows were legends. Legends known throughout the Star Continent, the Cloud Continent, the Flame Continent. In short, within the Crescent World, these 12 monster kings were extremely famous. Most likely only celestial immortals would be able to flee and survive from them when they joined forces. Given the abilities these 12 monster kings have, even if Senior Darknoth uses a greater teleportation Dao Seal, he still probably wouldn't be able to teleport away before being attacked, Qi Rufing said as he trembled with despair. Using Dao Seals took time. At the celestial immortal level, multiple techniques could be used in the blink of an eye. Behind Ning, the Imperial Qi clan was in a state of terrified despair, while Blue Cliff Xiaoyu was praying ardently for his survival. Ning stood there at the cliff. He quickly pondered as to how he should deal with these 12 monster kings while spreading out his divine sense in a wave to test them. And as he did, what fine fellows! Ning was instantly shocked. The region with the 12 monster kings was completely filled with limitless amounts of bloody light. The bloody sin light surged and swelled like the waves of the sea, and the twisting waves of bloody sin light even formed illusions of ghosts who had died wrongful deaths. Wait, they aren't all like that. Ning took a careful look. 11 of these 12 monster kings are surrounded by hundreds of meters of bloody sin light. But that monster king with the head of a golden-furred grizzly bear actually is only wreathed by a bit of corrosive black light. Indeed, the only one of the 12 not wrapped by the bloody aura of sin was actually the most famous of the 12, the Goldfur Bear King. This caused Ning to feel extremely startled, and also even more wary. For this Goldfur Bear King to set up an alliance of 12 monster kings and be acknowledged as the most powerful amongst them, but possess the lowest amount of sin, one had to be wary of him. 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows. Ning called out loudly, per Master's orders. I am here protecting the Imperial Qi clan. If you are wise, you shall immediately retreat. Otherwise, when Master returns, all of you shall perish. Who is your master, exactly? Give us his name. The Flamewing King barked from far away. He dares be so arrogant? The master of this primal Taoist must be a powerful figure. With all of us brothers present, we wouldn't feel fear if even celestial immortals came. The monster kings silently sent mental messages to each other, trying to guess at who Ning's master was. They paid no attention to Ning himself. Given their power, they could naturally tell that Ning was merely at the primal Taoist level. A mere primal Taoist. Although they noticed through their divine sense sweep that his soul was fairly powerful, he was still merely a primal Taoist. As they saw it, there was no way a primal Taoist could kill hundreds of Flamewing guards without letting a single one escape. Brothers, watch from the sides for now, the Flamewing King said. Don't worry, third brother. If a celestial immortal patriarch comes, we will intervene. Third brother, go and capture those Imperial Qi clansmen. The other monster kings all spoke out in support. A minor matter like capturing the Imperial Qi clan wasn't something which required all 12 of the monster kings to join forces in carrying out. Little child, hurry up and beat it. The Flame King barked flatly. At the same time, he waved his arm, and with a whoosh, a massive fiery palm suddenly appeared above the mount peak. This massive fiery palm clawed towards the immortal estate below it, terrifying the Imperial Qi clansmen and Xiaoyu into fleeing into the estate. "Come in." Ning willed it, and the immortal estate instantly returned to his side. "You dare interfere in my matters?" The Flame Wing King was instantly enraged, and the massive fiery palm in the sky slammed towards Ning instead. "Since your master has not arrived, I shall take your life first and calm myself down a bit." "You monster!" Ning pretended to be enraged. His body instantly transformed and became 300 meters in size, and he also executed the 3 heads, 6 arms. In his arms were the 3 Dark North swords and 3 heaven-ranked flying swords. "I'll chop you down." Ning's swords were like silken light as they chopped down wildly towards the massive fiery palm. The level of swordplay Ning was currently displaying was merely on the level he had displayed back during the conclave, comparable to a supreme loose immortal. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of massive exploding sounds, the massive fiery palm was completely destroyed, but part of the mountain peak was torn apart as well. The 3-headed, 6-armed Ning appeared to be quite angry as he said, "You monster! You actually dare to try to pick on me, your grandpa? If master was here, you'd already be dead. Ah ha ha ha." This human primal Taoist is quite arrogant in the face of death. This human is pretty powerful. He's a Fiendgod body refiner, and was able to use heavenly transformation and 3 heads, 6 arms. He is indeed able to give loose immortals a fight. His swordplay is also at the level of a supreme loose immortal. He does indeed have a supreme loose immortal's combat potential. Right? Although he is a primal Taoist, he does indeed have the power of a supreme loose immortal. Third brother, if you want to annihilate a supreme loose immortal at such a great distance just by controlling the natural elemental energy of the world, you'd need to do some more training first, another Monster King teased. Indeed, if the Flame Wing King was to use magic treasures, it would naturally be very easy for him to kill a supreme loose immortal. But to annihilate a supreme loose immortal just by using a fiery palm formed from the natural elemental energy of the world, he was indeed not even close to being at that level yet. Humph! The Flame Wing King's face sank as he flew forward. 6 fiery red scimitars suddenly appeared before him, each one carrying a powerful presence. Clearly, all of them were immortal-ranked magic treasures. Die, brat! The Flame Wing King was using his true power now. "You monster!" Ning let out a roar, then moved forward like a giant rock, flying at high speed towards the Flame Wing King and seeking to engage him in close combat. This human is pretty powerful. His agility technique would be exceptional even amongst loose immortal monsters. The Skysoar King evaluated. He does indeed have some potential. When he reaches the late void level, he'll probably be comparable to us. Unfortunately, he's going to die now. Still, we need to be careful. His master might suddenly appear. The Monster Kings chatted amongst themselves lazily as they watched the battle. The 6 scimitars of the Flame Wing King formed into an enormous fiery serpent in midair. The fiery red serpent was filled with unearthly savagery as it pounced towards the 3-headed, 6-armed Ning, who also flew forward to meet it. Swish, swish, swish. The swords in Ning's hands suddenly changed. Previously, he was wielding 3 Dark North swords and 3 heaven-ranked flying swords. But suddenly, he put away his 3 heaven-ranked flying swords and pulled out the Thousand Bull sword and 2 immortal-ranked flying swords. Ryup! The giant serpent of fire flashed like lightning, pouncing towards Ning. But what welcomed it was a terrifying sword blow. Ning's swordlight had transformed into a divine black dragon. The terrifying divine black dragon swordlight chopped through it like rotting wood, instantly breaking it apart and knocking the 6 scimitars aside. What? The Flame Wing King was instantly shocked. Die! Ning, who had previously appeared enraged, now let a hint of a killing intent flash through his eyes. With a swoosh, he reached the Flame Wing King's body. 6 streaks of swordlight simultaneously transformed into 6 divine black dragons, filling the world with their power. Quick! Go save third brother! The face of the Gold-Fur Bear King instantly changed. Not good. The Skysoar King's face changed as well. How can this? His power. This human. The Monster Kings had been watching from far away, ready to ward off a celestial immortal. None of them had expected that this clearly puny primal Taoist would suddenly explode forth with such power. Ning's aura increased explosively, and the power of his swordplay reached an extremely profound level as well. Swish, swish, swish. The black dragon's sword light slashed forth with irresistible power. No! Engaged in close quarters, the Flame Wing King had no chance to flee at all. In but an instant, Ning's 6 streaks of sword light completely surrounded the Flame Wing King and killed him. The surrounding area turned silent. The entire world seemed to freeze. The many monsters watching from far away were still in a state of amazement, but looks of seriousness appeared on the faces of the Monster Kings. Ning stood there in midair. Waving his hand, he collected the magic treasures of the Flame Wing King, a smile on his face. I'm ashamed to say that I played a little trick on you just now. There was nothing I could do. The 12 of you are simply far too famous, and given that you have dominated the star continent for so many years, I imagine you definitely have a formation which is extremely well suited to the 12 of you. That's why I had to kill one of you first. The 11 remaining Monster Kings were so angry. Their teeth hurt from gnashing. The reason they were so famous was naturally in part because they had developed a grand soaring bear formation, which was very well suited to the 12 of them. The Gold-Fur Bear King was the heart of the formation, and the other 11 Monster Kings served to support him, transforming into a single massive flying bear. It was well suited for both attack and defense, and in the face of it even celestial immortal patriarchs would choose to flee. Once formed, even Ning fighting at full strength would probably be forced to flee. However, the Flame Wing King was now dead. He had been responsible for the central wing region of the formation. Without him, there was naturally no way to execute the incomparably complicated and powerful grand soaring bear formation to its full power. He tricked us. Damn him. How is this little human kid so powerful? I've never heard of someone like him in the star, cloud, or flame continents. The Monster Kings really were tricked in a rather unfair manner. Only someone with the power of a celestial immortal would be able to kill the Flame Wing King in an extremely short period of time. Those with the power of a celestial immortal generally were all quite famous. In addition, Ning had just recently reached the early void stage. Naturally, his level of insight wasn't much higher than back when he was a primal Taoist, and his elemental ki was 3 levels lower than that of the 12 Monster Kings, who were all comparable to the peak void stage. All of the monsters had immortal-ranked magic treasures as well. The combination of all of these factors was what let Ning catch them off guard with his successful sneak attack. Ha ha ha, without the Flame Wing King, I imagine you are now unable to form your formation. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't be strong enough. Ning stood there in the air as he said leisurely, I urge you to depart right away. In the future, you can at least term yourselves the 11 Monster Kings of the Eastern Flows. However, if we truly were to fight each other, under the merciless exchange of blows between swords and sabers, you might end up the 9 Monster Kings or the 8 Monster Kings of the Eastern Flows. Damn it! Human, report your name. Who in the world are you? The Monster Kings were utterly infuriated. Although they were very much on their guard now against Ning, none of them chose to leave. After all, he had just killed one of their brothers. If the remaining 11 fled without even choosing to fight, that would cause their reputations to be truly tarnished. For loose immortal monsters like them, given that the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations were growing increasingly powerful, and that they would eventually die, their reputation was extremely important. Ning secretly felt resigned as well at their decision to stay. If the Monster Kings had chosen to leave, he would have secretly gone to their headquarters and slain them all, one by one. Listen up, Ning said with a laugh. I am Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning. Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning? The 11 Monster Kings all quietly memorized this name. As they did so, they continuously reflected on it, but no matter what, they couldn't recollect having heard of such a monstrously powerful genius on the star, cloud, or Flame Continents, who was known as Immortal Dark North or who was known as Ning. I made a promise to the survivors of the Imperial Qi clan. I will hold to it and protect them, Ning said with a laugh. I urge you all to leave. The 11 monster kings stealthily sent messages to each other. But their decision had been made long ago. Leave? What a joke. Even if this was a celestial immortal patriarch, they would still attack. One of their brothers had just died. How could they possibly choose to flee without even fighting? Assemble the formation, the Goldfur Bear King ordered mentally. Rumble. Formless strands of glowing elemental qi sprang up around the bodies of the 11 monster kings. They used just a very rudimentary sort of combination technique, a technique that was similar to the Netherworm Heavenlock formation, in that it allowed them to pool and share their elemental qi. The elemental qi of 11 monster kings merged together. This allowed the power of their attacks to rise to a brand new level. Use all abilities, you have to kill him, the Goldfur Bear King sent mentally. Push. Instantly, one immortal-ranked magic treasure after another appeared in front of the 11 monster kings. As for the Goldfur Bear King, a total of 99 pearl-type magic treasures appeared around him, each one with the aura of an immortal-ranked magic item. Clearly, this was a set of items. As the leader of the 12 monster kings and the only one truly comparable to a celestial immortal, someone capable of forcing even celestial immortals to retreat, the Goldfur Bear King naturally had some truly extraordinary immortal-ranked magic treasures. Boom! As they joined into their formation, Ning charged forward as well. Kill! Kill him! Damn him! The 11 monster kings shared their elemental qi together, using all of their specialized techniques. After all, if they didn't have a truly supreme formation like the Grand Soaring Bear formation, it was better to just share and pool their elemental qi as they used their own best techniques. Streaks of light appeared in the skies. Enormous flaming phoenix wings that blazed for 30,000 meters. A black deluge of water that surged towards Ning. Boundless amounts of golden light that streaked and stabbed towards Ning. Both Ning and the 11 monster kings had a degree of insight into the Grand Tao of Chengquan. They all activated the power of the natural world, freezing the local space with the intention of binding their opponents, preventing them from teleporting away. Of course, one could still use a greater teleportation Tao seal to flee. But who would choose to flee at a time like this? The monster king died. That human is actually this terrifyingly powerful. The vast horde of monsters that had been led here by the Monster Kings primarily consisted of the most talented and skilled monsters within the court of the Flame Wing King. They numbered tens of loose immortals as well as many primal dire monsters and Wanxiang dire monsters. However, even their king had been killed by this human youth in a single exchange. How would they possibly dare to charge forward? And now, the other 11 Monster Kings were attacking the human youth together. A battle at this level was something which fodder like them would play no role in. The surrounding space has been locked. There's no way to teleport. It seems the Monster Kings aren't willing to let the human escape. They insist on killing him. As the monsters saw this, their eyes lit up. As they saw it, the 11 Monster Kings, when fighting in unison, would definitely have the upper hand. As to whether or not they would be able to kill this human, that was hard to say. The three-headed, six-armed Ning was 300 meters tall, and his 6 swords were also 300 meters long now. Whirling his 6 sharp swords, he sent swordlight crisscrossing across the sky, resisting the attacks of the 11 monster kings. Kill! While blocking attacks, Ning continued to move closer and closer towards the monster kings. However, given that he was under heavy attack, how fast could he possibly move? The Monster Kings were able to easily pull away from Ning, and the pearl-type magic treasures of the Goldfur Bear King were particularly fierce. Every single pearl was like a miniature star that smashed down towards him with the weight of a massive mountain, causing Ning to feel very taxed when blocking them. Another Monster King, the Mountback Monster King, controlled a mountain-type magic treasure that smashed down with even greater power than the pearls. Fortunately, however, he only possessed a single such treasure. The sword is an agile weapon. In the face of other attacks, Ning was able to deflect with a degree of ease, but he was at a disadvantage when faced with these heavy smashing blows. Ha ha ha, big brother, although this human has the power of a celestial immortal, you also have the power of a celestial immortal. Although the rest of us are a bit weaker, when we join forces we can completely suppress him. However, he is a Fiendgod body refiner with extremely powerful recuperative abilities. Still, that will only allow him to delay the inevitable. If this continues, he will definitely die. My brothers, be careful. Don't let him use a greater teleportation Dao seal to escape. Don't worry, big brother. We are using many immortal-ranked magic treasures to attack him. How can he possibly have the time to pull one out and activate it? The Monster Kings were filled with an aura of explosive might. Ning was being assaulted by dozens of immortal-ranked magic treasures, and every single wielder was an expert who was at least comparable to a loose immortal who had lived for 500,000 years. The Goldfur Bear King was comparable to a loose immortal who had lived for over 1,000,000 years. Ugh! Ning was repeatedly struck by one of the pearls, causing him to vomit up blood. Quick! He's almost finished. Kill him! The Monster Kings all directed their immortal-ranked magic treasures to attack, wanting to seize this chance to slay Ning. But right at this moment, Ning mused to himself mentally, "This should be the right moment." Swish! Not too far away from Ning, another figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This was a black-robed Ji Ning who emanated an extremely powerful aura. The aura of a late Void Stage Earth Immortal. Behind him there was a sword sheath, and within the sword sheath were many immortal swords that had been turned illusory and transient. The black-robed Ning pointed his finger, and instantly, swish swish swish, the 9 seemingly illusory black immortal swords instantly flew out. Heavenraker! The black-robed Ning's eyes flashed with a cold light. Instantly, the 9 translucent black flying swords instantly slashed through the skies, causing massive black scar to appear in the heavens. Why was this technique known as Heavenraker? This technique used the sword as the rake, and the heavens as the field. Mortals would use rakes and plows to tear through the fields, while Ning's swordlight was like a rake that would tear through the firmament like a field. 9 massive black scars instantly appeared in the skies, stretching towards the Monster Kings and enveloping 3 of them. That's a primal twin. This human brat actually has a primal twin. At the late Void Stage, the 11 Monster Kings were all shocked. As soon as Ning's primal twin had emerged, it had immediately used Heavenraker, a sword technique developed by a Dao father of the Great Firmament. In addition, he was using it with 9 top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords, and ones that were specially designed to form into the Heavenraker sword formation at that. This technique was unquestionably Ning's most powerful attack right now. When Ning used the star-seizing hand, perhaps only the hand which wielded the Thousand-Bull sword, a weapon almost comparable to pure Yang treasures, would be able to unleash power which surpassed one of the 9 swords in the Heavenraker sword formation. As for the combined attack of all 9 swords, even the Thousand-Bull sword was a bit weaker. No! Block it! Hurry and block it! The other Monster Kings moved to help, and the 3 Monster Kings assaulted by the Heavenraker swords were completely focusing on blocking the technique. But they were unable to. A look of utter despair appeared in the eyes of the 3 Monster Kings. Boom! 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 All 3 of them were instantly killed. The Heavenraker formation of Ning's primal twin was currently Ning's most powerful technique. It was also incredibly fast. Although the 3 Monster Kings knew that they wouldn't be able to block it, there was no time at all for them to use greater teleportation Dao seals to flee. Boom! Ning's true body charged forward as well as his primal twin once more launched the Heavenraker towards the other Monster Kings. The remaining Monster Kings instantly grew both panicked and frantic. Ning, having fought with them earlier, already knew about the techniques they had available to them. As the saying went, "Know thyself and know thy foe. In doing so, you shall be victorious in all your battles." When his primal twin executed the Heavenraker, he had focused on the weakest ones of the 11. Naturally, he had been completely successful. Boom! Ning's true body exploded with full power as well. Previously, All 6 of Ning's immortal swords were comparable in power because Ning was hiding the full might of the Thousand Bull sword. The enemies believed all 6 swords to be identical in power. But now that the real attack had begun, Ning naturally would no longer hide anything at all. He exploded forth with full power. Kill! The Thousand Bull sword was 300 meters long, and as it chopped out, the illusion of an old black bull could be vaguely seen above the sword. The old black bull was emanating an utterly astonishing sword ki, and as the sword itself struck out, it seemed to have transformed into an enormous divine black dragon. In terms of single-target attacks, even the Heavenraker swords were inferior to this blow. The Jade-Toed King was immediately heavily injured, and a second blow from Ning's Dark North sword finished him off. Retreat! The Gold-Fur Bear King gritted his teeth and howled angrily. Too late! The reason why Ning had previously hid his power was for the sake of letting it all explode forth now. Holding nothing back at all, his primal twin and his true body both attacked at maximum force. The astonishingly fast strikes of his primal twins, Heavenraker swords tore jagged wounds into the skies, and the 9 tiers were like infinite chains that came to drag away the lives of the monster kings. Quick, flee! How is this human so powerful? The monster kings were terrified and gripped by despair. Of the group, only their boss, the Gold-Fur Bear King, was able to withstand Ning's attacks. The others were only able to buy themselves a bit of time, but Ning's terrifying Heavenraker attacks and savage close combat strikes would take their lives if they made even the slightest of mistakes. Swoosh! A bloody streak of light flashed through the skies as the Red Hate monster quickly fled. Time to go! A gale arose, but 6 streaks of distorted sword rifts appeared in the skies, surrounding that gale and slaughtering 3 of the monster kings who had been on the verge of fleeing. They had truly stumbled into a hornet's nest. The 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows had never imagined that this human, this immortal Dark North, would have reached such a terrifying level of power. If they had been able to use the perfect, complete grand soaring bear formation, they definitely would have been able to suppress Ning. But Ning had plotted to kill the Flamewing King right off the start, causing them to only be able to fight individually. Ning's own level of power was simply too strong. Ning's primal twin was at the late void stage and trained in the Dark North Sutra, a key refining technique developed by a Tao father of the Great Firmament. In terms of elemental ki, he had an amount that was comparable to the amount which Immortal Northwalker had previously possessed. In terms of sword arts, he was comparable as well. But more importantly, Ning had a full set of 9 top-grade Immortal-ranked flying swords that were perfectly suited to the Heavenraker sword technique. Thus, the power of Ning's primal twin was on a level higher than even Immortal Northwalker. Ning's true body was a bit weaker, but the Thousand Bull sword was exceptionally ferocious. In addition, wounds were not a problem for his Fiendgod body, and slashes and stabs were of minor import. This caused the loose immortal monster kings to fear fighting Ning in close combat. 2 Nings. One had incomparably powerful long-range attacks that surpassed each of the monster kings in might. The other had a Fiendgod body that excelled in close combat. Combined, the 2 utterly dominated these 11 monster kings that were unable to assemble into their standout formation, causing one after another to perish as they tried to flee. Immortal Dark North. The Gold-Fur Bear King stood there in midair, his voice booming. What sort of a grudge did you have against the 12 of us? For you to repeatedly plot against us in such a manner. By now, the Gold-Fur Bear King could tell that Ning had been scheming against them this entire time. Ning had first feigned weakness and had even lowered the power of the Thousand Bull sword, only to suddenly unleash it later on and kill 3 of the monster kings. The monster kings had immediately been thrown into a state of utter chaos. Each and every action of this immortal Dark North was clearly meant to result in the deaths of the 12 of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures disappeared into the horizons. Ning shook his head and sighed softly. I was so careful, but I only killed 8 of them. He only had a single main body and his primal twin, while his opponents were far more numerous. When they all moved to flee, they all began to use formidable agility techniques. Naturally, Ning was unable to kill them all. The Gold-Fur Bear King was so angry, he almost vomited blood. Only killed 8 of them? Chop! Ning's gaze turned towards the distant gold fur bear king. Push! 9 streaks of distorted sword tears ripped through the skies, wrapping around the body of the massive gold fur bear king. The 99 pearl-type magic treasures around the gold fur bear king, however, moved about in extremely profound ways as they joined together in 3 layers of defense. The defense was extremely tight and blocked off Ning's sword-light attack. Don't waste your energy. I've fought against more than 10 celestial immortals, and none of them were able to do anything to me. The gold fur bear king's voice boomed out as he growled. Tell me, why did you kill my brothers? Brothers? Ning shook his head. Gold fur bear king, all of the other monster kings were wreathed in enormous amounts of sin, and each of them were covered by more than 300 meters of bloody sin light. You, however, have an extremely low amount of sin. You just have a bit of a corrosive black aura around you. You are completely different from them. The gold fur bear king nodded slowly. Truth. You speak truth. They are too blind, too foolish, too insane. I am more clear-headed than them. In the face of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, they were all gripped by despair and so no longer cared about incurring sin at all. But I know that the more sins one commits, the more powerful the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations are. I want to live longer. Naturally, I won't let large amounts of sin wrap around me. But they were my subordinates, the subordinates I used to unify the Eastern Flows region. You've destroyed everything. The gold fur bear king growled. I don't wish to be enemies with you, but I want to understand things clearly. Why did you have to kill them? Because of... Ning said with a laugh. Sin. The gold fur bear king suddenly understood. Ah, I see. You wish to kill great sinners so as to accumulate more karmic merit. The more karmic merit you accrue, the easier it will be, and the more help you will have during your tribulation. No, Ning chuckled. It is because of a test my master gave me. Oh, the gold fur bear king was puzzled. I must kill 10 great sinners. This is my trial, Ning said. The gold fur bear king was speechless. What school are you from? Why would you be given a trial like this? And you are already so powerful. Who would dare give you a trial? Can it be that your master is a true immortal or an Empyrean god? You don't need to worry about that. Let me ask you a question. Compared to celestial immortals, how strong am I? Ning asked. Since this gold fur bear king had fought with more than 10 celestial immortals, he should be able to give an accurate assessment. The gold fur bear king nodded. You are a sword immortal. Your attacks are extremely powerful, especially those of your primal twin, which has reached the level of an average celestial immortal. As for your true body, it is a bit weaker. It should be at the level of a weak celestial immortal. Still, your true body should have an extremely powerful immortal-ranked flying sword which is clearly more formidable than the other 5. Although you are only at the level of a weak celestial immortal, you have the advantage of being a Fiendgod body refiner. If the 12 of us had been able to form into the Grand Soaring Bear formation, we would have been able to suppress you. Without it, however, you were able to break us down one by one and defeat us. The other 11 were comparatively weak and were not quite comparable to celestial immortals yet, the gold fur bear king evaluated. Loose immortals were capable of living for 100,000 years, 300,000 years, 500,000 years, 700,000 years, 900,000 years, 1,000,000 years. The longer they survived, the greater their power became. Back in the world of the Xianxia, immortal float cloud was merely a loose immortal at the 100,000-year tier. These monster kings, however, were all at least at the 500,000-year tier. The gold fur bear king had surpassed the 1,000,000-year tier, which was the level of immortal Northwalker. As for immortal Juhua, he had lived for millions of years. Oh! Ning nodded, now having a rough estimation of his level of power. Immortal Dark North. If there's anything you need, you can come visit me at Gold Top Mountain. After speaking, the gold fur bear king transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared. Ning watched as the gold fur bear king left. He mused softly to himself. The defense of that gold fur bear king was quite formidable. Those 99 pearl-type treasures. The value of that entire set is definitely incalculable. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to acquire it. Eh? Having suddenly thought of something, Ning took a step back and returned to the cliff. The mountain was now a full level shorter than it had been in the past. Ning waved his hand and an immortal estate appeared. Blue Cliff Xiaoyu and the Imperial Qi clansmen emerged from the immortal estate. What's going on? The Imperial Qi clansmen stared around in terror. Did that immortal Dark North die, resulting in the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows acquiring his immortal estate? Are we now in the hands of monsters? The black-robed princess was terrified as well. Xiaoyu stared around with worry as well, searching for her master's figure. Suddenly, they were all transfixed by what they saw. This was because they saw Ning seated next to the cliff, a gourd of wine in his hands. He was sipping it and staring towards the endless sea of clouds in the sky. Where are the monsters? Qi Ruffing was awestruck. But, the black-robed princess was stunned as well. Master! Xiaoyu ran over to Ning's side. Amongst immortal cultivators, masters and disciples had extremely close relationships. As the saying went, one who is your master for a day should be revered as a parent for a lifetime. This saying was no joke. After all, the benevolence shown by a master in transmitting the Tao was extremely great. Xiaoyu was very excited to discover that the seemingly young-looking youth was still alive and perfectly fine. Senior Dark North. Where are the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows? Qi Ruffing didn't dare believe that Ning had the power to defeat the 12 of them, and he couldn't help but ask this question. Unfortunately, I only killed 8 of them. Ning shook his head and sighed. What? Qi Ruffing's eyes bulged out. Ning paid him no attention. He continued to drink his wine and stare at the scenery. Although he was in quite a good mood, he still felt rather regretful. His trial for acquiring the 8-9 arcane art was to kill 10 great sinners, but he had only killed 8. He was still missing 2. If he had just killed 2 more of them, he would be able to go back to Mount Innerheart and learn the 8-9 arcane art right away. Now, however, he would need to remain here for at least another short period of time and find 2 more great sinners to kill. Senior Dark North, Senior Dark? Qi Ruffing couldn't help but call out repeatedly. Master! Xiaoyu called out softly as well. At the same time, she couldn't help but use her dainty little hand to gently touch Ning. Ning turned to look at her. Xiaoyu's face was full of questions. She whispered, Master, you said you killed 8 of them? But this. She was a mere Zifu disciple. The 12 monster kings were incomparably exalted figures in her eyes. The entirety of the Eastern Flows were ruled by them. Her master had claimed to kill 8 of them? He must have actually just killed 8 ordinary loose immortal monsters, right? Look! Ning disdainfully waved his hand, and one immortal-ranked magic treasure after another appeared in midair. These items had been left behind by the 8 slain monster kings, and each of them emanated powerful ripples. The eyes of Crown Prince Qi Ruffing, who had the most experience of the lot, instantly bulged out. He had seen immortal-ranked magic treasures back in the Imperial Palace, which was why his eyes were bulging out right now. These are all immortal-ranked magic treasures? So many how what? This set of immortal-ranked treasures. Qi Ruffing suddenly stared at 6 scimitars that hung in the skies. The 6 scimitars were the very same immortal-ranked magic treasures which the Flamewing King had used long ago to slaughter a path through the Qi Empire. Qi Ruffing would never forget the scene of how one loose immortal after another fell in the face of those scimitars' wanton slaughter. This set belonged to the Flamewing King. He's dead now, Ning said calmly. He was one of the 8 I killed. I promised to protect you for a year, or until I killed the Flamewing King. I've accomplished my promise and I've done enough. You can go now. Ning began to walk towards his immortal estate, then instructed to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, come with me. Why, yes, master. Blue Cliff Xiaoyu immediately followed Ning into the estate obediently. As the two entered the immortal estate, the crown prince and the princess simply stood there and stared at the estate for a long, long moment. The crown prince and the princess were indeed rather dazed. They could clearly see that the person before them was merely a primal Taoist. For him to kill hundreds of Flamewing guards was one thing, but how was it that he had killed 8 of the 12 monster kings of the Eastern Flows? Although they hadn't personally witnessed it, the tens of immortal-ranked magic treasures before them were real. They didn't believe that the Flamewing King and the other monster kings who had used these immortal-ranked magic treasures to dominate the region would just voluntarily give them to Senior Dark North. Big brother, we must take on this Senior Dark North as our master. Once we miss this opportunity, we might never encounter someone like him again for the rest of our lives. The black-robed princess suddenly said. Right? The Crown Prince's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Senior Dark North is even more formidable than the 12 monster kings. He is far more powerful than our Qi Empire ever was. The black-robed princess said solemnly. The Flamewing King is now dead. The Flamewing guards under his command were sent fleeing in panic. They know that we are under Senior Dark North's protection, and so the surviving ones definitely will not pursue us any longer. In the future, we will no longer need to flee. The Crown Prince was startled for a moment, but then he nodded repeatedly with excitement. He hadn't seen the situation as clearly as his little sister. But the only 2 survivors of the Imperial Qi clan are the 2 of us. How are supposed to grow stronger? The black-robed princess said in a low voice. The 2 of us, relying on our own efforts. We will probably never see the Qi Empire return to its former glory again in our lifetimes. But by borrowing the strength of Senior Dark North, we would still have hope. Right? Qi Ruffing nodded solemnly. Let's go take him on as our master. We have to do so with sincerity. For someone as formidable as Senior Dark North, if he detects even a hint of insincerity, he will probably refuse, the black-robed princess warned. The 2 siblings thus entered the Immortal Estate as well. Within a hall in the Immortal Estate, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu was seated there, watching as the 2 imperial siblings entered the estate. We wish to see Senior Dark North, Qi Ruffing said. Master is in seclusion right now. Wait a bit. Xiaoyu didn't shoo them away, because she knew that the only reason why the 2 were able to enter the Immortal Estate was because Ning had permitted it. Ning was the master of this estate, after all. If he didn't wish to permit it, there was no way they would have been able to enter at all. The reason why Ning had let them enter was because he had discovered some interesting things. Eh? A treasure trove? Ning flipped through the maps in front of him. There were 8 maps, all identical and all pointing towards a treasure trove. Although the 8 slain monster kings were formidable, their storage-type magic treasures were all merely heaven-ranked items. It was naturally quite easy for Ning to bind them. As he sorted through their items, he discovered to his surprise that every single storage item contained a map of a treasure trove. All the maps were completely identical. The treasure maps only had some simple markings atop them, such as Qi Empire, Riverfang Mountains, etc. This made it so that Ning knew that the treasure map was originally created by the Imperial Qi clan. This was the reason why Ning permitted the 2 Imperial Qi clansmen to enter his estate. Each of the 8 monster kings had a copy of this map, with the Flamewing King's copy being much older. The other 7 should have been made through a ink duplication technique. Ning frowned. Right? I merely killed a few hundred of Flamewing guards, but all 12 of the monster kings immediately attacked just a short while later. Logically speaking, the 12 of them should be scattered throughout the Eastern Flows. It would take them quite a bit of time just to spread the word to gather here. There can only be one explanation. When word of my slaughter of hundreds of Flamewing guards made its way to the Flamewing King, the other monster kings were already present. What sort of a situation would cause all 12 monster kings to gather together, given that every single one of them had a copy of this treasure map? Ning had his answer. They were most likely gathering for the sake of this treasure trove. Ning immediately began to search through the other items, paying especially close attention to the storage treasure of the Flamewing King. And indeed, although he didn't find anything in the other storage treasures, within the Flamewing King's items, Ning found an ancient book with golden parchment. Clearly, it was designed to be able to withstand the passage of ages. The first time I ventured to the Riverfang Mountains, I was merely adventuring and entered by accident. I am already a void-level Earth Immortal. Before my tribulation comes, I've decided to venture there once more, even though I know this place is very dangerous. I've only investigated a very small portion of this treasure trove. I trust that if I can acquire some more treasures, I will have a good chance of overcoming my celestial tribulation and becoming a celestial immortal. 6 loose immortals once more ventured to the Riverfang Mountains. This time, we prepared many Dao seals and treasures before venturing forth to the Riverfang Mountains. Ning flipped through the pages of the book. This was a legacy record passed down by the Imperial Qi clan. It described the secrets of the Qi Empire's sudden rise to power. The founding emperor of the Qi Empire had acquired a portion of the benefits of the treasure trove and thus founded his empire. In just a few tens of thousands of years, the Qi Empire had grown to encompass an enormous territory and have quite a few Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals. Thus, the Imperial Qi clan had naturally tried repeatedly to enter and investigate further. As they did, they had noted down the various dangers within the treasure trove. They wanted to accumulate more experience and penetrate deeper within. A treasure trove? Ning said softly in surprise. Based on what this book describes, this treasure trove has key refining techniques, divine abilities and secret arts, and is the reason why the Qi Empire was able to give birth to dozens of Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals within a short span of just a few tens of thousands of years. This is far more formidable than the Black-White College. I imagine that these techniques also vastly surpass the Black-White Colleges. I need to go take a look. While at Mount Innerheart, Ning would often chat with his fellow disciples, and so he naturally knew quite a few things about this crescent world. For example, he knew about the secrets of Viledragon River. He also knew the secrets of many other places. Although Patriarch Subhuti had created the crescent world, in truth, when Pangu's world had shattered, Patriarch Subhuti had used a powerful divine ability to teleport some of the shattered portions of the primordial world to his own crescent world. In addition, when Patriarch Subhuti wanted to test something or create something anew, his experiments would be carried out here on the crescent world. This was because this world was his territory. The secrets here would never be released to outsiders. From what my senior fellow disciples told me, within this crescent world are some remnant parts of the ancient Pangu's world, as well as some of the treasures left behind by that cataclysmic war. Ning instantly felt a hot eagerness rise in his heart. Very few knew this secret, and almost all who did were the personal disciples of the old patriarch. Thus, they would often go roving and exploring within the crescent world. But after the old patriarch sealed off these places with vestigial powers left behind by the cataclysmic war that ended Pangu's world, if one doesn't visit the places in person, it would be very hard to locate the places from afar. Now, it seems, this treasure trove is one of those special places. Ning felt quite certain. This was because the book stated that the deepest ripples within the treasure trove caused the loose immortals of the Qi Empire to tremble with terror. It must be understood that loose immortals were capable of suppressing and binding immortal-ranked magic treasures, and sometimes even capable of suppressing pure yang treasures. A treasure that could cause them to feel terror? Could it be the corpse of a major power from the primordial era? A weapon? A grand formation? Or was it some other oddity? I need to go take a look. Ning immediately made up his mind to go take a look. Since destiny had come knocking, why hesitate? The crown prince and the princess waited for Ning for a long time. Finally, Ning came out. Ning asked questions them regarding the treasure trove. The second princess knew nothing of this matter, while Crown Prince Qi roughing hemmed and hawed, not wanting to reveal the biggest secret of their imperial Qi clan. However, by the time Ning spoke of the Riverfang Mountains, the Crown Prince felt regret for his hesitation. Only now did he hurriedly reveal everything. You can leave now. This was the last thing Ning said to them. The Crown Prince and the Princess both fell to their knees, wanting to beg Ning to take them on as disciples. But Ning's response was very simple. He teleported them outside the Immortal Estate, and then caused the entire Immortal Estate to vanish into thin air. The Crown Prince, the Princess, and their servants stood there in a daze, atop the half-shattered mountain peak. The mountain wind blew through their hair, causing them to feel despair. The opportunity was right there in front of me. Why didn't I tell him? It's just a treasure trove. Senior Dark North already knew about it. He must have been considering taking us on as disciples, and just wanted to give us a test. But I didn't tell him. Damn me. Crown Prince Chi Ruffing was utterly tormented by regret. But he had no idea that even if he had been honest, Ning still wouldn't have taken him on as a disciple. How could one accept disciples in such a casual manner? Ning didn't immediately hurry to the treasure trove area in the Riverfang Mountains. Instead, he went to search for those two other great sinners. He first went to search for the 3 surviving monster kings of the 12 monster kings of the eastern flows who had fled. Unfortunately, the only one Ning found was the 4th, the Venom Spike King. The Venom Spike King was drinking unhappily in his palace with a belly full of anger and unhappiness. He was toying with a beautiful, fox-like maiden in his arms as he drank. When Ning appeared, the Venom Spike King was so terrified that he wanted to immediately flee. But how could Ning give him the opportunity to do so? How the hell did I piss you off? The Venom Spike King was only able to let out one final enraged bellow before being killed by Ning. Ning then spent more than half a month before finally finding a loose immortal within a school whose evil reputation was widespread. This was a human loose immortal, and the most powerful expert of his school. This was an old fellow who had lived for 600,000 years. His school was an evil one, and so Ning immediately went to uproot this vile base. He first slaughtered 3 loose immortals who charged towards him, causing the old fellow to appear at last. As the many disciples of the school watched with anticipation, their infinitely powerful and savage patriarch battled against Ning for a period of time, then was pincered and slain by Ning's true body and primal twin. What a fellow! His power was close to the Gold Fur Bear King's. Only, his defense was a bit weaker. Ning had enjoyed this battle quite a bit. He had also acquired 2 more immortal-ranked magic treasures from the old fellow, one a high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure, one a top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure. This was the most powerful person Ning had slain. Wonderful, wonderful! I've killed so many formidable loose immortals, all of whom were surrounded by vicious, baleful auras. My 3 Dark North swords are now comparable to high-grade immortal-ranked flying swords now. Ning felt quite delighted. Killing ordinary loose immortals didn't do much, but the 9 monster kings and that wicked patriarch released an absolutely astonishing amount of baleful energy when slain. The wicked patriarch in particular. His baleful aura was comparable to 4 or 5 of the monster kings combined. If I kill 10 more figures like that wicked patriarch, I imagine that my Dark North swords will be comparable to top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords. This was Ning's estimation. He had successfully taken on a disciple. He had also killed 10 great sinners. Now Ning led his disciple, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, to the Riverfang Mountains. So these are the Riverfang Mountains? Ning stared towards the distance. The mountains here stretched out past the horizon and were perpetually shrouded by fog and clouds. From Ning's vantage point, these mountains did indeed look like a series of sharp fangs that were jutting towards the skies. As Ji Ning stared at the distant Riverfang Mountains, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He could vaguely sense an incomparably terrifying threat that lay coiled deep within the mountains. At my current level of power, there are very few people in the entire Crescent world who can pose a threat to me. The ones who are more powerful than me have almost all been recruited into Mount Innerheart. When they see me, they might even have to address me as Uncle Master. Even the true immortals and Empyrean gods would be my fellow disciples. Ning mused to himself. Roaming within the Crescent world should be like roaming within his own family garden. This was the very first time he felt a thrill of fear. It seems there really is some danger here, enough danger to threaten me. Ning nodded lightly. If the situation looks bad, I'll immediately hide in the underwater estate. Later, I'll ask Master to help me escape back to Mount Innerheart. When trapped in dire circumstances, ask for Master's aid. Although this was a bit shameless, Ning was within the Crescent world after all. His master couldn't be too strict with him. In addition, after he truly left the Crescent world, Ning wouldn't even be able to mention his master's name. He'd have to rely on himself for everything. Master! The nearby blue cliff Xiaoyu called out softly. Ning glanced sideways at his disciple, then said with a laugh, Xiaoyu, I am going into the mountains to take a look. These mountains are very dangerous. Go into the Immortal estate first. Yes, master, Xiaoyu said obediently. Ning waved his arm, immediately drawing Xiaoyu into his Immortal estate. And then, by himself, Ning transformed into a streak of light that flew straight into the Riverfang Mountains. Ning had acquired the detailed records produced by successive generations of Qi Empire experts. He soon reached the outer perimeter of the treasure trove. As he strode through the mountains, Ning felt a strange sensation coming to him through the earth. Kill, kill, kill. He could vaguely sense as though an invisible howl was being transmitted from far away through the dirt, as though an unfathomably long period of time ago, an enormous battle had occurred in this place. Even now, after so many years had passed, the murderous intent from that battle remained unabated. The earth here is different from the ordinary earth found elsewhere in the Crescent world. It's clearly much heavier, and the earth's aura in this region is significantly denser as well. Ning nodded lightly. This might truly be a tiny remnant of Pangu's shattered primordial world which was teleported here. With the aid of the tests the Imperial Qi clan had carried out, Ning quickly found a mountain valley and began to walk through it. The clouds and the mists coiled about here, making it so that even Ning was only able to see to 1 or 2 kilometers. As for divine sense, what his divine sense found was completely different from what his physical eyes could see. This was because my divine sense has been completely fooled. Everything my divine sense is showing me is false. Ning even stretched his hand out to touch a place. Ascertaining that his eyes weren't being deceived as well, he carefully advanced. Far away, up ahead he saw an enormous ravine. Ning could sense a terrifyingly sharp saber intent radiating from that ravine. Apparently, although this ravine looks as though it was naturally formed, it was actually carved out through saber ki. Ning walked forward for the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Suddenly, he felt an invisible pressure envelop him. This is the same as what was recorded within the Qi Empire's book. According to the book, the deeper one goes in, the greater the pressure shall become. The experts of the various generations of the Qi Empire were all ultimately forced to give up by this pressure and return. The pathway I'm walking through right now should be the pathway with the least amount of pressure. Ning quickly advanced. As he did, the strength of the pressure rose dramatically. When Ning had first entered this region, 5,000 kilograms of pressure was evenly being applied to his body. But now it had already reached 500,000 kilograms, 50 million kilograms. Rumble. A powerful repulsive force collided against Ning's body, causing a series of rumbling sounds. The amount of pressure pushing down against Ning was now comparable to a series of massive mountains that were smashing down repeatedly towards him. Even most loose immortals wouldn't be able to withstand this amount of pressure. Ning waved his hand, and the Thousand-Bull sword appeared within it. Brandishing the Thousand-Bull sword, Ning caused a divine black dragon to suddenly howl forth, striking against the pressure that was crushing down against Ning and lessening it. Pretty easy. Ning continued to advance forward while using the Thousand-Bull sword to chop apart the invisible pressure. Clearly, this sort of invisible pressure was born from some sort of ancient, powerful restrictive formation. It sent pulses of pressure out to attack. Loose immortals were generally key refiners with very weak bodies. Thus, if they wanted to advance, they would have to rely on their magic treasures to break apart the pulses of pressure. Previously, Ning had been relying on his Fiendgod body and so didn't need to use any magic treasures to make it to this point. Whoosh! Yet another divine black dragon howled forth, leaving behind a dazzling arc in the mist and blasting apart yet another pulse of pressure. After walking for another period of time, change! Ning suddenly transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. 5 more immortal swords appeared in his hands, all of them the illusory black Heavenraker swords. In such a dangerous region, Ning was unwilling to let his primal twin appear. Thus, his true body would temporarily use the Heavenraker swords. After all, the power of top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords was very great. With 6 top-grade immortal-ranked swords in his hands, as well as the 3 heads, 6 arms, divine ability, Ning once more found it easy to advance through the region. The amount of divine power 3 heads, 6 arms used up was more than 10 times less than the amount the star-seizing hand used up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 divine black dragons howled forth, blasting apart one pulse of pressure after another. However, some remnant pulses still made their way through and struck Ning, causing explosive sounds when they did. Ning, however, was a Fiendgod body refiner. So long as the remnant pressures didn't contain too much power, he would be fine. This place is a place the Imperial Qi clansmen have never reached. After walking for another period of time, Ning realized that even with 6 immortal swords, he was beginning to feel a bit taxed. Right at this moment, Ning saw a figure off in the distance. The figure saw Ning as well. Immortal Dark North. A booming voice rang out. Gold Fur Bear King. Ning spoke out. The man before him was the tall, muscular Gold Fur Bear King. Around him were those 99 pearls that were circling and swirling as they broke apart the pulses of pressure. Immortal Dark North. You acquired a treasure map and discovered this place? The Gold Fur Bear King said. Just so. Ning didn't deny it. Originally, the 12 of us were planning to enter these Riverfang Mountains. We were discussing this matter with our third brother, but when we received word that hundreds of his Flamewing guards had been slain, all of us immediately followed him to your place to provide support. But who would have thought that most of the others would die, and that today I would be the only person to come to this treasure trove? Oh, and you, Immortal Dark North, the slayer of so many monster kings. You came as well. Truly, anything can happen in this world. The Gold Fur Bear King sighed. Ning laughed. I do indeed need to thank the Flamewing King. Otherwise, how could I have learned about this treasure trove? Still, why have you come to a halt here? Are you unable to move any further? There was something quite strange about this region. If one advanced, no matter towards which direction, one would feel tremendous amounts of pressure crashing down upon one's body. However, if one didn't move at all, one wouldn't suffer the pressure. Right? I can't move any further. You have a Fiendgod body, and so you can endure the remnant repulsive force when it strikes you. Loose Immortal's key refiners like myself, however, don't dare to fight head-on in such a manner. We need to completely dissipate all of the terrifying pressure, which requires an enormous amount of elemental ki to be used up. I need to first restore more of my elemental ki before I go in any further, the Gold Fur Bear King said. Then I'll take my leave for now, Ning said with a chuckle. 6 top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords in his hands. Ning once more began to force his way forward, quickly disappearing from the Gold Fur Bear King's field of vision. The preparations we made all ended up benefiting this immortal Dark North. The Gold Fur Bear King gritted his teeth, but he felt quite helpless. He knew that Ning was more powerful than he was, and as a Fiendgod body refiner, Ning had a better chance of survival in a place like this. Star-seizing hand. Ning was finally forced by the pressure to use his star-seizing hand. Instantly, the power of the divine black dragons of Swordlight increased dramatically. In fact, Ning even temporarily cancelled his 3 heads, 6 arms technique. Just by relying on the Thousand Bull sword and the star-seizing hand, he carved a path forward. Charge, charge, charge. But gradually, Ning was once again pressured to the point of being forced to use 3 heads, 6 arms. All 6 arms were now using the star-seizing hand. After a long period of time, Ning was even forced to take a break, so as to recover his largely depleted divine power. Occasional breaks, followed by occasional advances. Towards the end, Ning would have to use 6 strikes of the star-seizing hand for every 30 meters he traveled. One could imagine how quickly his divine power was being used up. Rumble. As Ning took one more step forward, he actually broke through and out of the pressure region. Ha 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 ha. I finally escaped that damn place. Ning laughed loudly. There were no more ripples of pressure in this location. For the first time in his life, Ning felt as though walking forward normally was actually quite an enjoyable thing. I spent nearly a full day walking a mere several thousand kilometers, and I used up all of my divine power several times. Ning shook his head and sighed. Still, he continued to advance with all 6 immortal swords at the ready. He tried to use his divine sense to scout ahead, but unfortunately, his divine sense remained deceived, as everything it was telling him was clearly false. Ning walked forward, following a winding creek. Fog and mist continued to swirl around the region, causing him to only be able to see to a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, where he could vaguely make out a gorge. Crakow. Just as Ning took a step forward, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended out of nowhere. Beat it! Ning didn't hesitate at all as he immediately swung out all 6 swords with full force. 6 divine black dragons of sword light hold forward, shattering that bolt of lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A large amount of lightning and thunder began to swell forward towards him. Previously it was invisible pressure, but at least that wasn't lethal. But this lightning is. Ning hurriedly used his swordplay to defend. He noticed that so long as he retreated, the number of attacking thunderbolts would lessen. When he advanced, however, the attacking thunderbolts would increase at an astonishing rate, growing increasingly savage and increasingly powerful. Ning was only able to advance 300 meters before being forced to come to a halt, unable to advance any further. Rumble. The bolts of lightning were now as thick as a water barrel. They wildly flooded towards and hammered down upon Ning, who struggled to block them. He tried to take a single step forward, but the increasingly frenetic thunderbolts instantly pushed him backwards. What should I do? I can't advance at all. Ning was worried now. The attacks were simply too powerful. Ning had tested letting a small amount of the lightning strike him, and his divine body had easily deflected it. However, as he continued to test it, he realized that there was a limit to how many thunderbolts his divine body could endure. He had to use his sword light to break apart the rest. The only reason he had made it as far as he did was because of his Fiendgod-like body. Am I going to have to go back? Going back is easy, as the number of lightning bolts will lessen as I retreat. As for the pressure zone, I'll only need around half a day or so to move through it and slowly escape. Ning didn't have any problems with leaving, unlike some. According to the Imperial Qi records, there had been loose immortals who had used special methods to force a path forward, but after making it too far in, they were unable to escape. This was because when leaving, they still had to go through the pressure zone once more. They eventually had to spend countless years retreating, one step at a time. What Ning didn't realize was that the Flame Wing King had been trapped within the pressure zone for tens of years. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning continued to slam down frantically. Ning truly didn't want to give up. Kiddo, you came in at such a low level of power? I urge you to hurry up and leave. Don't lose your life here. A shrill voice suddenly rang out within Ning's ears. There was someone else here? Ning was startled. He hurriedly retreated several meters, causing the striking lightning bolts to weaken slightly. Only now did he dare divide his attention to look around carefully. Eh? Ning frowned. From the crevices between the bolts of lightning that continued to hammer towards him, Ning saw a black-robed youth was standing far away at the entrance to the distant gorge. Swoosh! Ning hurriedly retreated, leaving from the thunder-field region. All of the lightning bolts vanished, allowing Ning to clearly see the figure at the entrance to the gorge. The black-robed youth was similar to Mu North Sun in height, and even skinnier than Ning himself. However, Ning could sense that this black-robed youth had been alive for a long, long time. The black-robed youth's gaze was both sharp and terrifying. His face was expressionless. He was most likely the type that was born arrogant and aloof. Who are you? Ning asked. Me? The black-robed youth's voice was shrill. He looked thoughtfully towards Ning. Even if I told you my name, kid, you wouldn't recognize it. You should be at the early void stage, but you actually broke through the first forbidden zone, and were even able to advance 300 meters in the second zone, the lightning zone. You just barely qualify as having the power of a celestial immortal. For someone to have such power at the early void stage. Which school do you belong to? Who is your master? Ning was secretly surprised. Celestial Immortal? Since the black-robed youth had already arrived at the entrance to the gorge, he clearly should have already made it past the lightning zone. This meant he was far more powerful than Ning. Ning's primal twin at full power would be just barely at the average celestial immortal level. Some particularly formidable and monstrously talented celestial immortals were far more powerful than him. My master's name is not for the likes of you to learn, Ning said. Oh, is he a true immortal or Empyrean god? The black-robed youth chuckled softly as he carefully scrutinized Ning's face. Ning, however, remained calm. The black-robed youth shook his head. Leave, hurry up and leave. Even I am unable to acquire the treasure within. Even if you were 100 times stronger than you are now, it wouldn't suffice. 100 times? Ning frowned, not believing it. You don't believe it? Then listen to this. This treasure trove is divided into 3 forbidden zones. The first zone simply uses pressure and repulsive force. It is quite safe. The second zone is the lightning zone, and it is 540 meters long in total. As for the third forbidden zone, it forbids the usage of all magic treasures. Even I am unable to break through it. The black-robed youth looked disdainfully at Ning. And you? You haven't even overcome a celestial tribulation. You might be a peerless genius, but you are unable to advance past 300 meters of the lightning zone. You must know by now that with each step forward, the power in the lightning zone increases dramatically. Only if your power increases tenfold will you be able to break through the second zone. But the third zone is even more terrifying. I imagine not even many celestial immortals are capable of breaking through it. What is in the third forbidden zone? Ning couldn't help but ask. That's not for you to worry about, the black-robed youth said. Why haven't you left? Ning asked. I'm a celestial immortal with an infinite lifespan. Since the treasure is here, I will slowly train here. Perhaps a chance will present itself and I'll be able to acquire it, the black-robed youth said. Hearing this, Ning instantly felt irritated. He could sense the faint ripples of power coming from within the valley. The ripples were extremely old yet very powerful. The Thousand-Bull Sword is almost at the level of pure Yang treasures in power, but its ripples are vastly inferior. The treasure within must have been an extremely powerful one that was left behind from Pangu's world. However, I can't even make it through the second forbidden zone. How am I supposed to pass all 3? Ning stood there by the creek outside the lightning zone. He pondered quietly for a moment, then gritted his teeth, turned, and left. Whoosh! Ning quickly re-entered the invisible pressure zone, slowly forcing his way outwards. He's gone. The black-robed youth shook his head. A young kid who was far too weak. Given his talent, though, he might have a shot at becoming a celestial immortal. And then, the black-robed youth once more walked into the gorge. Immortal Dark North, you returned? On the way back, Ning once more encountered the Goldfur Bear King. The Goldfur Bear King was advancing again, but he had only traversed a kilometer beyond his earlier point. I'm not strong enough. Naturally, I have to return. Ning, in his 3-headed, 6-armed form, wielded 6 immortal swords and chopped a path through the pressure pulses as he left. Not strong enough? The Goldfur Bear King muttered to himself. Is it possible that this Dark North has already acquired the treasures? Still, from the look on his face, I'd say he isn't lying. Although he secretly mumbled and muttered to himself, the Goldfur Bear King wasn't confident in being able to wrest any treasures from Ning's grasp. Ning exited the Riverfang Mountains. Turning his head, he gave the mountain ranges, perpetually shrouded by fog and clouds, a glance. He murmured softly, "Wait for me to train in the arcane art. I'll give you another try then." Whoosh! A spatial ripple appeared, and Ning disappeared into it. He reappeared in the sky above the mountain peak of Mount Innerheart, a cloud beneath his feet. "Come out." Ning willed it, and instantly a white-robed maiden appeared by his side. This was Ning's disciple, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu. "Master!" Xiaoyu stood atop the cloud, staring at her surroundings. "Where are we now?" Ning looked at his disciple. then turned to stare at the levitating Mount Innerheart. It had only been a month, but he had already accepted a disciple and killed 10 great sinners. Blue Cliff Xiaoyu's golden glow of karmic virtue stretched to more than 900 meters. And now, Ning's own clean aura of holiness had also transformed into the golden glow of karmic virtue. However, his divine sense told him that his own golden light of karmic virtue merely stretched to be 3 feet long. Actually, the process of accepting a disciple and killing the monster kings had already caused his clean aura of holiness to become quite dense. After he killed the wicked patriarch, it suddenly transformed into the golden light of karmic virtue. 3 feet of golden karmic light, compared to 900 meters for my disciple. Ning laughed, then pulled Xiaoyu by the hand as he flew upwards. Xiaoyu, the mountain up ahead is Mount Innerheart. This is the place where Master School is located, Ning said with a laugh. Xiaoyu stared at the massive levitating mountain, then lowered her head to look at the endless world beneath them. Master School. She felt rather stunned. They flew into Mount Innerheart, went up the mountain road, and soon arrived at the gates. Xiaoyu was only Ning's disciple, and so Ning didn't take her to see the eldest apprentice brother. At the gates were those 2 azure-robed down novitiates. When they saw Ning, they immediately bowed and said with great respect, "Patriarch." Ning nodded. Still stunned, Xiaoyu let Ning tug her forward by the arm. After passing through the gates, Xiaoyu came back to her senses. She whispered, "Master, it seems as though those 2 novitiates at the gates were very powerful." "Both were void-level earth immortals," Ning said casually. Just as Ning's words came out, 2 extremely ancient and powerful void-level Fiendgods walked over. Both of them called out with tremendous courtesy, "Patriarch." The feeling these 2 ancient Fiendgods gave Xiaoyu was that they were even more terrifying than the monster kings. They caused her to quiver and shake, and yet, they referred to her master as Patriarch? They continued walking up the mountain path of the Tri-Star Crescent abode. As they did so, they encountered humans, monsters, and even Fiendgods, all of whom had powerful auras and many of whom were even more terrifying than the monster kings. And yet, upon seeing Ning, they all showed extreme respect, addressing him as either Patriarch or Uncle Master. "It seems as though my master has a very high status in his school. On our way over, it seems everyone we ran into had a lower status than him. I haven't even met a single person on his level," Xiaoyu murmured to herself. "The divinity's palace is up ahead," Ning said. "Divinity's palace?" Xiaoyu looked curiously at the 9-storied divinity's palace. Many disciples of Mount Innerheart were congregating outside of it, and they all respectfully bowed towards Ning and addressed him as Uncle Master or as Patriarch. Little Qing and Uncle White ran straight towards him. They were spiritually connected to Ning and knew exactly where he was. "Master." "Ning, child." Both Little Qing and Uncle White ran over. Right at this moment, a handsome, white-robed man walked over from the entrance to the divinity's palace. This was naturally the controller of the divinity's palace, Silvermoon. Silvermoon smiled as he walked over. "I heard, junior apprentice brother, that you accepted a disciple and subdued viledoers in the world below us. This would be the apprentice you took on, yes? What a pretty little lass. I finally met someone of the same generation as Master, and they seem quite friendly. He doesn't have any frightening aura at all." Xiaoyu mused silently to herself. "Xiaoyu, hurry up and pay respects to your Uncle Master," Ning instructed. "Greetings, Uncle Master," Xiaoyu said as she hurriedly bowed with respect. "Since you've addressed me as Uncle Master, I need to prepare a gift for you." Silvermoon shook his head and laughed. "It'll be hard for a little girl like you to make proper use of a good treasure. Keep this little toy with you. Even if a celestial immortal wants to kill you, it'll be able to protect you for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea." As he spoke, he tossed a jade brooch towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was rather stunned. A celestial immortal's attacks? Able to withstand them for a short period of time? This tiny little brooch? Not even the treasure which her master had given her was this incredible. But, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel awkward at the pricelessness of this treasure. Hurry up and take it, Ning chortled. This jade brooch is nothing to your uncle master. He kills celestial immortals as easily as killing chickens. Junior apprentice brother, you are fine? I admit that I did indeed make this jade brooch in a rather casual manner. I'll also give you another gift then, a greater teleportation Dao seal. I'm not capable of forging them. I used treasures to trade for it. Silvermoon handed over a Dao seal to her. Ning's smile became incandescent. His senior apprentice brother was an Empyrean god. Although a greater teleportation Dao seal was a treasure to Ning, it wasn't much to Silvermoon. It was only fair for him to seize this opportunity to milk Silvermoon for a few things. Xiaoyu blinked repeatedly. 2 treasures? Given away so casually? Kill celestial immortals as easily as chickens? What the hell type of school had she been recruited into? Little Qing, show Xiaoyu around the Tri-Star Crescent abode and help her familiarize herself with this place. Chat with her a bit as well. She still doesn't know what sort of a school the Tri-Star Crescent abode is, Ning said with a laugh. Yes, master. Little Qing immediately responded with excitement. Ning immediately said, Senior apprentice brother, I am going to go to the 3 Realms Palace. Go, Silvermoon said, nodding his head and smiling. It seems you are going to leave our master's tutelage soon. The 3 Realms Palace. Second apprentice brother Crazy G was beaming merrily here as he waited for Ning. Senior apprentice brother. Ning bowed. Master told me that you passed the trial. This is the full copy of the 8-9 arcane art. You can learn it now. Crazy G held his fan in one hand and used the other to hand over a scrolled bamboo book. Ning's eyes instantly lit up. The 8-9 arcane art? After he gained a basic level of expertise in it, his body would be like an immortal-ranked magic treasure. He would definitely be able to give the Riverfang Mountains another try by then. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Ning immediately accepted the bamboo book. He sent his divine sense into it, and instantly an utterly prodigious amount of information began to flow into his soul. By the time Ji Ning came back to his senses, it was already dark. He was still standing outside the small building. As for the nearby Crazy G, he had long since gone back to sleep and was snoring contentedly. Although my soul is unfathomably more powerful than it was back when I learned the star-seizing hand, it still took me many hours to process all that information. A hint of a smile was on Ning's face. This feeling of complete confidence was quite wonderful. He had fully memorized the method of training in the 8-9 arcane art. It truly is the number 1 divine ability in the 3 realms for those below the true god level. Ning smiled as he walked into the 3 Realms Palace. Junior apprentice brother, you can just put the complete copy of the 8-9 arcane art back in the 3 Realms Palace. If you want to choose something else, you can do so. Crazy G lay there, seemingly mumbling in his sleep. He then turned and started to snore again. Ning smiled. He turned and bowed. Yes, senior apprentice brother. After returning the 8-9 arcane art, Ning unhesitatingly walked forward to pick up another abridged book. Atop this book were the characters. Hoi's Archery. Ning had dreamed of learning Hoi's Archery for a long time now. His own divine ability was the star-seizing hand, a divine ability which caused his pair of hands to possess unfathomably great power, with one hand holding the bow and the other drawing it, and in addition, Hoi's Archery was a technique-focused ability. These 2 divine abilities, both ranked in the top 10 of the 3 realms, could be used simultaneously and would synergize very well. The first gave Ning's twin hands unfathomable power. The second would raise his archery skills to the limit. Combined, they would become one of Ning's most powerful killer combinations. However, this trial truly is difficult. Can I accomplish it? Ning stared at the trial, frowning. No matter what, I have to give it a try. There's no time limit, anyhow. Senior apprentice brother. Ning put down the abridged book, walked to the doorway, and looked at the slumbering Crazy G. I wish to learn Hoi's Archery. Go then. Come back after you pass the trial. Crazy G mumbled in his sleep. Ning smiled, turned his head, and immediately departed. Actually, although on the surface it seemed as though he was informing Crazy G, in reality his was telling his master, Patriarch Subhuti. After all, it was the Patriarch who would decide whether or not this technique could be taught to him. Whoosh! Ning departed. Crazy G suddenly sat up. Leaning against the wooden door of the hall, he frowned as he stared at the departing Ning. He wants to train in the 8-9 arcane art and Hoi's archery? Doesn't this little junior apprentice brother of mine walk the path of the sword immortal? Why is it that I feel as though he views Hoi's archery as absolutely critical for him to acquire? No one in the entire 3 realms has ever reached a level of archery as terrifying as Hoi did. The star-seizing hand only required sufficient amounts of 5 elements essence. With it, one could train all the way to the 6th cycle and master it. The same was also true for the 8-9 arcane art. Upon gaining a basic level of skill with it, as long as one fused enough magic treasures, one could master all 9 of its cycles. But the star-seizing hand and the 8-9 arcane art both needed astonishing amounts of items. The first required shocking amounts of 5 elements essence, while the other required similarly shocking amounts of magic treasures. There were quite a few people in the 3 realms who trained in the 8-9 arcane art, but the number who truly achieved mastery and an unbreakable Vajra-like body was very, very low. Hoi's archery was completely different. It was a skill-based, technique-based ability. It required a certain level of comprehension and enlightenment. This made it even harder to master. It also required a person to constantly ruminate on the Tao of archery. Although Hoi's own level of archery had already surpassed the bounds of the actual Tao of archery. A sword immortal, who is also going to split up his attention to walk the Tao of archery? Crazy G pondered. Perhaps it is simply because this junior apprentice brother knows that Hoi's archery is one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms, and so he truly wishes to learn it. After he learns how truly difficult it is, he might just give it up. Within the still room in the underwater estate, Ning was seated in the lotus position as he began to train in the 8-9 arcane art. This was a divine ability, and so he had to have his true body train it. Whoosh! Ning let out a breath of air. A blurry golden light began to slowly appear around his body. The golden light was very faint at first, but it slowly grew denser until Ning seemed to be made out of gold. Change! Ji Ning, who had been seated atop the netherwater jade bed, suddenly vanished. Atop the jade bed appeared a rock. However, this rock had a living aura. Any immortal cultivators would be able to immediately tell that it was extraordinary. Cancel! The rock disappeared and Ning once more reappeared. For a Fiendgod body refiner at Ning's level, the divine body could be completely transformed into divine power, and vice versa. In fact, even a single hair could be transformed into a completely separate body. Thus, to transform oneself into a rock wasn't difficult. What was difficult was to make it so that one's aura would be so retracted that one would be indistinguishable from a true rock. Retract the aura? Change even the aura of one's soul. Ning murmured softly to himself. This 8-9 arcane art truly is difficult to learn. However, once I gain a basic level of expertise, I can change my aura as I please and will be able to easily make it so that I am like a rock or a piece of dirt. The 8-9 arcane art was the 72 transformations. As noted, the term 72 came from the term 8-9. In reality, the number of transformations it allowed was limitless. Rocks, trees, flowers, plants, animals, even humans, monsters, and fiendgods. Anything that existed in the 3 realms one could transform into. Even the aura would become absolutely identical. Even those more powerful than the user would find it difficult to see through the transformation. Only those who specialized in extremely powerful God-eye techniques or other special techniques, when actively using those techniques, would be able to see the truth. If they didn't actively use the special techniques, however, even they would be unable to realize that the tree before them was actually someone else transformed. Early dawn. Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, rather bored, walked out of her room. It's been half a year since Master brought me back to Mount Innerheart, but he's only taught me twice. He instructed me to go learn everything, such as key refining techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts, from the divinity's palace. Xiaoyu felt rather resigned. She knew that some experts had strange temperaments, but she didn't expect that her master would care so little about her. She normally didn't even have a chance to meet him. Still, Mount Innerheart truly is an incredible place. Xiaoyu sighed in amazement. Over the course of the past half-year, she was often together with Uncle White and Little Qing, as well as the other disciples of Mount Innerheart. Thus, she was beginning to learn more and more. And the more she learned, the more amazed she was. Celestial immortals? Their statuses was lower than her master's. Personal disciples? The others were all pure yang true immortals or Empyrean gods. The guard of the divinity's palace was an Empyrean god. No wonder that day her master had told her that this Uncle Master killed celestial immortals as easily as chickens. What? The entire crescent world had been created by Patriarch Subhuti? He had set up his own cycle of reincarnation? The old Patriarch had done this all by himself? Xiaoyu now realized that the entire crescent world was like a garden world for the members of Mount Innerheart. Supposedly, beyond the crescent world, there was the even vaster three realms. Supposedly, this three realms had many other major powers that were comparable to the old Patriarch. Xiaoyu saw a large rock next to her as she walked forward. Without thinking too much, she plopped her rear down on it and sat down. I wonder when I'll see Master again, Xiaoyu murmured to herself. And then, she suddenly frowned, glancing downwards at the stone beneath her. Weird. If memory serves, there shouldn't be a rock here. Where did this rock come from? Well, this is Master's immortal estate. Everything within it is under his control. No need for me to worry about it, I suppose. Right. I'm gonna go find that big dumb lunk. He's at a fairly high level of enlightenment. He can provide me with some guidance. Blue Cliff Xiaoyu stood up and quickly ran off. Whoosh. The stone transformed into a fur-clad youth, Ji Ning. I was actually sat on by my disciple. Ning took a deep breath. Fortunately, no one saw this. Right. Definitely can't tell anyone about this. No more transforming into rocks. I'll transform into a tree. I refuse to believe anyone is going to sit on me then. Whoosh. In a corner of the estate, there were some trees and flowers. Another tree, a small pine tree that was a few meters tall, now joined their ranks. The branches of the tree even fluttered in the breeze. Ning had already more than half-mastered the rudiments to the transformation aspects of the 8-9 arcane art. What he was doing every day was transforming into rocks, trees, creeks, grass, and other things. To this day, no one had been able to discover him. In fact, Ning's primal twin had visually searched, used divine sense, and even opened the celestial eye, but was still unable to discover any flaws. When Ning was transformed into a tree, his bark, his branches, his leaves, they were absolutely identical to real ones. Even the aura of his soul had transformed into a tree's aura. There was nothing special about it at all. Time flowed on day by day. Ning constantly trained in his transformation techniques, testing himself repeatedly and accruing more and more experience. Finally, after spending a year and 3 months on the 8-9 arcane art, Ning mastered all of the 72 transformations. The final transformations truly were difficult. They took so much time. Still, I finally mastered them. Change. Ning had been seated in the lotus position next to a creek, but suddenly his figure changed completely. Now, seated next to the creek was a handsome, fan-wielding, white-robed man, Empyrean god Silvermoon. He was identical in both appearance and aura. That incomparably powerful aura, so great as to cause others to tremble in fear, the aura of an Empyrean god, and the unique properties of Silvermoon's own personal aura, Ning had replicated it all. Let me give it a try. Ning, appearing as Silvermoon, smiled as he walked through the Tri-Star Crescent abode. Patriarch. Patriarch. Senior Uncle Master. Master. As he walked through the Tri-Star Crescent abode, Ning heard others address him for the first time as Senior Uncle Master. It must be understood that amongst the other personal disciples, Ning was the newest addition, and so most people just addressed him as Uncle Master. Haha, these void-level fiend gods and dire monsters. None of them suspect a thing. Ning was in an extremely good mood. He occasionally even nodded to them. Strange. Why isn't Patriarch Silvermoon at the Divinity's Palace? It's quite rare to see Patriarch Silvermoon out for a walk, isn't it? It is rather odd. After Ning walked away, the disciples of Mount Innerheart quietly speculated amongst themselves. Silvermoon was simply too famous for his ferocity. He was truly a demon-like figure. The amount of sin which swirled around him was utterly inconceivable. Silvermoon had accumulated so much sin that he was no longer covered in the bloody light of sin. Rather, covering him were the legendary karmic sin flames. However, given how unearthly powerful Silvermoon was, he didn't fear the karmic sin flames at all. Ning quickly arrived at the Divinity's Palace. In front of it, as always, were congregated many of the disciples of Mount Innerheart. Patriarch. Senior Uncle Master. They all called out with respect, and even Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, who had been chatting with the other disciples, hurriedly rose to her feet and called out respectfully, Senior Uncle Master. But little Qing and Uncle White stared in amazement at Ning. Who are you? Because of their spiritual connection to Ning, both little Qing and Uncle White knew that it was him. However, they couldn't help but feel completely amazed and confused. The terrifying aura of the white-robed man before them. His appearance. Clearly, this should be Empyrean God Silvermoon, but their spiritual sense was telling them that this man before them was actual Ning. This caused both of them to feel very strange. Previously, Ning had only displayed the ability to transform into a tree in front of them. He had never transformed into a person before. Ning nodded, then smiled as he walked into the Divinity's Palace. Within the Divinity's Palace there was another white-robed man, also holding a fan. Their gazes met. Their appearances and their auras were identical. Someone who dares transform into my appearance? Second senior apprentice brother has better things to do, and Lord Jiang doesn't have this sort of personality? Junior apprentice brother, it seems you've successfully trained in the 8-9 arcane art? Silvermoon immediately guessed that it was Ning. Formidable, senior apprentice brother. The figure of one of the white-robed men turned blurry, then transformed back into the figure of a fur-clad youth, Ning. Silvermoon shook his head and laughed. It's not that I'm formidable. It's that there are only a few people at Mount Innerheart who have trained in the 8-9 arcane art. By process of elimination, I was able to guess that it was you, junior apprentice brother. Ning nodded. The 8-9 arcane art was located in the Three Realms Palace. Only personal disciples and those who had received special permission from the old patriarch could learn it. If you transformed into someone else, I might not have been able to tell that it was you, Silvermoon said with a laugh. These 72 transformations cause a person's aura to completely change. Even the appearance of sin or karmic merit surrounding you changes. This truly is an incredible transformation divine ability. Ning nodded. Indeed. For example, when Ning transformed into a rock, he could use the technique to completely retract his 3-foot aura of golden karmic light. If he transformed into a Vildoer, he could transform to display the bloody light of sin. Back in the era of Pangu's world, there was an ancient dire monster who relied on these 72 transformations to transform into the appearance of a Buddha. He used it to trick people for thousands of years before being discovered. Silvermoon said with a laugh. You have now gained a basic level of expertise into the 8-9 arcane art. Your foundation is set. These 72 transformations alone will serve as a top-notch escape method or hiding method. However, at this level, it merely remains a deceptive tool, a hiding method. When you are truly in a dire situation, what matters the most is your combat ability, Silvermoon said. Junior apprentice brother, although you've reached the early void stage and are comparable to ordinary celestial immortals, I'm afraid that slightly more powerful celestial immortals would be able to deal with you or even kill you. I understand. Ning truly did. Unless he was so lucky as to only encounter extremely weak celestial immortals, the amount of power he currently had was only enough to allow him to swagger around in front of those who had yet to overcome their celestial tribulation. That's why I've come to find you, senior apprentice brother. I've come to ask you for help, Ning said with a laugh. Help? Silvermoon waved his fan, then said in a leisurely manner, Speak. What do you need? I'm currently quite weak. Forgot about the realms, even in this crescent world. Any random celestial immortal might be able to kill me. Thus, I wish to reach the third cycle of the 8-9 arcane art as soon as I can, Ning said. Silvermoon stared at him. The amount of treasures consumed by the training of the 8-9 arcane art is utterly astonishing. Even I had to spend countless ages to be able to train to my current 6th cycle. Can it be that you little brat, want me to give you my treasures for free to help you train? No way. The 8-9 arcane art used up far too many treasures. To reach the 9th cycle, even Tao Fathers would feel pain at the cost. Even a mighty demon like Empyrean God Silvermoon had only trained to the 6th cycle. Logically speaking, Empyrean gods should be able to reach the 9th cycle, but he simply didn't have enough treasures. Of course I wouldn't ask you to give them to me for free, Ning said hurriedly. During this trip of mine to the outside world, I acquired some immortal-ranked magic treasures. I wanted to trade them to you for immortal pills. Senior apprentice brother. Trade for immortal pills? Silvermoon nodded lightly. Immortal pills referred to immortal-ranked spirit pills, pure yang spirit pills, and great firmament spirit pills. That's acceptable. Only now did Silvermoon agree. Bring out your immortal-ranked magic treasures. I definitely won't make you suffer a loss, and I won't profit from this trade with you. Ning smiled, then waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, one immortal-ranked magic treasure after another appeared, hovering in the air. These were the spoils he had gained from killing the monster kings and the evil patriarch on the last journey. In fact, he even took out the low-grade immortal-ranked flying sword the Xianxia Emperor had given him. Let me take a look. Silvermoon quickly spread out his divine power to bind each of the magic treasures. There was no way to use divine power to actually control magic treasures, but upon overcoming the celestial tribulation and becoming an Empyrean god, things would change. Empyrean gods were unfathomable in their power, and their divine power could be applied to all sorts of magic treasures. The Empyrean gods and true gods who were birthed from the primordial chaos were born with the ability to easily use magic treasures. Only the weaker Fiendgods, such as those that were born at the Xianxia level, were only able to use blood-forged weapons. Silvermoon looked through the weapons, then said, 3 top-grade immortal-ranked magic treasures, 19 high-grade, 21 middle-grade, and 16 low-grade. Silvermoon kept his calculations simple and by grade. For example, he counted the 6 scimitars which the Flame Wing King had used as 6 separate items. That was why the number was so high. Junior apprentice brother. The difference is pretty huge. Silvermoon looked at Ning, then said helplessly, the amount of immortal pills you can trade for with such a small amount of immortal-ranked magic treasures. There's no way you can train to the 3rd cycle. Ning immediately asked, how far off am I? Even if I'm generous to the point of suffering a loss, I could at most give you 60 of my top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills. But to train to the 3rd cycle, if you completely rely on such pills, you would need at least 100 of them, Silvermoon said helplessly. Ning felt resigned as well. He had kept behind a single low-grade immortal-ranked flying sword for Little Qing, and had kept the immortal-ranked magic item he had acquired in the underwater estate for Uncle White. He needed to use both the Thousand Bull sword and the Heavenraker swords. He had taken out every other magic treasure he had left. In fact, aside from the Heavenraker swords, he no longer even had 3 spare immortal-ranked flying swords for his 3 heads, 6 arms technique. How about this? Silvermoon waved his hand, and a piece of parchment appeared. Write on top of this paper that today, you are borrowing a total of 40 top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills from me. You have to repay me 100 such pills within 10,000 years. If you are unable to do so within 10,000 years, Then you'll have to pay me back with the most valuable treasure you carry. Silvermoon waved his fan as he beamed merrily towards Ning. Ning felt resigned. He had heard from others long ago as to what sort of a person this Silvermoon was. The reason why all of the disciples of Mount Innerheart secretly referred to him as that demon Silvermoon was because he, an exalted Empyrean god, would seek opportunities to squeeze and extort even the ordinary disciples. Fine. Ning lowered his head. Hurry up and write. Silvermoon chortled merrily. Junior apprentice brother, the sword you used to display your swordplay last time was pretty good. It nearly has the power of a pure yang treasure. That sword alone is worth nearly 100 top-grade immortal ranked spirit pills. I'm sure that within 10,000 years, you'll have acquired even better treasures. Ning immediately began to furiously scribbling on the parchment. Between fellow disciples, a written acknowledgement of debt was enough. Everyone would give each other face. Here you go. Silvermoon waved his hand and a white jade bottle flew towards Ning. These are top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills that were forged in Doshui Palace. They contain extremely pure elemental essence and are very well suited for training in the 8-9 arcane art. Ning had been instantly impoverished, and now owed 100 top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills to Silvermoon. Still, Ning accepted this. He wasn't strong enough to leave his master's tutelage yet. Any powerful celestial immortal was capable of annihilating him. The 8-9 arcane art. Ning sat on the netherwater jade bed within the still room. Hefting the jade bottle, he poured out a spirit pill. The spirit pill was a white jade color, and it emanated a faint aroma of mouth-watering fragrance. If an ordinary Zifu disciple or Wanxiang adept were to eat this top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pill, they probably wouldn't even be able to refine it. Their Zifus would explode. After all, the purity of the elemental key within these pills was comparable to that used by Celestial Immortal. These sorts of pills were usually given to reincarnated immortals, so as to allow them to reach an extremely high level of power in a short period of time. Alternately, Celestial Immortals who had fought for a long period of time, or who had used up a great deal of energy in binding a protocosmic spirit treasure, would use them to instantly replenish their elemental key. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One pill after another came pouring out, each comparable to a high-grade immortal-ranked magic treasure in value. Ning swallowed them all in one gulp. He then immediately began to activate the 8-9 arcane art technique. The purpose of the 8-9 arcane art was to train his body to the point of making it as indestructible as a magic treasure. This required an enormous amount of energy, and top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills were purposefully designed for replenishing energy. As for ordinary liquefied elemental essence, absorbing them took too much time. There was no way one could use them to activate the 8-9 arcane art. Rumble. Ning's entire body immediately began to transform. His bones, his marrow, his sinews, his flesh, his skin, his hair. Every part of his body was now changing. If previously Ning's flesh and bones could be described as tofu, then after using up the very first spirit pill, they had reached the consistency of stone. But of course, in reality, Ning's divine body had already been extremely powerful. From this, one could imagine how huge the improvement brought by the 8-9 arcane art was. The first cycle is complete. Ning could sense how powerful his divine body had become. A single top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pill had allowed him to complete the first cycle and allowed his body to become incomparably mighty. Clang! Ning formed his finger into a sword and slashed at his other arm. Sword light flashed past, but the only thing it left behind was a white smudge. My body is already comparable to a heaven-ranked magic artifact. I can just stand there without doing anything and loose immortals will be unable to damage me at all. And this is just the first cycle. This 8-9 arcane art is far more powerful than whatever divine ability Adept Nindeaths used back during the conclave of Immortal Destiny. Her body was like a magic treasure, but by comparison, her technique could not compare to the 8-9 arcane art. Ning didn't spend too much time thinking about it. After all, only a primal-level Fiendgod could even begin to train in the basics of the 8-9 arcane art. Adept Nindeaths had only been a Wanxiang adept. There was no way she could have trained in the 8-9 arcane art, even if someone had given it to her. The second pill. Showing no hesitating at all, Ning began to digest additional pills. The incomparably pure elemental ki of the top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills flowed through Ning's entire body, being drawn into every part of it. Ning's body was like a sponge, ravenously drawing in the power of these pills, and then his body began to repeatedly transform, like a sword being reforged time and time again. The 11th pill. As Ning was digesting and refining the 11th pill, the second cycle of the 8-9 arcane art was mastered. One spirit pill after another was rapidly consumed. Ning's body was continuously rising in power as well, increasing in both endurance and resilience. Clang, clang, clang. As Ning continued to train, rumbling and clanking sounds could be heard coming from within his body as his muscles and flesh clashed against each other. It sounded like two mighty mountains were colliding, and as Ning's heart beat, it sounded like a sea was trembling. Ning knew that this was a form of tempering. Magic treasures would be tempered through magic fire and other sources of power, while the 8-9 arcane art tempered the body. Every single organ, including even the skins and the hair, would be tempered non-stop by this technique. By now, a single strand of Ning's hair was so tough that even if a loose immortal were to wildly hack at it with full power, he wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. Rumble. Another booming sound could be heard from Ning's body. His muscles rumbled, his bones rumbled, his organs rumbled. The rumbling almost seemed to form into a wondrous sort of music. Ning's skin was beginning to shine with a dark light. He seemed to have transformed into a terrifyingly powerful magic treasure. Only when the dark light faded away did he seem like an ordinary person once more. His skin was very soft and white, seemingly quite tender. One could not tell just by looking at him as to how powerful he had become. Ha ha ha! I've finally completed the third cycle. Ning was overjoyed. Waving his hand, he immediately produced the Thousand-Bull Sword. Time to test my power. Whoosh! The Thousand-Bull Sword transformed into a black dragon of swordlight, carrying unearthly power with it as it chopped down against Ning's left arm. But it didn't even leave a white smudge behind. Star-seizing hand. Ning used his full power, launching an even more powerful blow. Bang! A thunderous banging sound could be heard within the still room. But Ning's left arm still didn't have even the slightest hint of a mark at all on it. I've mastered the third cycle. My body is comparable to an immortal-ranked magic treasure now. When striking myself with full force, I can't even leave behind a tiny white mark. I imagine that even celestial immortals would only be able to stare at me, stupefied, without knowing what to do. This truly is the #1 divine ability in the 3 realms for those below the true god level. Primal Twin, Heavenraker's Sword Formation, Attack. Ning was utterly delighted. In front of him suddenly appeared the black-robed Ning, who immediately controlled the power of the Heavenraker swords, transforming them into 9 streaks of swordlight and sending them howling forth as they stabbed towards Ning's bared upper chest. Rumble. Ning's bare chest was stabbed into repeatedly by the top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords, but they were still unable to leave behind any mark at all. Although he was knocked backwards with each collision, he was still able to walk back to his original spot. Heavenraker, Blackwater Line. The black-robed Ning exploded with maximum power, unleashing the most devastatingly powerful stance of the Heavenraker. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One sword tier after another slashed through the air in wavy lines so thick that they each seemed to be like a river. The illusory rivers flooded into one location like all the rivers flowing into the sea as they merged into a single torrential black flow. This torrential black flow represented all 9 Heavenraker swords as they stabbed simultaneously towards Ning's chest. Bang! This time, Ning's true body wasn't able to stay standing. He was knocked flying away as he slammed into the wall behind him with a banging sound. However, Ning used his palms to push off from the wall, stabilizing himself and landing on the ground. Ning lowered his head. He still couldn't see any hint of damage at all on his chest or his skin. What a divine ability! What a divine ability! Ning felt utterly overjoyed. The whole point of leaving the Xianxia for 30 years was to learn some formidable abilities before returning. And now he had. The 8-9 arcane art truly was the #1 divine ability of the 3 realms for those below the true god level. The most powerful leaders of the 3 realms had joined forces in an attempt to develop a divine ability that would result in a body as mighty as that of Pangu's. Although they hadn't been able to develop the 12th cycle, the first 9 cycles were already incredible. Ning was extremely weak right now, after all. He was still far from becoming an Empyrean god. As for becoming a true god, that was an even greater distance away. Even if this divine ability truly did have a 10th, 11th, or 12th cycle, there was no way he would be able to train in it for the foreseeable future. I've gained expertise in this divine ability. I can now go to the Riverfang Mountains again. Ning immediately rose to his feet, the furs once more reappearing around him. As Ning walked out of the Immortal estate, he collected it with a wave of his hand. "Master, where are you going?" Blue Cliff Xiaoyu was just about to enter the Immortal estate. "I'm going down into the world. I should be back in a few days," Ning instructed. "If your Aunt Qing or Grandpa White ask, that's what you should tell them." "All right." Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Ning left by himself. As he walked past the divinity's palace, "Junior apprentice brother. Junior apprentice brother." Silvermoon beamed merrily as he walked over, fanning himself with his fan. "Judging from your high spirits, you must have just finished the 3rd cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, right?" "Precisely so." Ning nodded. There were 2 tough parts to training the 8-9 arcane art. The first was the initial mastery of the concept of the 72 transformations, which was a bit difficult, and the second was acquiring enough treasures to temper one's body. Ning had gained a basic level of expertise already. Naturally, he had been able to train to the 3rd cycle at one go after acquiring enough top-grade immortal-ranked spirit pills. "How many pills did you use up?" Silvermoon asked with curiosity. 99, Ning said with a laugh. "Wow, it was just barely enough." Silvermoon nodded. "Work hard, junior apprentice brother, and earn back enough treasures to pay me back." "Definitely," Ning nodded. "I have business to attend to. I'm leaving now." "Go, go." Silvermoon beamed as he watched Ning leave. After Ning left, Silvermoon shook his head, utterly tickled with himself. "I, Silvermoon, am quite the clever fellow. I gave this junior apprentice brother of mine 100 immortal pills, and in 10,000 short lazy years, he'll have to pay them back to me. I won't end up losing a single pill, and I'll have acquired dozens of immortal-ranked magic treasures as well as have him owe me a favor." Actually, these treasures really meant very little to an exalted Empyrean god like him. However, Silvermoon loved to feel like he had made a clever bargain. The Crescent World. The Star Continent. Deep within the Riverfang Mountains. Within the Lightning Zone, there were 2 figures that were seated on the ground. One of them was the Gold-Fur Bear King, while the other was a youth dressed in loose Taoist robes and whose eyes were like the stars. "Elder brother," the Gold-Fur Bear King said hurriedly, "the lightning here is too hard to overcome. Even a celestial immortal like you has tried 8 times without success. Just now, the 2 of us joined forces, but we were still stopped at the 540-meter mark by the lightning bolts, giving us no chance to advance at all. This is our utmost limit. As I see it, we should invite another celestial immortal to come." "You fool!" The robed youth frowned as he glanced sideways at the Gold-Fur Bear King. "How can we let word of such a treasure trove spread to others? But all we can do is sit here and stare. Elder brother, you know as well as I do that the black-robed youth has already passed through the lightning zone into the gorge. The more we delay, the greater the chances that he might acquire the treasures," the Gold-Fur Bear King said. Ning had previously chatted with the black-robed youth, then gritted his teeth and departed. After Ning's departure, the Gold-Fur Bear King had mustered all of his power to finally break through the first forbidden zone, but upon encountering the lightning zone, although he was skilled at defense, he was unable to advance a single meter further after reaching the 360-meter mark. The black-robed youth had mocked him as well, and the Gold-Fur Bear King, worried that the youth might end up taking the treasures, had hurried out of the Riverfang Mountains and invited a good friend of his, Patriarch Limitless. The two had immediately sworn an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. Upon acquiring the treasures, they would split them evenly. Patriarch Limitless was a celestial immortal and thus a bit stronger. But the Goldfur Bear King was the one who had acquired the information regarding the treasure trove. Thus, they would split things evenly. There are already quite a few who know about this treasure trove. If word spreads further, the treasure probably won't end up in our hands at all. Patriarch Limitless shook his head. You big dumb bear. Don't worry too much. When that black-robed youth said that there is a third forbidden zone here, he should have been telling the truth. If there wasn't, he would have left with the treasures long ago. Since he hasn't, that means that the third zone is very hard to overcome. If that's the case, then even if we do invite another celestial immortal, our chances of success will still remain low. But word will have spread to even more people. It's better for us to take things slowly. Fine. The Goldfur Bear King nodded. Let us both meditate on how to use a more appropriate formation for overcoming the lightning zone, Patriarch Limitless said. All right. The Goldfur Bear King nodded again. Just 2 hours after they had begun meditating, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the invisible pressure region behind them. An expert has arrived. Patriarch Limitless frowned as he heard the rumbles. The rate of advancement is very fast. Can it be that news has leaked to someone else? It shouldn't have. You and I have already warned the other 2 surviving Monster Kings of us 12 Monster Kings of the Eastern Flows about telling others, and even forced them to swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. The Goldfur Bear King frowned. As for that immortal Dark North, he gave up more than a year ago without coming back. Can it be the Imperial Chi clan? But they are so puny. Right as they were chatting, boom! A figure charged forward and landed on the ground. It was a fur-clad youth who was wielding an immortal sword with an incomparably enormous aura of power. Immortal Dark North? The Goldfur Bear King was amazed. Young fellow, Patriarch Limitless said with a frown. Who is your master? He had heard from the Goldfur Bear King about Ning. Naturally, he had immediately guessed that for this Dark North, to be so powerful at the early void level meant that he most likely had an incredible master behind him. Perhaps this person also came from Mount Innerheart, like he himself did. However, given how many disciples Mount Innerheart had, how could he, an exalted celestial immortal, possibly give up this sort of treasure trove to another fellow disciple? Goldfur Bear King. This is your helper? Ning's gaze flickered towards Patriarch Limitless. This man was an azure-robed youth with an extraordinary aura. He is my elder brother, someone far more powerful than me. Celestial Immortal Limitless. The Goldfur Bear King said smugly. A celestial immortal? Ning was startled. Patriarch Limitless repeated. Young fellow, I asked you a question. Who is your master? Ning chuckled but didn't respond. He just walked straight into the lightning zone. Patriarch Limitless couldn't help but frown. Still, given how calm Ning was, he felt all the more certain that Ning's background must be incredible. And so he just said coldly, Young fellow, this is the lightning zone. You need to make it past 540 meters of the zone before you succeeded. Given your power, you are far from being able to do it. Ning continued to make his way into the lightning zone. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, one bolt of lightning after another began to hammer down. Ning remained quite calm, not resisting at all as he allowed the lightning bolts to slam onto his body. Even a Fiendgod body refiner will only be able to use his body to forcibly withstand the lightning in the lightning zone for the first 30 meters. Patriarch Limitless shook his head. Ning continued to walk forward. 30 meters, 60 meters, 90 meters. The lightning grew increasingly savage, but Ning continued to stroll forward, one step at a time, allowing the lightning to hit him at will. But, Patriarch Limitless and the Goldfur Bear King were both stupefied. 210 meters, 240 meters, 270 meters. Ning continued to walk forward in a relaxed manner. The bolts of lightning were now as thick as water barrels, and they came crashing down with utter savagery. but Ning seemed to be simply walking through a mild rainstorm. He felt quite relaxed and content. The clashes against his skin felt like an incomparably comfortable massage. 360 meters. 390 meters. 420 meters. Ning continued to simply walk forward. The black-robed youth had appeared once more at the entrance to the gorge. Even he stared in amazement at this sight. It's only been a year since I saw this fur-clad youth. How did he suddenly become so powerful? 480 meters. 510 meters. These fur robes of mine were formed from top-grade heaven-ranked Taoist robes. They are extremely tough, resilient, and good at deflecting attacks. They are comparable to low-grade Immortal-ranked flying swords in endurance. Flying swords were too thin and sharp, and thus broke apart more easily. In terms of ability to withstand attacks, top-grade heaven-ranked Taoist robes were indeed comparable to low-grade Immortal-ranked flying swords. Bathed by countless bolts of lightning, Ning stepped past the 540-meter threshold, and the lightning instantly vanished. Patriarch Limitless and the Gold Fur Bear King, on the other side of the lightning zone, were both completely dazed. He used his body to endure it all? But, at the 540-meter mark, the power of the lightning was comparable to full-force combination attacks from the two of us. That's most likely equal to a high-class celestial immortal. The Gold Fur Bear King was truly amazed. He's at the early void stage, but he didn't even use a magic treasure. He just used his body to endure it all. This body is too. His body must be comparable to an immortal-ranked magic treasure. Patriarch Limitless' face suddenly changed. He was a disciple of Mount Innerheart, after all. He suddenly thought of a famous divine ability, reputed to be the #1 divine ability in the 3 realms for those below the true god level, the 8-9 arcane art. To have a body of such toughness at this level of power. The only possibility is the 8-9 arcane art. But only personal disciples of the old patriarch can learn the 8-9 arcane art, or those the old patriarch provides special dispensation to. Can it be that he is a disciple of the old patriarch? Patriarch Limitless instantly began to panic as he thought of this possibility. He hurriedly sent a mental message to Ning. Dare I ask? Immortal Dark North. Do you know Empyrean God Silvermoon? Empyrean God Silvermoon was the controller of the divinity's palace. Every single disciple of Mount Innerheart knew him. You know Senior Apprentice Brother Silvermoon? Ning turned his head to glance at him. This Junior Limitless pays his respects to you, Uncle Master. Patriarch Limitless hurriedly sent a respectful mental message to him. He didn't suspect Ning of faking it at all, because no one from the outside world could even enter the Crescent world. In addition, there was no faking the 8-9 arcane art. Ning was startled. Still, it made sense. Most of those in the Crescent world who overcame the celestial tribulation and became celestial immortals had been recruited into Mount Innerheart. Oh, if we have the chance, let's chat more back at Mount Innerheart. Ning turned once more to the gorge, then walked towards it. The black-robed youth at the entrance to the gorge frowned, then turned and walked into the gorge himself. Soon, Ning entered the fog-shrouded gorge, and he could sense that the terrifying ripples coming from within the gorge were gaining in power. There were some grass and flowers within the gorge, but after Ning stepped into it, he felt his heart shudder for some reason. Die! An ancient, primordial howl of rage smashed against Ning's soul. A series of ripples of boundless, terrifying, killing intent surged towards Ning. Ning hurriedly visualized the image of Maiden Nuwa, and instantly the divine image of Nuwa appeared within his soul, stabilizing it considerably. After having spent so many years at Mount Innerheart, Ning had learned that the Nuwa painting was a visualization technique passed down by Nuwa's lineage that possessed boundless life force. Even if the soul was to be badly wounded, through visualizing the Nuwa painting one could quickly recover. This was one of the most awe-inspiringly famous visualization techniques that existed in Pangu's world. On the 9th floor of the divinity's palace, there was a copy of the Nuwa painting visualization technique, and it was described as one of the most supreme of nurturing and defensive techniques for the soul. This place is? Ning quickly came to his senses, and he stared at the scene before him in the gorge. Because of the mist wreathing this place, Ning was only able to see to a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. From far away, he could see a human-shaped creature that was lying on the ground unmoving. Ning could only make out the rough contours of 2 legs and an abdomen, but the legs alone were like massive blocks of stone that were over 300 meters long. Given how strong the aura of death is here, it should be dead. It seems as though it was many hundreds of meters tall. Given its size, it must have been a Fiendgod, Ning secretly predicted. This treasure trove region was extremely mysterious. There was no way to investigate it through divine sense, and so Ning had to make guesses for everything. Die! Die! Boundless amounts of killing intent surged forth in waves from that enormous Fiendgod corpse, smashing against Ning's soul. The closer Ning moved towards the corpse, the more powerful the killing intent became, forcing Ning to constantly visualize the image of Maiden Yuhua to resist it. For the remnant killing intent left behind in a corpse to be capable of forcing me to use the image of Maiden Yuhua to resist it. If he was still alive, he probably would be able to kill me with ease. Ning's soul had been split in too long ago. If one counted the soul within the primal twin, he actually had 3 souls. One soul was within his primal twin. One soul was within his true body's primal turtle snake, which had advanced to the gold lotus. Another soul had been completely fused with his true body's very flesh and bones. Every hint of blood and flesh contained a hint of his soul. It was at this level that Fiendgod body refiners were capable of creating an entire body from just a bit of flesh and blood. Anyone who trained as both a key refiner and as a Fiendgod body refiner would have to split his soul at the primal level. One part of the soul would fuse into the body, while the other would enter the primal turtle snake. Ning's key refiner soul was finding it rather difficult to deal with the waves of killing intent. But his Fiendgod body didn't fear it at all, because his soul in his Fiendgod body was connected to every bit of his flesh and blood, making it incredibly stable. Now that Ning had also trained in the 8-9 arcane art, even if the killing intent was hundreds of times more powerful, it wouldn't be able to do anything to this Fiendgod body of his. Ning moved forward 1 step at a time, purposefully taking a circular path around the enormous Fiendgod corpse as he slowly advanced. Finally, Ning was able to see it clearly. The Fiendgod corpse had ashen gray skin that was stone-like in texture. The corpse had an ordinary, plain face. Its body was covered in wounds, and the black armor it wore had been torn apart in many places. By its side were 2 fiery arrows, as well as a mighty black great bow with a shattered bowstring. I didn't expect that you would be able to come to this place. For a weak little early void stage fellow to possess such ability, admirable, admirable. The shrill voice rang out once more. Ning turned to look towards the source of the sound. From afar, at the corner to the entrance of the gorge, he saw the black-robed youth in a seated position. Do you know Empyrean God Silvermoon? Ning suddenly asked. This black-robed youth was most likely a celestial immortal, given that he was able to make it here. Most likely, quite a few of the celestial immortals of the Crescent World were disciples of Mount Innerheart. If they were fellow disciples, things would probably proceed more smoothly. Empyrean God Silvermoon? An Empyrean God? Not bad. But I've never heard of him. The black-robed youth sat there, staring at Ning. Kid, it seems your background is significant, given that you know an Empyrean God. However, here in this treasure region it doesn't matter who you know. If you want to acquire the treasures, it'll all be up to your own abilities. Ning quietly came to the conclusion that this black-robed youth was most likely not a member of Mount Innerheart. When Ning had traversed the lightning zone, even the outside Patriarch Limitless had been able to guess that Ning was a member of Mount Innerheart. And yet, this black-robed youth didn't seem to react to that at all. There are still quite a few celestial immortals in the Crescent World who have not become disciples of Mount Innerheart, and some don't even know of it, Ning mused to himself. Kid, you've already passed through 2 of the forbidden zones. This is the last one, but let me warn you. The treasures on that Fiendgod's corpse aren't so easily acquired. The black-robed youth sat there lazily, seemingly waiting to mock Ning when he inevitably failed. Ning looked back at the black-robed youth. "I've come to take the treasure, but you aren't going to stop me? How would I do that? Even the lightning zone wasn't able to damage you at all, you freak. Even if I attacked you, I'd be wasting my energy. If I had trap-type treasures, I might try and trap or bind you, but unfortunately, I don't." The black-robed youth spoke in a resigned manner. Ning knew what the weakness of the 8-9 arcane art was. Training to the third cycle of the 8-9 arcane art resulted in an extraordinarily powerful body, but if he encountered restrictive items like magic ropes or monster ceiling pagodas, he might be wrapped up or drawn into the magic treasures. Still, Ning was no fool. He would use his sword to block. To actually trap and bind him would be an extremely difficult matter. And even if he was trapped, he wouldn't die from that in and of itself. "Then I'm going to go take the treasure." As Ning spoke, he moved closer towards the Fiendgod body. When Ning reached a distance of roughly 300 meters from the body, suddenly, the black great bow next to the Fiendgod suddenly lit up. The bowstring of the black great bow was shattered, but an utterly enormous flood of natural energy was gathering around the black great blow. It actually created a second bowstring that was completely composed of natural energy, as well as a fiery arrow that was similarly composed of natural energy. Swish! No one was controlling the black great bow, but it shot the arrow straight out towards Ning. The arrow shot through the air, moving lightning fast and almost instantly appearing in front of Ning. Block! Ning waved his arm, allowing the arrow to strike directly on his upper arm. Boom! The powerful collisive force sent Ning flying back hundreds of meters, smashing against the distant canyon walls. The canyon walls cracked apart with a rumbling sound as many rocks came crashing down. But with a backflip, Ning emerged from a large crater that had been created in the wall. What a treasure! Ning wasn't worried. To the contrary, he was delighted. "You freak! You could even take that?" The distant black-robed youth was amazed. Ning was incomparably excited. He stared at the black great bow, surrounded by the natural energy of heaven and earth. For it to be able to gather such natural energy without any elemental key guiding it, clearly, the spirit of the treasure of this black great bow has activated it. For it to have such power without even a person controlling it. This is inconceivable. Long ago, Xuehongyi had been able to forcibly subdue the azure silk godfire lamp. At the Wanxiang level, Ning had been able to use the star-seizing hand to forcibly hold the thousand-bull sword. And now, Ning's power was unfathomably greater than it had been before. But he had just been sent flying back by the natural energy gathered by an ownerless treasure. The thousand-bull sword is top-grade amongst top-grade immortal-ranked artifacts, close to pure yang treasures in power. Then this great bow, it has to at least be a pure yang treasure, and if it is, it has to be either a high-grade or even a top-grade pure yang treasure. Or it might even be a proto-cosmic spirit treasure. Ning instantly came to this conclusion. The magic treasure, without anyone controlling it, already had the offensive power of a celestial immortal. It makes sense. This Fiendgod must have died countless years ago, but his remnant killing intent is still so terrifyingly strong. Given how powerful he was, how could his bow be poor? Ning frowned. However, the bowstring to this black great bow is broken, and tears have appeared on his armor. I wonder what sort of a battle he must have encountered for even magic treasures on this level to have been damaged. Even the Fiendgod himself perished, and strangest of all, the Fiendgod's body remained, even after he himself died. It must be understood that a Fiendgod's soul was completely intertwined with his blood and flesh. If so much as a single drop of flesh or blood remained, he could be reborn, unless a supremely mighty power had been able to annihilate every single scrap of the soul that was within the Fiendgod's flesh and blood. Without any soul left in the body at all, the flesh would be useless. How massive a battle was this? Ning thought back to the Great Tribulation that had resulted in the destruction of Pangu's world. That had definitely been an incomparably terrifying battle, one which even Patriarch Subhuti had been afraid to participate in. Daoist Three Lives had killed multiple Fiendgod Dao fathers in it before even he himself had perished. No matter what, although the black great bow and the armor are both damaged, Given how powerful they are without any owner, they must be incredible treasures. Ning waved his hand, causing the thousand-bull sword to appear. Ning then quickly advanced, once more pressing closer. Swish! 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 The black great blow shot out more fiery arrows towards Ning. Both the arrows and the bowstring formed from natural energy. Ning, however, used his swordplay to block. His sword light flowed out like water, deflecting the arrows of natural energy to the side. Ning was using one of the sword arts from the 9th floor of the divinity's palace known as water filling the heavens. This was his most defensively suited sword art technique. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a large number of arrows shot out. In fact, up to 10 arrows were shot out simultaneously, causing tens of arrows to instantly fly out within a short period of time. However, despite the arrows coming faster, the power of each arrow had naturally dropped. Ning used either the thousand-bull sword to block or his body to take the blows head-on. Kid, although your divine body is like a magic treasure, this is just the attacks of a divine bow without a master. It's not that impressive for you to be able to withstand it. Let me tell you this. Once you reach 30 meters of the corpse, you'll have entered the 3rd forbidden zone. Passing it has nothing to do with the strength of your body, and the fact that it is as unbreakable as a magic treasure won't help you. The black-robed youth sat there, watching Ning advance and fight forward. Ning forced his way forward, charging through the hail of arrows. When he reached a distance of 30 meters from the Fiendgod corpse, the natural energy surrounding the black great bow dissipated, no longer attacking Ning. Phew! Ning took a deep breath. At such a close distance to the Fiendgod body, the invisible aura of majesty surrounding it caused even his heart to shudder. The 3rd forbidden zone? No matter what I have to acquire this treasure. Ning stared at the treasures on the corpse of the Fiendgod, but what drew his attention most was still that black great bow. Ning's body flickered. Then he transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. He wielded the thousand-bull sword in his hands, as well as 5 of the top-grade, Immortal-ranked Skyraker swords. In the face of this 3rd forbidden zone, Ning didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Only after fully preparing himself did he step forward towards the Fiendgod corpse, moving past the 30-meter threshold and entering the field of the 3rd forbidden zone. Rumble. Ning, son, eat some more. This was an incomparably familiar hall. The lit candles here were as thick as a child's arm, and the child Ning was seated in front of a table. Atop the table there was a flagon of water as well as a plate of meat and pastries. This? The child Ning stared in front of him. In front of him was a woman, her gaze filled with benevolent love as she looked at him. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and eat. Ning turned his head to look backwards. Indeed, behind him was seated a handsome young man, Jiachuan. However, he only gave Ning a frowning glance, then barked coldly. What are you looking at? Focus on your food when you are eating. Yes, father. Tears suddenly streamed out of the child Ning's face, but he hurriedly lowered his head, picked up a biscuit, and began to wolf it down. Within the mountain gorge, the black-robed youth remained seated in the lotus position at the corner of the gorge. He stared towards Ning, who had made it within 30 meters of the Fiendgod corpse, then shook his head. The 3rd forbidden zone isn't so easy to overcome. Tests the weakest, softest parts of your soul. It doesn't matter how powerful your body is, how mighty your divine power is, or how formidable your sword arts are. All of those are useless. The days child Ning spent with his parents were very happy. One day passed after another, and the child Ning learned both agility techniques and sword techniques. One night, the child Ning arrived outside his parents' room. There was a female servant yawning sleepily outside. Upon seeing the child Ning arrive, she couldn't help but feel surprised. However, she didn't stop him as he moved to knock on the door. Kriawak. The door opened. It was the fur-clad Jiachuan who had opened the door. Upon seeing his son, he frowned and said coldly, "It's late. Why have you come here instead of sleeping?" Ning's mother, Yuchi Snow, left her bed and walked over, smiling as she rubbed the child Ning's head. Hurry up and go back to sleep. It's late. Father. Mother. The child Ning suddenly said. Eh? Ichuan and Snow both looked at their son. I want to hug you too, the child Ning said. Ichuan was puzzled, but Snow just laughed. Silly boy. She immediately pulled Ning into her arms. In his mother's arms, Ning stretched one of his own arms to tightly embrace his mother, then the other towards his father. Father? The child Ning looked at his father. You were just... Ichuan gently shook his head, but he still moved closer, allowing Ning to hold him. With one arm he held his father. With the other he held his mother. Ning pressed against his parents, smelling their scent. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He said very softly, I really want to continue like this, but my memories are already beginning to grow blurry. Ning? Son? Snow looked at Ning and Ichuan looked at him as well. Ning raised his head, his tears blurring his vision. He just stood there and stared at his parents. Awaken! 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 Ning's unwilling, angry roar suddenly filled the entire illusory world, shaking it and instantly shattering it like glass. Everything quickly vanished. One illusory world after another appeared, each one playing on all the deepest desires in a person's heart. Greed, love, hate, obsessions. How can this be? The black-robed youth, still seated in the corner of the gorge, stared at the scene before him in astonishment. Ning had already spent more than an hour within the third forbidden zone after taking his first step. But after that first hour, each subsequent step needed less than the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. One step at a time, he broke through the illusions until finally, all of them vanished. The black-robed youth laughed, then said with a soft sigh, So he is the one, and then he disappeared into thin air. Ning arrived at the side of the Fiendgod corpse, having completely awoken. He stared at the enormous figure of the Fiendgod corpse, at the shattered armor it wore and the black great bow with the snapped bowstring, as well as those two glowing arrows. Master, thank you. Ning's gaze was distant and dreamy. He murmured softly, Although the time I spent in that illusory world was very short, it was the happiest I've ever been since I left Swallow Mountain. That experience made me even happier than acquiring these treasures left behind by this Fiendgod. Ning knew quite well that this third forbidden zone had been created by Patriarch Subhuti himself. It must be understood that when Pangu's world was destroyed, it had been Patriarch Subhuti who had personally teleported each remnant onto his crescent world. Naturally, it had also been Patriarch Subhuti who had set up the forbidden zones. As for which of his disciples would be able to acquire the relics and treasures from the primordial world, that was up to luck and destiny. Young fellow. Suddenly, the figure of the black-robed youth appeared in the air above the black great bow. He said delightedly, I bet you didn't guess this, did you? You are... Ning was startled. The spirit of the treasure? Of course. When I told you I was a celestial immortal, I was just playing with you. I didn't expect you to actually pass the third forbidden zone. Based on what Patriarch Subhuti said back in the day, anyone capable of passing the third forbidden zone would have to have an incredibly formidable Dao heart. The black-robed youth sighed. Although you haven't overcome the celestial tribulation to become a celestial immortal yet, you aren't bad at all. Ning laughed softly. You don't seem that excited. The black-robed youth sat in the lotus position above the black great bow. He said in amazement, I bet you don't know who I am, right? Let me tell you. I am one of the top 10 divine bows of the primordial world. A high-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. A protocosmic spirit treasure? Wonderful. Ning revealed a smile and said a word of praise. But I don't feel as though you are that excited. The black-robed youth frowned. That's only because just a short while ago, I was given something even more precious. Ning smiled. Please introduce yourself to me, as well as this ancient Fiendgod. The black-robed youth nodded. In the era of the ancient primordial world, the major powers once killed an incredibly terrifying creature named Rahu. They used the various components of Rahu's corpse, mixed with many other incomparably precious materials, to finally forge a top-grade pure yang spirit treasure. That would be me. And the name given to me was the Rahu Bao. Over the course of countless ages after my creation, my spirit grew increasingly powerful until I finally evolved to become a protocosmic spirit treasure. As soon as I made my breakthrough, I became a high-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Oh, Ning nodded. Just, oh? I'm one of the 10 great divine bows of the primordial era. Only one bao, the legendary Hoi's bao, was ranked as the undisputed number 1. The rest of us, such as the Chenkuan bao or the Blacknether bao, are all ranked on par with each other. The black-robed youth said arrogantly. In fact, during that great tribulation, all of Master's pure yang treasures were damaged, and even the spirits of those treasures were destroyed. I was the only one left. Ning chortled. But your bowstring is broken. You can just help me get another bowstring, right? The black-robed youth shook his head. You need to understand that for divine bows like myself, the bow shaft is what matters. That's where the increased power comes from. But of course, the bowstring is also very important. In the future, I'll help guide you to picking or forging a good bowstring. All right, Ning asked. How should I bind you then? Just use your elemental key. I'll give you all the help I can, the black-robed youth said. I've been here for an eternity. I've been bored senseless. All right, Ning immediately began to bind it. Generally speaking, binding mortal-ranked, earth-ranked, heaven-ranked, immortal-ranked, and pure yang treasures all had certain requirements in terms of elemental key. For example, one had to at least be at the void level to bind immortal-ranked magic items, or at the celestial immortal level to bind pure yang treasures. However, protocosmic spirit treasures had the blessings of heaven and earth. They were extremely mysterious, and if the spirits of the treasures was willing, they could allow even an ordinary mortal to use them. If they were unwilling, even celestial immortals would be unable to bind them. Perhaps pure yang true immortals could forcibly bind them, but if the spirit of the protocosmic spirit treasure were to resist, the binding process would be extremely tiresome. It would have to be done at one go. If one were to pause midway through, the efforts would be for naught, and one would have to start from scratch again. Thus, binding a protocosmic spirit treasure was very troublesome. Fortunately, the Rahu Bao had a good impression of Ning. By overcoming the third forbidden zone, Ning received his acknowledgement. Just a short while later, the binding process was complete. Ning heft the Rahu Bao in his hands. He could sense the limitless power hidden deep within it. This was a sort of sinister might that also carried a sort of power that was akin to the ripples of water. This power was unfathomably deep and infinitely powerful. In you go! Ning waved his hand, and the Fiendgod corpse next to him was collected as well. Instantly, all of the ancient restrictive formations that had existed within the Riverfang Mountains were automatically deactivated. Previously, Divine Sense could not be used to search the region, but now it could. Ning used his Divine Sense to sweep the region, locating the Goldfur Bear King and Patriarch Limitless outside the gorge. Time to go back. Ning flew into the skies, then immediately executed a spatial teleportation. Entering the spatial ripples, Ning disappeared into thin air. Divine Sense. Both the Goldfur Bear King and Patriarch Limitless were stunned. There was no way to use Divine Sense within this region. But just now, they sensed someone scan them with it. The restrictions are gone. The lightning zone is gone as well. They quickly discovered that even the terrifying ripples that had emanated from deep within had also disappeared. By the time they charged into the gorge, they saw nothing within it at all. The Riverfang Mountains had become an extremely ordinary mountain range. Although there were some peculiarities to it, it was no longer anything special. The treasure was taken away by Uncle Master Dark North. Patriarch Limitless knew what had happened. Ning returned to Mount Innerheart. He first rested for a day, then went into the mountain forests of Mount Innerheart. A violet great bow appeared in his hand. This was a heaven-ranked treasure. The test for Hoi's archery really isn't easy. When Ning thought back to the trial mentioned on the abridged version of Hoi's archery, He couldn't help but feel a headache. It really was too hard. This was the hardest trial of the Three Realms Palace. Junior apprentice brother. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ning turned his head to look, only to see a hatchet-carrying swarthy-skinned man wearing hemp-sack clothes, a grass hat, and grass shoes come walking towards him with a smile. Eldest apprentice brother. Ning hurriedly greeted him. Mount Innerheart was vast. He needed some additional space for training in archery, and so he had left the Tristar Crescent abode and come to the mountain forests outside of it. He hadn't expected to run into his eldest apprentice brother. "Why have you come here?" the woodcutter asked him. "I want to train in archery," Ning replied. "Oh." The woodcutter glanced at Ning's great bow, then asked, "Hoi's archery?" "Right." Ning nodded. "But only the trial for Hoi's archery for now." "That's not easy. Train hard." The woodcutter smiled, nodded, then leisurely sauntered away, hatchet over his shoulders. Ji Ning stood there in an empty field within the mountain forest, holding the bow in front of him as he stared towards the distance. 10,000 kilometers away, at another part of Mount Innerheart's forest, there was a black-robed Ning. He waved his hand, and next to him appeared an archery target. "I need to hit the archery target dead center from 10,000 kilometers away." The black-robed Ning shook his head slightly. This was the trial for Hoi's archery. Without the usage of divine sense and without using elemental ki or divine power to actively control the trajectory of the arrow, using just raw, primal physical force, one had to hit an archery target dead center from 10,000 kilometers away. The center of the target was just 1 inch in size. One had to hit it 10 times in a row. This was an extremely difficult trial. Without the usage of divine sense, even most Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals could just barely see 10,000 kilometers away. As for the heart of the archery target, there was no way to see that clearly at all. In addition, because there was a separation of 10,000 kilometers, there would generally be some mist, trees, and other things impeding one's vision, causing one to be unable to see clearly. In other words, one of the prerequisites for passing this trial was the possession of a divine ability akin to the Farseer Eye. This divine ability, when trained to the peak, could allow one to clearly see past a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers or even more. Naturally, Ning had never trained in the Farseer Eye, but he had trained in the even more formidable Torch Dragon's Eye. Ning had learned the first part of the Torch Dragon's Eye in the Imperial Treasury of the Xianxia, which was suited for Fiendgods up to the Void level. Over the course of the many years he had spent here at Mount Innerheart, when Ning was relaxing, he would harvest some of the Polaris light from the 9 heavens and refine it within his eyes, forming it into the innate torchlight. Although the training process was quite difficult, Ning had still managed to reach the second stage of the innate torchlight. Upon using this divine ability, Ning could use his naked eye to clearly see an ant that was 100,000 kilometers away. "I'll give it a try." Ning stood there within the mountain forest. He executed the Torch Dragon's Eye. Instantly, both of Ning's eyes began to shine with the light of a torch. If an ordinary immortal cultivator were to exchange glances with Ning right now, while Ning was intentionally releasing his power, that cultivator would first feel as though his vision had just turned completely white, followed by the entire world turning dark and pitch black. Temporary blindness, and some weaker individuals would become permanently blind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Ning executed this divine ability, countless rays of light came from far away, gathering within Ning's eyes. Countless rays of light reflecting off of countless objects were all being gathered. The trees, the creek, the pool, the mountain path. Everything was within Ning's vision now. This included the archery target that was 10,000 kilometers away, as well as the black-robed primal twin Ning that stood next to it. Can't use divine power or elemental ki to control the arrow. Ning waved his hand, and a black arrow appeared in front of him. He knocked it onto his bow, pulled the bowstring. Swish! Ning's raw physical power was utterly astonishing. He was fully capable of tossing around an entire massive mountain as a toy by now. He instantly pulled this violet heaven-ranked great bow to a perfect full draw. Ning sensed the wind. The wind was blowing. For archery, being able to sense the wind was very important. The wind would have a tremendous impact on the arrow. When Ning was a child, he had spent a tremendous amount of effort training in archery. However, after embarking on his immortal path, he had stopped training in it. After all, his current level of archery was already sufficient, and when truly necessary he could use his elemental ki to control his arrows, causing it to curve and arc in small degrees. That way, even if he missed his shot due to the distance simply being too great, he could adjust the arrow mid-flight. But now Ning was forbidden from using elemental ki to control the arrow. He couldn't even use divine power. The speed of the wind, its changes. Right about now. Go! Ning's eyes blazed with innate torchlight as he stared fixedly towards the distance. The fingers of his right hand suddenly relaxed. Twang! The arrow instantly transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the heavens. The trees in its path were pierced through, and the stones in its path were shattered. However, due to these impediments as well as the changes of the wind, these seemingly minor factors caused an astonishing amount of impact over the course of 10,000 kilometers. Swish! The arrow missed the target by nearly 3 kilometers. Ning's eyes were blazing with innate torchlight. He could clearly see what had just happened. He couldn't help but feel flabbergasted. I was off by that much? 3 full kilometers? This was ridiculous. I'll give it another try. Ning once more knocked his violet greatbow, then sent out yet another arrow. Twang! The sound of the bowshot rang out once more, and the arrow itself transformed into a streak of light that flew into the distance. This time, the arrow missed the target by more than 5 kilometers. Ning frowned. Let's do that again. One arrow after another flew out. Some were off by 3, 4, 5 kilometers. Sometimes, when Ning was lucky, the arrow would make it to 1 kilometer. One time, when Ning was extremely lucky, the arrow passed the target by a few dozen meters. Ning shot off more than 10,000 arrows at one go before coming to a halt. For an early void-level Fiendgod like Ning, whose body was comparable to an immortal-ranked magic treasure, shooting arrows was a very simple matter on a physical level. His mental energy, however, had been used up. I knew it would be hard, but I didn't expect there would be so many problems. Ning had tried more than 10,000 times, and in doing so discovered many of the problems. To simply rely on raw physical force in shooting an arrow 10,000 kilometers and hitting the center of a target. The first problem was that the trees and stones between him and the target served as forms of obstruction. When the arrow passed through them, it would be impacted, albeit by a tiny minute amount. Although Ning's raw power was so great that his arrows would only be impacted slightly, all of the accumulated obstructions over 10,000 kilometers would still cause tiny deviation in the flight path. A tiny deviation magnified over 10,000 kilometers would result in a huge deviation. The second problem was the wind. Ning had mastered the Tao of the Gale during the conclave of immortal destiny, and his heart had long ago become one with the wind. His wind sense was extremely accurate by now. However, the wind that Ning could sense was only the wind during the instant the arrow was released. In addition, it was only the wind around Ning himself. As the arrow flew forward, the wind would change. In addition, the wind around Ning might be very weak, but 5,000 kilometers away there might be a storm. Even though he could still get a vague sense for how the wind was off in the distance, and even though Ning's arrow was very fast, it would still be affected by it. These were the two major problems that made it so that hitting the target dead center from 10,000 kilometers away was very difficult. What should I do? Right. I have the spirit of a protocosmic spirit bow. He must have seen divine archers of the primordial era train before. Ning instantly willed the spirit of the Rahu bow to be summoned forth. Whoosh! The black-robed youth appeared next to Ning. What do you need from me? The black-robed youth looked at the bow in Ning's hands. Oh, training archery? Rahu bow. I wish to train in Hoi's archery, Ning said directly. However, I have to pass a trial before I can do so. This trial forbids the usage of divine sense, and it also forbids me from using divine power or elemental ki to control my arrows. Just by using raw physical strength, I need to hit the center of a target from 10,000 kilometers away. The center is only 1 inch in size. I have to hit it 10 times in a row to succeed. Hoi's archery? The black-robed youth called out in amazement. Master, you have a chance to learn Hoi's archery? Ning nodded. But I have to pass this trial first. This trial is pretty hard. Shoot 100 arrows and let me take a look first, the black-robed youth said. All right. Ning immediately shot out another 100 arrows. Although he knew where the problems lay, there was nothing he could do about it. He failed every time by an enormous margin. The black-robed youth watched from afar. Through using his invisible senses, he could naturally see the target that was more than 10,000 kilometers away. How was it? Ning looked towards the black-robed youth. It seems you have a bit of a foundation. I thought you'd be off by at least 100 kilometers. The black-robed youth nodded. The art of archery. The most important part of it lies in accuracy. The more formidable an archery technique, the more powerful the arrows it unleashes. But as for accuracy, for powerful archery arts, it is very difficult to use divine power to improve the accuracy of a shot, and so accuracy is extremely important. Ning nodded. Start from the basics. First shoot from 100 kilometers, the black-robed youth said. Under the guidance of the Rahu Bao, Ning once more began to train in archery. Although the Rahu Bao had never trained personally, he had seen many of his successive masters train in archery. Those were the divine archers of the primordial era. First 100 kilometers, then 200, then 3. Ning spent nearly 3 years training in accordance with the guidance from the Rahu Bao, but was still only able to hit the center of targets from 1,200 kilometers away when using just raw force. 1,200 was a limit for him. No matter how hard Ning tried, he was still unable to improve at all. What's going on? Generally speaking, this is how one trains in archery. One needs to master one's wind sense and one's sense of Chenkuan. You've accomplished both, and the speed of your arrow isn't bad. But why is it that I keep on feeling as though you are missing something? The black-robed youth was extremely puzzled. He had only watched others shoot arrows after all. He himself wasn't a divine archer. Over the past 3 years, Ning had even gone to the divinity's palace to pick out some archery techniques from the 8th floor. He had ruminated over them alongside the Rahu Bao, which was why he had improved this much over the past 3 years. What's going on? Ning sat down on the ground, feeling perplexed. Junior apprentice brother? Still training archery? A laugh rang out as the woodcutter came walking over, hatchet over one shoulder and firewood over the other. Eldest apprentice brother. Ning hurriedly rose to his feet, then said with embarrassment, I've trained bitterly for 3 years, but I'm still unable to pass the trial for Hoi's archery. Hoi's archery is indeed extremely difficult, and the trial is quite difficult as well. Shoot a few arrows for me to see, the woodcutter said with a smile. All right. Ning was instantly overjoyed. The eldest apprentice brother was the absolute #1 expert amongst the old patriarch's disciples. Even the second apprentice brother, Crazy G, admitted his inferiority, as did all of the other disciples. In fact, when Ning was chatting with Silvermoon had secretly told him that their eldest apprentice brother was definitely at the Taofather level of power. Given his incredible power and given how long he had lived here in seclusion, he had almost assuredly analyzed a technique like Hoi's archery, one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms. Although there were quite a few disciples of the old patriarch who trained in Hoi's archery, none of them were that formidable in it. Given their eldest apprentice brother's power, however, he surely was. Twang, 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 twang. One arrow after another shot out. Ning used all of his power while attuning to both the wind and to the Chenkuan. In this instant, the world and the wind were all one with his heart. It was as though he himself was the master of the entire world, as though he was the master of countless winds. In fact, even some of the distant transformations of the wind were held within his heart, as though his subconscious was whispering to him of what would happen. This state was the state known as the Tao domain of the Tao of archery. Given what a high level of comprehension Ning was at, and given that the Tao of archery was heavily related to both wind and Chenkuan, Ning had advanced fairly quickly along this Tao. One arrow after another flew out, striking towards the distant target, more than 10,000 kilometers away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each of the arrows howled past the target by more than 10 meters. In fact, purely thanks to luck, one of the arrows actually struck the target. However, it only hit the target, not the center of the target. "All right, you can stop now," the woodcutter said. "Please guide me, senior apprentice brother." After halting, Ning respectfully asked for advice. The woodcutter laughed. "Your fundamentals are quite solid. However, you are lacking in the most important aspect." "The most important aspect?" Ning was puzzled. "Right?" The woodcutter nodded. "Remember this. When the arrow flies, the heart flies with it. Once you reach this level, you'll be able to hit the center of the target from 10,000 kilometers away." After speaking, the woodcutter turned and leisurely departed, still carrying his hatchet and his firewood. Ning stood there unmoving. He murmured to himself, "When the arrow flies, the heart flies with it?" As he watched the woodcutter depart, Ning grew increasingly puzzled. When the arrow flies, this part one understand. But the heart flies with it. What does that mean? Twang, twang, twang. Ning pulled his bow, testing out a few more arrows, growing increasingly puzzled as he did. "Little master," the black-robed man appeared once more, face full of excitement. "Your eldest apprentice brother said, when the arrow flies, the heart flies with it. I think I somewhat understand." "Oh!" Ning revealed an expectant look on his face. The black-robed youth immediately explained, "I've gone through many masters and watched many of them train in archery, as well as watched them train their successors and descendants in archery. I remember often hearing them say something, 'You need to put your heart into it. Put your heart into the arrow.' When I was guiding you, I didn't think of these words because I thought they were just casual words of encouragement. But now, it seems those words must have some special meaning." Ning was an extremely intelligent person. This guidance from the black-robed youth didn't clearly point at what was necessary. But Ning now already had his own ideas. To use the heart? To put the heart into the arrow. When the arrow flies, the heart flies with it? My guess is that the heart flies with it means exactly that. Having your heart and mind fly along with the arrow, the black-robed youth said. This heart is most likely a reference to a sort of invisible force. Ning listened to the black-robed youth, thinking to himself at the same time. He had shot out tens of thousands of arrows every day for nearly a year. Thus, he was familiar with all the technical tricks to it. Actually, Ning had already vaguely touched upon the level of having the heart fly with the arrow, but no one had been able to guide him to actually breaking through to it. Ning once more knocked an arrow to his bow. The air. The wind. In this instant, his heart became one with the heavens and the earth, and his will began to fill the arrow. Soon, Ning managed to brush against the level of forgetting the self. Although his heart had become one with the heavens and the earth, everything around him seemed vague and blurry, as his heart and will were focused completely on his arrow. Twang. A thunderous twanging sound. The arrow shot through the air, and Ning's invisible will was fused into it. In fact, he had an extremely strange feeling. He felt as though he himself had transformed into an arrow. As the arrow shot through the skies, as it pierced through the trees, Ning felt as though it was he himself who was shooting through the trees. This sort of feeling, where his mind and heart were one with the arrow, was quite strange and marvelous. However, after the arrow flew for 100 kilometers, that sort of invisible connection between his heart and the arrow dissipated. Ning was no longer able to maintain the wondrous feeling of him having transformed into an arrow. Swish! The arrow finally plunged deep into the target that was 10,000 kilometers away. But of course, it was still quite a bit off from the heart of the target. That's the feeling, right? That's the feeling. Ning began to laugh loudly out of excitement as he jubilantly lifted the bow up with energy. Right? When the arrow flies, the heart flies with it. I felt as though I had transformed into an arrow myself. This was a wondrous feeling, and in that state, I felt as though I was able to control the direction of the arrow. I'll try again. Ning once again knocked an arrow and drew his bow. Twang! The arrow shot through the skies, and Ning once more felt as though he were an arrow, with his heart focused upon the arrow. Change directions. Change directions. While flying through the air, the arrow suddenly began to change directions. Although the magnitude of the change was very small, as Ning repeatedly strove to influence it, the arrow began to arc outwards and fly even farther, before finally overshooting the target by thousands of kilometers. When the arrow flies, the heart flies with it. This is the feeling. However, I'm only able to maintain this state for 100 kilometers. Any farther, and my will dissipates and becomes unable to maintain contact with the arrow. Ning nodded to himself. This sort of invisible, formless feeling of his will being one with the arrow was a strange, subtle thing. However, there was indeed such a thing as a power forged from heart, from will. That ancient Fiendgod corpse of the previous owner of the Rahu Bao was proof of it. Despite having died so long ago, the remnant vestigial will of death and killing still was enough to cause Ning's heart to quiver. Strictly speaking, the ancient Fiendgod's soul had been destroyed long ago. So where did that invisible will and intent come from? This was what heart was all about. It was an invisible force, the power of the heart. It was different from divine power, elemental ki, and soul power. It was an extremely illusory, difficult to detect sort of power, but it did indeed exist. A truly divine archer would have to be able to master this power, the power of heart. Only by mastering it could one become one of the formidable divine archers of the three realms. And this was just one of the prerequisites. Use the heart. The heart. The heart flies with the arrow. Ning began to train. He knew very well that given how firm his Tao heart was, the power of his heart should logically be quite formidable. However, he was still only able to keep his heart merged with the arrow for a distance of 100 kilometers. The reason for this was, his heart was not sincere enough. His heart was supremely sincere towards the Tao of the sword, but it was not yet sincere enough to the Tao of archery. Only with sincerity would the power of the heart grow. Fortunately, thanks to his 3 years of painstaking training, Ning had established a solid foundation, and as Ning's attitude towards the Bao had changed and as his feelings towards the Tao of archery grew increasingly resolute, the power of his heart had grown increasingly strong. In the legends, there were some truly formidable figures who, no matter what they trained in, were able to maintain a supremely loyal heart to whatever they focused on. By doing so, they were able to improve at a truly astonishing rate. The power of the heart was sometimes even more important than raw talent or comprehension. 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. As the days passed, the connection between Ning's heart and his arrow became increasingly strong. Wow! Little master, when you draw the bow, you now have a certain aura. An aura that only the divine archers of the primordial era used to have. The black-robed man watched excitedly from one side. When one had a heart that was supremely loyal to the bow, there would be a difference that would be very hard for most to detect, even if the difference was magnified 10,000-fold. However, that innate charisma really did make an impact. The Rahu Bao, which had passed through the hands of quite a few divine archers, was definitely able to tell the difference. Twang! Swish! The arrow plunged straight into the heart of the target. Ning, however, maintained his calm as he continued to shoot arrows. Ning was now able to hit the target dead center every so often, and even when he didn't, he was still definitely able to hit the target. To be able to occasionally hit the target dead center from a distance of 10,000 kilometers, with trees and boulders blocking the way, while using nothing but raw physical strength was already a truly astounding feat. But unfortunately, passing the trial required one to accomplish this feat 10 times in a row. 5,000 kilometers. 6,000 kilometers. Ning's heart was able to ride with the arrow for increasingly long periods of time. Under this sort of training, Ning's Tao heart was actually beginning to grow even more powerful, and his eyes were beginning to grow increasingly bright. When he drew his bow, Anything he stared at would feel as though a god of death was staring at them from afar, causing a sort of inexplicable, nameless terror. This was the sort of mental, psychological sensation of threat which only a true divine archer was able to impose upon the minds of his foes. Ning's own heart was like an arrow, seeking to stab itself into the enemy's own heart. The enemy would subconsciously sense this and feel terrified. 8,000 kilometers. 9,000 kilometers. Swish, 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 swish. An arrow struck straight into the heart of the target. So did a second arrow. The third. A fourth. Ning shot out 100 arrows, and each and every one of them struck the target dead center. The inch-thick heart of the target was completely filled with a tight cluster of arrows now. Phew! From 10,000 kilometers away, Ning let out a sigh. This sort of state, where his heart rode with the arrow, consumed a tremendous amount of mental stamina with each arrow. Shooting out 100 arrows in a row in this state caused an extremely nauseous feeling of exhaustion. If Ning was simply shooting out arrows without using the power of his heart, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit tired after shooting out even 10,000. But it was very, very exhausting to be in the state where, when the arrow flies, the heart flies with it. However, the power of the arrows in this state was truly tremendous, and the arrows were also much more accurate. Little master, you succeeded. You succeeded. The black-robed youth was very excited. Thank you, Rahubao. Ning smiled in gratitude. Over the past 3 years, although he did study some of the secret archery manuals of the divinity's palace, what truly made the distance was the guidance of the Rahubao. The Rahubao had watched many divine archers grow up. Although he himself was not a divine archer, he had still been able to provide Ning with a shockingly significant amount of help. If it hadn't been for the Rahubao, even 10 years probably wouldn't have been enough for Ning to complete this trial. Heh, little master, only after you become a true divine archer can I, the Rahubao, truly show off my own illustriousness. The black-robed youth was extremely excited. If you, little master, truly wish to show your gratitude towards me, then just procure a good bowstring for me. Right? Ning nodded and smiled. Of course. He had a number of poor quality bowstrings. After all, he could remove the bowstring from the violet great bow he was currently using and use it for the Rahu bow. However, this bow was far too weak. The Rahu bow was a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Ning really did have to procure a good bowstring for it. Mount Inner Heart, the Tri-Star Crescent abode. Outside the fairly small Three Divinities Palace. Crazy G continued to snore there as he always did. Second senior apprentice brother. Ning walked over. Crazy G didn't even open his eyes as he mumbled. The complete copy of Hoi's Archery is on the table. Go take it yourself. Thank you, second senior apprentice brother. Ning immediately stepped inside. Floating above the abridged versions was a very eye-catching furled bamboo book. It was indeed the complete copy of Hoi's Archery. Ning walked over, immediately filling it with his divine sense. Rumble. A large amount of information instantly began to flood into Ning's soul. A long time later, the sun had both risen and fallen. By the time the dawn was just arriving, as half of the distant golden crow could be seen peeking out from the distant horizon, Ning woke up. What a powerful archery technique! Ning murmured to himself. He was stunned. Truly, completely stunned. According to the description of Hoi's Archery, if it was truly trained to the limit, to the level of the mighty primordial divinity Hoi who had created this divine ability, the power of the arrows would be truly terrifying, to the point of being above even the 6th cycle of this star-seizing hand. If a true god were to reach the peak of this divine ability, then with a single arrow, the true god would be able to heavily injure or even kill other true gods. But there was a reason why the complete mastery of Hoi's Archery was so ridiculously powerful. Number 1. The amount of mental energy this supreme archery technique used up was simply enormous. At the level of perfect mastery, even a true god would probably only be able to fire 3, 4, or 5 arrows before becoming utterly mentally drained and unable to fire off another arrow. Ning's star-seizing hand, however, could be used continuously without worry of using up any mental power. Number 2. This archery technique had extremely high requirements with regards to both the bow and the arrow, especially the arrow. It must be understood that at full power, Houyi's archery was mighty enough to annihilate a true god with a single arrow. To be able to compress this much power into a single arrow, the arrow had to be of tremendous quality, as it would otherwise collapse and break apart. Thus, in order to execute this technique, one not only needed a good bow, one also needed some specially prepared arrows that were incredibly powerful. Superb bow, superb arrows, and just a few shots before utter exhaustion. Slightly poorer archery arts could allow for 100 shots, while even poorer archery arts could easily allow for 10,000 shots. This was a testament to how truly draining this supreme archery technique was when it came to the power of the heart. The power of this archery art, although the number of times it can be used in succession is low, it truly is without question one of the top 10 divine abilities created since Pangu established the universe. Ning felt endless admiration towards this divine ability, as well as the number 1 god of the bow of the 3 realms, Houyi. Ning then stepped forward and picked up the abridged copy of the Torch Dragon's Eye, Early Dawn. Uncle Master. Uncle Master. Patriarch. Escorted by a chorus of respectful calls, Ji Ning arrived at the entrance to the Tristar Crescent abode. Holding a broom in his hands, he began to personally sweep the mountain paths. Sweep, sweep. The fallen leaves on the ground were all being swept away. That's odd. The Patriarch is personally sweeping the mountain paths? Isn't that the trial for the first level of the Divinity's Palace? The Patriarch can enter even the 9th level whenever he pleases, to say nothing of the first. He defeats the 9th golem with utter ease. But the Patriarch truly is sweeping the paths personally. Are we seeing things? Maybe the Patriarch is meditating on something. The 2 down novitiates who were guarding the entrance stared in amazement as they watched Ning personally sweep the mountain roads. They stealthily sent mental messages to each other regarding this. News quickly began to spread, and soon all of the disciples of Mount Innerheart came to know of it. Ning was very calm. He kept his head lowered, focusing on his broom. Each sweep of the broom felt like a cleansing sweep against his soul as well. He swept each of the mountain steps one at a time. His sweeping speed wasn't too fast. He seemed to be enjoying this sweeping process. He only finished his labors late in the afternoon. Oh, I'm done. Only now did Ning come back to his senses. He straightened his back, then murmured softly to himself. It seems as though when Master set trials such as sweeping the path and weeding the mountain, he had certain other things in mind as well. Apprentice. A voice suddenly rang out by Ning's ears. Ning was momentarily startled, but then hurriedly responded, Master. Despite having been on the mountain for so many years, Ning had never before received a direct mental message from his master like this. After you learn the Torch Dragon's Eye, come to my place. The voice rang out again. Yes, master, Ning replied respectfully. Ning quickly moved up the mountain, heart filled with questions. Why was his master summoning him? This was extremely rare. Could it be that he was going to leave his master's tutelage soon? Ning went to the 3 Realms Palace and acquired the full copy of the Torch Dragon's Eye. To date, the 3 major techniques which Ning had learned from the 3 Realms Palace were the 8-9 Arcane Art, Houyi's Archery, and Torch Dragon's Eye. The process of being transmitted the information regarding the Torch Dragon's Eye took a full day. The next day, Ning regained his faculty of mind. Only then did he head towards the Taoist monastery of Patriarch Subhuti. Uncle Master. The 2 down novitiates at the entrance to the monastery both called out respectfully. One of the 2, Clearwater, also added, Uncle Master, the Patriarch has sent word that you are to be allowed direct entry. Ning nodded, smiled, then passed in. Within the Taoist monastery, there was a prayer mat within an open region with a skinny old man dressed in loose Taoist robes seated atop it. The old man's hair was completely white, but he didn't seem decrepit at all. Rather, Ning felt as though this person had reached the level of infinite eternity. In addition, he also could sense a boundless life force coming from this person. Ning couldn't help but feel his own spirit completely calming down, thanks to his master's simple presence. "Master!" Ning walked in, then called out respectfully. "Sit," the old patriarch said. Ning immediately sat down on a prayer mat in the lotus position, awaiting instruction. The old patriarch looked at Ning, then said slowly, "How long have you spent on Mount Innerheart?" "It has already been more than 30 years and 5. This year shall be the 36th, Ning said respectfully. "Which abilities have you learned?" the old patriarch asked. "Your disciple has learned the 8-9 arcane art and reached the 3rd cycle. I've just reached a basic level of skill in Hoi's archery. I have also trained in the Torch Dragon's Eye and reached the 2nd stage of innate torchlight. In the past 30+ years, your disciple has primarily focused on swordplay. I've already mastered the 9th stance of the 3-foot sword and have learned other, more powerful sword arts as well," Ning said respectfully. The old patriarch nodded. "You have many abilities now. It can be said that you are a completely different person compared to when you first came up the mountain. At your current level, remaining on Mount Innerheart will no longer help you as much as before. What you need to do now is go temper yourself within the real world, so as to prepare for your upcoming celestial tribulation. Given your abilities, and given that you have the legacy of Brother Three Lives, your celestial tribulation will surely be extraordinary. It will be very, very difficult. Your disciple shall remember to be cautious." Ning was enlightened. So indeed it was as he had expected. It was time for him to leave his master's tutelage. "It is time for you to leave now." The old patriarch looked at Ning. "I once said that when you left my tutelage, I would give you 2 great gifts." Ning instantly felt intrigued. "After you entered my tutelage, I often watched you, appraising your comprehension ability, your talent, your habits, all for the sake of developing a completely unique evasion divine ability for you, known as the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, the old patriarch said. Ning was overjoyed. This had been created just for him. Ning was badly in need of an evasive ability right now. He had been preparing to settle for an evasive technique from the divinity's palace if he couldn't find a good one. But unexpectedly his master had been preparing this for him the entire time, developing an evasive divine ability that was completely suited for Ning. You are a human, after all. If you are to train in any other evasive abilities, it will be hard for you to reach the peak in them. Even if I gave you the wings of the Garuda, from which your windwing evasion ability originates, you will never be able to reach the level which the great rock did, the old patriarch explained. The best skill is the one most suited to you. This technique, the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, when trained to the utmost peak. Although it might not be as good as perfect mastery over wings of the Garuda, it isn't that far off. You will be able to move 90,000 kilometers in a single movement. 90,000 kilometers in a single movement? Ning was extremely delighted. 90,000 kilometers. This was an astonishing speed. This is the evasive divine ability I prepared for you. In the future, when you have your own insights, perhaps you'll be able to further perfect it, allowing you to move even faster. That, however, shall be up to you, the old patriarch said. Ning nodded. An evasive ability which Patriarch Subhuti had personally developed. Most likely it would be hard for Ning to improve on even after he became an Empyrean god. Improving it, that would be a very, very distant task. I can see that in the future you shall be a sword immortal. But any truly formidable sword immortal needs a powerful sword formation, the old patriarch said. The so-called Heavenraker sword formation, in truth, was used by Taofather Heavenrake as something he could teach his disciples. Even I don't know what his most formidable and profound sword arts. Taofather Heavenrake keeps them hidden as his secret weapons for keeping himself alive. Ning nodded. Your lesser thousand swords formation relies on using many treasures, relying on superiority of numbers. When combined with an appropriate sword art, it is indeed capable of unleashing tremendous power. Both the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha have similar types of techniques that rely on overwhelming numbers. Using your lesser thousand swords formation as the foundation, I have distilled the essence of the best Taoist and Buddhist techniques of this nature and developed a new sword formation technique for you. I have given it the name, Greater Thousand Swords Formation, the old patriarch said. If you have enough treasures, the power of this Greater Thousand Swords Formation will be absolutely astonishing. It can be described as one of the supreme sword formations of the three realms. Thank you, Master. Ning was both excited and overjoyed. The obscuring wind of the nine heavens evasive technique, the Greater Thousand Swords Formation sword formation technique. His master had personally designed both for him. What Ning did not realize was that Patriarch Subhuti was truly very diligent in teaching his students. Despite the passage of countless ages, the total number of students he had taken on was quite low, but he wholeheartedly focused on every single one he took on, especially during the early periods when they had first entered his tutelage. Although it seemed as though Ning hadn't had the chance to meet with his master many times, in reality Patriarch Subhuti had been constantly monitoring Ning. Then, based on Ning's own traits and characteristics, the old patriarch had tested out and developed these techniques in a completely separate world. The obscuring wind of the nine heavens, for example, Patriarch Subhuti had spent hundreds of thousands of years developing it. By comparison, the Greater Thousand Swords Formation was easier. After all, this sort of formation simply centered around massive numbers of treasures. Patriarch Subhuti had only spent 1,000 years to develop it. In this other world, the flow of time was different. This was why Patriarch was able to bring out these two techniques now. Step forward, the old patriarch instructed. Ning hurriedly stepped forward, walking in front of the old patriarch. The old patriarch tapped Ning on the center of his forehead. Instantly, a large amount of information flooded into Ning's brain. By the time Ning recovered, the obscuring wind of the nine heavens and the Greater Thousand Swords Formation had been firmly imprinted into his mind. All right, it is time to leave, the old patriarch said. Master, Ning said respectfully, your disciple also wishes to meditate on the secrets of the lotus. I wish to make a trip to the divinity's palace and acquire a few manuals on lotus techniques. The old patriarch waved his hand and a bamboo book appeared within it. He handed it to Ning. This is a set of lotus techniques I acquired by accident. The mysteries within it are unfathomably profound, and will be more than enough for you to meditate on. You can carry it with you. Thank you, Master. It was one surprise for Ning after another. Ning hurriedly added, your disciple has an apprentice, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, who has just arrived on the mountain and only been here a few years. She is still quite weak. Your disciple would like to let her remain here at Mount Innerheart for now. The old patriarch nodded. Then let her remain here and train quietly on the mountain. When the day comes that she can defeat the ninth golem, I will let her leave and send her to your Grand Xia world. Only now did Ning feel completely relaxed. Everything had been arranged for. All right, time to leave the mountain, the old patriarch instructed. Remember this. Without my permission, you are not to say that you are my disciple. Otherwise, do not blame your master for showing you no mercy. Only when I summon you back can you return to Mount Innerheart. Yes, Ning said respectfully. The three realms are now filled with secret, turbulent undercurrents. Even I, your master, might perish. You must be careful. You are not to be too rash and cause a disaster for yourself, the old patriarch said. Ning instantly felt his heart shake. What? The three realms were filled with secret, turbulent undercurrents? Even his master might perish? Then how was someone like him, a junior fellow who wasn't even a celestial immortal, supposed to make it? The old patriarch waved his sleeve. Be it fortune or calamity, you shall bring it to yourself, and have no one else to blame or to thank. Now go! Ning respectfully fell to his knees, pressing his head down to the ground and kowtowing heavily 9 times. Your disciple is leaving now. Master, take care. His master had indeed spent considerable effort on his behalf. Both the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens and the Greater Thousand Swords Formation were truly supreme techniques of the 3 realms. Even Tao fathers weren't capable of casually creating techniques on this level. Although his master hadn't spelled it out, Ning could imagine how much enormous effort his master must have gone into in order to develop these techniques. Ning would naturally engrave his memory of this kindness into his heart. In addition, the 30-plus years he had spent on Mount Innerheart had been the most peaceful years of his life, the years when he had truly firmly established his foundation. After leaving the mountain, it would be as his master said. Given how the three realms were filled with dangerous undercurrents, it would probably be hard for him to find such peace again. After Ning left, another person appeared within the Taoist monastery. It was the second apprentice, Crazy G. Master! Crazy G watched as Ning walked away, then sighed. This junior apprentice brother of mine truly is a man of deep emotions. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. The old patriarch shook his head. When most of you were growing up, I was able to protect you. But he will be growing up in an era when a great tribulation is descending upon the three realms. The three realms are already filled with many dangerous undercurrents, and this tribulation may prove to be even more terrifying than the one that shattered Pangu's world. What? Crazy G's face instantly changed. Nuwa has left long ago, entering the endless primordial chaos. Despite the passages of countless years, she has never returned, the old patriarch said. When Nuwa was present, the three realms were finally settled down and the 6 paths of reincarnation were established. The celestial court was created to manage the three realms, and the Tao Fathers and true gods all separated into their respective territories. But with Nuwa gone, with the 6 paths of reincarnation destroyed, with the celestial court only a court in name, with the three realms filled by dangerous undercurrents, I fear that this tribulation, the old patriarch shook his head. Crazy G began to worry. But in times of tribulation, a person can bring either fortune or calamity upon himself. If it is calamity, only he himself can save himself, the old patriarch said. Everyone, including you and the others, all need to be careful. I imagine that a large number of true gods and Tao Fathers shall die during this tribulation. And if even half of the Empyrean gods and true immortals survive, they should count their blessings. If you are faced with danger, I may not be able to protect you. Your disciple shall remember and be cautious, Crazy G said respectfully. Ning led little Qing and Uncle White out of Mount Innerheart. On the path to Mount Innerheart, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu fell to her knees, pressing her forehead against the ground. Your disciple shall definitely train hard. After I reach the 9th floor of the divinity's palace, I will immediately head for the world of the Grand Xia to reunite with you, Master. Ning nodded and smiled. He then led little Qing and Uncle White to fly out of Mount Innerheart. They arrived in the sky void, and as they did, a void tunnel appeared. This was a void tunnel which Patriarch Subhuti had personally opened for them. Ning, little Qing, and Uncle White flew directly into it. Swoosh! They all disappeared, and the void tunnel closed behind them. Master! Xiaoyu knelt there, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. I will definitely go to the Grand Xia world and meet you there,